Chapter 39:12. The ancient beast's voice seemed to have drifted across the vast river of time. These voices contained an incomparably oppressive power. It was as if they were roaring in anger. Fang Chen finally understood why the ancient divine beast bloodline in his body was agitated. Ancient divine beasts and ancient beasts were natural enemies. The moment he entered the Blue Sea mountain range, the ancient divine beast bloodline had already sensed the ancient beast's aura. Roar. The blood in Fang Chen's body vibrated. Angry roars erupted from the vermilion bird bloodline and the black tortoise bloodline. As ancient divine beasts, they were responding. Boss! Little Mouse saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly called out. Fang Chen shook his head hard and regained his composure. Then, with a thought, the black tortoise armor appeared on the surface of his skin. Then, the black tortoise bloodline and the vermilion bird bloodline merged and surrounded his body. Dong dong dong. The black altar shook violently. The ancient beast's voice became louder and louder, shaking Little Mouse and the others. Seeing this, Fang Chen said, "Step back. I'll do it myself." They were too weak to withstand the ancient beast's voice. Once their primordial spirits were hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little Mouse and the others also understood the seriousness of the situation. They quickly retreated to a safe area. However, at this moment, the pure-blooded beast did something shocking. It took a step forward and came to Fang Chen's side. "Come back quickly!" The little mouse cried out, but the pure-blooded beast cub ignored it. Its black eyes were burning as it looked at the black altar. Fang Chen instantly understood what it was thinking. "You want to devour the ancient beast's power?" Fang Chen asked. The pure-blooded beast was a descendant of the ancient Yi clan. They were naturally warlike, and were one of the top clans of the demon clan. If it could devour the ancient beast's power, its combat strength would definitely soar to a terrifying level. The pure-blooded beast nodded. Its eyes were full of fighting spirit. "Follow behind me. I'll help you." The pure-blooded beast was also a brother that had fought side by side with him. Now that there was such a good opportunity, it would naturally do its best to help. Voila! Fang Chen flicked his wrist, and the mythological beast bloodline turned into a long rainbow and shot towards the black altar. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the black altar. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger, and the cries of the ancient beasts were getting louder and louder. Heaven-seizing fruit? Fang Chen could just barely make out an enormous body within the black altar. Within the eyes of the body was a green fruit. This was the heaven-seizing fruit. The body of an ancient beast? Fang Chen was a little surprised. The rumors were true. There was indeed a heaven-seizing fruit in the Blue Sea barrier. However, this heaven-seizing fruit had been refined into an eyeball by an ancient vicious beast. This was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. Is it still alive? If this ancient vicious beast was still alive, it would be a little shocking. After all, it was the age of chaos. Ancient vicious beasts, like ancient mythological beasts, had long gone extinct. Fang Chen's powerful consciousness carefully entered the cracks of the black altar to check the body of the ancient vicious beast. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. This ancient vicious beast was already dead. Open! Fang Chen used the mythological beast bloodline to resist the cries of the ancient vicious beast. He smashed open the black altar with a punch. Suddenly, the huge body of the vicious beast came into view. Boom! 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 The moment the corpse of the ancient vicious beast appeared, thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky as if the end of the world had arrived. Fang Chen was quick to react. In an instant, he set up a formation that enveloped the corpse of the ancient vicious beast, preventing its pressure from spreading out. When the world calmed down, Fang Chen walked to the corpse of the ancient vicious beast and looked at it seriously. This is an 8-clawed fire glass. The top 10 ancient vicious beasts were the sky-cracking centipede, coral unicorn, scarlet flame golden centipede, ice-armored horned demonic dragon, eight-clawed fire centipede, nine-winged sky dragon, thunderbolt bat dragon, blue-winged sea dragon, sky-cracking mysterious dragon whale, and kuei cow. The vicious beast in front of him had 8 claws and its body was fiery red, as if it was bathed in a sea of fire. It was the legendary infernal king, Eight-Clawed Fireglass. From the looks of it, the eight-clawed Fireglass had fallen countless times. However, its body was still intact. It was worthy of being one of the top 10 ancient vicious beasts. What surprised Fang Chen the most was that one of its eyeballs was normal, but the other one was the heaven-seizing fruit. The green fruit exuded an aura of endless vitality. Although it had been through the baptism of time, it still did not decline. The aura of endless vitality was still dissipating. How do I take it out? This was a difficult problem. The slightest carelessness would destroy the heaven-seizing fruit and cause its efficacy to be greatly reduced. Boss, let me do it. The pure-blooded beast cub was restless. It leaped onto the eight-clawed Fireglass and transformed into its original form. A fiery red light enveloped its body. It opened its bloody mouth and began to frantically absorb the vicious beast energy from the eight-clawed Fireglass. At the same time, Fang Chen was also fully focused on controlling the array to suppress the eight-clawed Fireglass. Roar! The pure-blooded beast cub used its innate ability. The terrifying power of the ancient races instantly filled the air. Flames spread and enveloped it and the eight-clawed Fireglass. Is that an ancient vicious beast? Even though it had been dead for countless years, they could still feel the powerful aura on its body. It was simply too terrifying. Little Mouse and the others also felt their hearts palpitate from far away. They were worried about the pure-blooded beast cub. If it suffered a backlash, it would be severely injured or even killed. This was not a situation they wanted to see. However, they firmly believed that with their boss around, everything would be fine. Time passed. Fang Chen used the array and the bloodline of the ancient divine beast to suppress the dead eight-clawed Fireglass. The latter remained motionless, allowing the pure-blooded beast cub to absorb its energy. After absorbing the vicious beast's energy, the pure-blooded beast cub's aura gradually rose. It vaguely had the aura of a king of the demon race. As it absorbed, the remaining vicious beast energy in the eight-clawed Fireglass's corpse gradually decreased until it completely disappeared. Boom! The pure-blooded beast cub's energy exploded. The ancient race's energy and the ancient vicious beast's energy collided and exploded into fiery sparks. However, the pure-blooded beast cub could handle it well. Boss, I need to go into seclusion. With that, the pure-blooded beast cub jumped to the side of Little Mouse and the others. It transformed into its human form and sat cross-legged with its eyes closed. Little Mouse and the others scattered around to protect the pure-blooded beast cub. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the eight-clawed Fireglass again. As expected of an ancient vicious beast, its ferocious energy is ridiculously strong. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. If he had not suppressed it personally, an ordinary Saint Realm warrior would not have been able to withstand the vicious beast energy on the eight-clawed Fireglass, let alone obtain the heaven-seizing fruit. Whoosh! He was glad that he had returned in time. Otherwise, his brothers would have definitely died in the hands of the eight-clawed Fireglass in order to obtain the heaven-seizing fruit. Chapter 39:13. As time passed, the beast power in the eight-clawed Fireglass's corpse was completely absorbed by the pure-blooded beast cub. At this time, the pure-blooded beast cub's body was filled with mixed energy and it needed to go into seclusion to refine it. Little Mouse and the others stood around to guard the pure-blooded beast cub while Fang Chen carefully looked at the corpse of the eight-clawed Fireglass. Especially its eyeball. With the heaven-seizing fruit as its eyeball, was the eight-clawed Fireglass protecting the heaven-seizing fruit? Or was it born like this? Fang Chen was puzzled. After all, it was his first time seeing the legendary eight-clawed Fireglass, one of the top 10 ancient beasts. He shook his head hard. No matter what, he had to get the heaven-seizing fruit. Otherwise, the old faker would be hopeless. Fortunately, the 8-clawed fire-glass had fallen for countless years. Although the beast power in its body was extremely strong, it had weakened a lot after the baptism of time. Coincidentally, the pure-blooded beast cub of the descendant of the ancient remnant clan was also present. It used its innate ability and special bloodline to ingeniously absorb the beast power in the 8-clawed fire-glass's body. During the refining process, crackling sounds came from the pure-blooded beast cub's body, as if it would explode at any time. Little Mouse and the others were very nervous. Boom, boom, boom. As the pure-blooded beast cub's skin seeped out black liquid, Fang Chen's hanging heart was finally put down. He heaved a sigh of relief. The mixed energy in the beast power had been expelled from its body by the pure-blooded beast cub. As long as it completely integrated the beast power into its blood, it would completely complete the transformation. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that an unforeseen event suddenly happened to the corpse of the 8-claw fire-glass. The skin bag that was originally supporting the torso directly fell off. The bones of the torso rumbled and then turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, the body of the 8-clawed fire-glass had completely disappeared, leaving only a shed. Heaven-seizing fruit. Fang Chen had been watching the situation. When he saw this scene, he came in front of the 8-clawed fire-glass's shed at lightning speed and reached out his hand to grab the heaven-seizing fruit. Whoosh! The other eyeball also flew out with the heaven-seizing fruit and suspended in front of Fang Chen's chest. Voila! The pure-blooded beast cub suddenly opened its eyes. It felt that its body was filled with power, as if it could destroy the world. When it saw that its boss had obtained the heaven-seizing fruit, it let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly put away the 8-clawed fire-glass's shed skin. This was a rare treasure that would be of great help to its future cultivation. 1. Fang Chen tightly grasped the heaven-seizing fruit. The dark green fruit exuded an endless strength. Just by smelling it, one could feel its exuberant vitality. Heaven-seizing fruit. Fang Chen was overjoyed. This heaven-seizing fruit was a ripe heaven-seizing fruit, and because it had acted as the eyeball of the 8-clawed fire-glass, the power inside was sealed very well. This was the best way to treat the old faker. Crack! Just as Fang Chen was getting excited, the other eyeball of the 8-clawed fire-glass suddenly accelerated and charged straight towards the heaven-seizing fruit in his hand. In virtually the blink of an eye, the 8-claw fire-glass's eyeball drilled into the heaven-seizing fruit. Not good. Fang Chen felt that the eyeball of the 8-clawed fire-glass seemed to be destroying the insides of the heaven-seizing fruit. His face changed drastically, and he directly urged his own strength to suppress it. "Boss, let me do it!" The pure-blooded beast cub shouted when it saw this. At the same time, it released a majestic power around its body, and one could vaguely feel the aura of a fierce beast. Is this guy going to turn into a fierce beast? Little Mouse couldn't help but curl its lip. Fang Chen flicked his finger and threw the heaven-seizing fruit to the pure-blooded beast cub. The latter held the dark green fruit tightly with its big claws, and then used the power of the fierce beast that it had just absorbed to suppress it. After a while, the heaven-seizing fruit calmed down. The 8-clawed fire-glass used the heaven-seizing fruit as its eyeball. After a long time, the other eyeball had a complicated connection with the heaven-seizing fruit. "Boss, when you took the heaven-seizing fruit, the other eyeball wanted to stop you, so it rushed into the insides of the heaven-seizing fruit to destroy it," the pure-blooded beast cub said. Even though the 8-clawed fire-glass had fallen countless years ago, its eyeball still had a certain amount of wisdom. It would rather the heaven-seizing fruit be destroyed than let it be taken away. But fortunately, the pure-blooded beast cub first absorbed the fierce beast power of the 8-clawed fire-glass and combined it with its own vestigial clan power to suppress the destruction of the eyeball. Soon, the pure-blooded beast cub got the approval of the eyeball, and under its effect, the two merged into one. Buzz! Inside the dark green fruit, spots of black light could be vaguely seen. These black lights were formed by the other eyeball. At the same time, the color of the heaven-seizing fruit became much dimmer. Phew! When the heaven-seizing fruit was completely stabilized, the pure-blooded beast cub breathed a sigh of relief and returned it to Fangchen, saying, "The old faker got lucky this time." "What's going on?" Little Mouse asked. "The eyeball of the eight-clawed fire-glass is at the level of a fierce beast and contains extremely powerful power. It merged with the heaven-seizing fruit, causing the power of the heaven-seizing fruit to increase rapidly. The old faker ate the heaven-seizing fruit, which means that he inherited one of the eyeballs of the eight-clawed fire-glass." The pure-blooded beast cub smiled. "If he's lucky, he may be able to evolve a trace of the bloodline of a fierce beast." Fangchen nodded. This was a good thing for the old faker. "Are you okay?" He turned his head to look at the pure-blooded beast cub. The latter shook its head. "Fortunately, boss came back in time. Otherwise, we would never have gotten the heaven-seizing fruit so easily." Of course, the most important thing was that with the help of Fangchen, it obtained the power of the eight-clawed fire-glass. In the following days, as long as it worked hard to cultivate, it would be able to evolve the power and bloodline of the eight-clawed fire-glass. At that time, it would become a real fierce beast. You are a descendant of the ancient remnant clan, so you have a foundation. That's why you can absorb the power of the eight-clawed fire-glass. If it were someone else, they would definitely not succeed, Fangchen said with a smile. The four brothers, Little Mouse, Ant Queen, Seahorse, and Pangolin, also cupped their hands and congratulated the pure-blooded beast cub. "Well, time is of the essence. Let's go back first. The old faker is still waiting for us," Fangchen said. The group quickly left the Blue Sea Mountains. Rumble! The black altar shattered, and everything at the end of the mountain range was completely annihilated. The information about the eight-clawed fire-glass disappeared in the long river of history. When the group came to the sky above the Blue Sea Barrier, Fangchen frowned and looked slightly dignified. "Humph, the Azure Sea Realm Lord drank human blood." As soon as his voice fell, Fangchen shook his wrist. A bright sword light fell from the sky and slashed the Blue Sea Barrier, instantly killing all the villains of the Azure Sea Realm Lord. "From now on, the Blue Sea Barrier will disappear. You have regained your freedom." In the broken Blue Sea Barrier, countless warriors who were imprisoned by the Azure Sea Realm Lord were grateful. They cried and knelt down to thank him. For the most up-to-date and accurate reading, please bookmark our website to read the latest. Chapter 39:14. Within the Azure Sea boundary, the evil people of the Azure Sea Realm Lord's bloodline had their primordial spirits destroyed and died. Those who had given up their lives in the darkness survived. They were deeply grateful to Fangchen and wept endlessly. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, God." Many people knelt on the ground and bowed devoutly. Of course, Fangchen did not say anything about this. After all, it was just a casual gesture. There was oppression and resistance everywhere in the vast chaotic realm. He could not solve them all by himself. After all, his main task was to enter the Origin Realm and find a chance of survival. Only by stepping into the legendary Primal Chaos Supreme Realm could he compete with the devouring demon clan. At that time, the beings of the chaotic realm would be able to survive. "Let's go." The group quickly left the Azure Sea boundary and returned to the primordial chaos. On this day, the incident at the Azure Sea boundary shook the entire Godsfall battlefield. Everyone was guessing what had happened. However, some top forces seemed to have guessed something. Not long ago, a force went to the primordial chaos void and attacked Fangchen's territory. They were defeated in the end. Now the Bloodline King is hunting them all over the world. Perhaps the destruction of the Azure Sea boundary has something to do with this? That's not right. The Bloodline King is hunting them down. How could he have the time to deal with the Azure Sea Realm Lord? Someone once saw with their own eyes a human martial practitioner leading a few demon race cultivators in the sky above the Blue Sea Barrier. I suspect that human is very likely the legendary Fang Chen. What? The news of Fang Chen's return quickly spread throughout the God's Fall battlefield. All the major forces were shocked. Some forces that had secretly targeted the primordial chaos were scared out of their wit. Of course, Fang Chen was unaware of this. While the God's Fall battlefield was bustling with activity, he had already returned to the primordial chaos with his brothers. Whoosh! After crossing the boundary wall, he saw the familiar land at a glance. He sniffed hard and a bright smile appeared on his face. I'm finally back. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he returned, the star and moon at the human race's sacred island sensed him. It's Brother Chen, he's back. Star and Moon, who was in the middle of a meeting with the 10 palace lords, had a look of excitement on her pretty face. Her eyes were glistening with tears, and her delicate body was trembling as she flew out. Floating in the air, the purple-robed Star and Moon looked into the distance with excitement. Soon, they saw black shadows approaching from afar. Her gaze locked onto the black figure in the lead. No one was more familiar with that figure than her. Brother Chen. Star and Moon recklessly rushed towards Fang Chen. The latter opened his arms and pulled his wife into his embrace. What? The leader has returned? The leader is back. Ha ha, I knew the leader would come back. Before this, some of the 10 great palace masters had also suspected whether Fang Chen had really died. Otherwise, even if the Gu clan was given 100 guts, they would not dare to betray the human race. However, this thought was dispelled by the Fire Dome Palace Lord, the Void Primogenitor, and the others. They firmly believed that Fang Chen was still alive and was creating a miracle that belonged to him. Today, he had indeed returned. Everyone on the sacred island felt the arrival of a familiar aura. Whoosh! One figure after another rushed out like a swarm of bees, looking up at the sky. Fang Shi, along with her 2 younger brothers, Fang Yun and Fang Han, also ran out excitedly. Qing Ho, the barbarian, and the others who were familiar with Fang Chen came out one after another. They stood quietly on the sacred island and looked at the pair of lovers in the sky. They're back. The barbarian smiled honestly. Qing Ho also breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, he could clearly feel that the old faker's vitality was rapidly fading, and it was irreversible. His 9 emperor puppets had consumed too much energy. If he couldn't find the heaven-seizing fruit, the old faker would most likely die prematurely. Now that Fang Chen had returned, all the problems were solved. Fang Chen was the faith of all the human race in the ancient chaos. Everyone firmly believed that as long as he was around, all problems could be solved. Brother Chen, I missed you. Star and Moon ignored everyone's gazes and lay in Fang Chen's arms. Fang Chen gently stroked Star and Moon's hair and said apologetically, I've wronged you. He could imagine that when he was not in the chaotic realm, Star and Moon, as a woman, had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the entire ancient chaos. In particular, not long ago, the Gu family betrayed the human race, captured his 2 sons, and injured his daughter, Fang Shi. As a mother, Star and Moon must be very hurt, right? But now everything was in the past. He was back. Star and Moon shook her head and slowly raised her head. She looked at Fang Chen with teary eyes and said, I know you're under more pressure, Brother Chen. I'm sorry that I couldn't let you have no worries. After a long time, the husband and wife held hands and descended on the sacred island. We're waiting for the return of our win-win leader. The 10 palace lords were the first to welcome Fang Chen, followed by the other human cultivators on the sacred island. Welcome back, leader. Loud voices resounded through the sky. The sacred island was particularly lively today. Father. Fang Yun and Fang Han supported their injured sister, Fang Shi, and rushed over. Fang Chen hugged his children one by one. Father, we missed you so much. Father, when you weren't here, I often saw Mother crying alone. Father, are you not going to leave this time? Looking at his 3 sons and daughters, Fang Chen felt emotional. When he left, they were still very young, but now they had all grown up. Time had left sharp edges on their bodies, and they had matured a lot. Good brother. The barbarian's burly body squeezed through the others and walked in front of Fong Chen, giving him a punch. Fong Chen didn't dodge, but grinned. There was no need for words between brothers. Qing Ho stood behind the barbarian and smiled at Fong Chen. On the sacred island, many cultivators had never seen their leader's face. They looked at Fong Chen curiously. Is this the leader of our human race? Yes, the leader's name is Fong Chen. He once suppressed all the alien races in the ancient chaos by himself and helped the human race revive. The human race is where we are today because of the leader. Many people believed in Fong Chen from the bottom of their hearts, and thought that the leader was omnipotent. Of course, there were also a large number of people who were curious about Fong Chen. I must become an indomitable person like the leader in the future. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 39:15. The Saint Island was the headquarters of the human race in the primordial chaos. It was also the place where all the prodigies cultivated. There were countless young prodigies here. They were the hope of the human race's future. Many of them had never seen Fong Chen before. Now that they saw the legendary leader of the human race, they were whispering to each other. The leader is actually so young. I once heard that the leader single-handedly conquered the entire primordial chaos void and even slaughtered all the alien races. Of course. Without the leader, the human race would not have been able to rise again. Back then, the top leaders of the human race were the 10 Palace Masters. But obviously, it was impossible for the 10 of them to bring the human race to such height. Only Fong Chen was capable of such a feat. Others might not know, but the 10 Palace Masters knew very well that Fong Chen had left for so long to do something big. If he succeeded, he would become the savior of the primordial chaos realm and save all the living beings in the primordial chaos realm. But no one expected him to come back. Leader. The 10 Palace Masters, led by the Fire Dome Palace Master and the others, all bowed to Fong Chen. Void Ancestor's face was filled with excitement. Fong Chen hugged his wife and child. He could clearly feel the joy in their hearts. He felt very guilty. I've wronged you. Her words made Xing Yu's tears flow down her cheeks. Father, it's great that you're back. Fong Shi and the others were very excited. After a long while, Fong Shi and the others left Fong Chen's arms. Fong Chen greeted Qing Ho and the barbarians one by one. Finally, he asked, "Where's the old faker?" "In the recuperation area." Qing Ho pointed ahead and led the way. The Saint Island had a unique geographical advantage. The spirit qi here was hundreds of times more abundant than outside. It was simply a holy land for cultivation. As for the recuperation area, it was a holy land among holy lands of cultivation. Under normal circumstances, no one was allowed to enter. Only those who were injured could enter to recuperate. At this moment, the old faker had transformed into his human form and was leaning on a rattan chair. His face was pale. Beside him, there were 9 emperor granules that were constantly channeling energy into him to heal his injuries. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the old faker coughed violently for a few times. Then, he slowly got up. Looking at the 9 emperor silhouettes that were about to run out of energy, his face paled. Alas! He knew that he didn't have long to live, but he was unwilling to die like this. It recalled the days when it fought side by side with its boss, and the days when it roamed the world with its brothers. Unfortunately, he would not have the chance to do so in the future. "Boss, I really want to see you." The old faker, who was always smiling, had an extremely solemn expression at the moment. Cough, cough. As the power of the 9 emperor puppets was being consumed too quickly, the old faker's coughing got worse. His face was dim and lifeless, and his vitality was fading away quickly. It shook its head gently and was ready to give up on the treatment. However, at this moment, the voices of Little Mouse and the others came from afar. "Old faker, we're back. We're back with the heaven-seizing fruit. The old faker's brothers quickly rushed over. In front of them, there was a familiar figure. When the old faker saw that figure, he almost cried. Boss, the old faker shouted hysterically. He thought that it was an illusion. However, even if he died in an illusion, it was enough as long as he could see his boss before he died. What's wrong? You don't trust us? Seeing the old faker's situation, Fang Chen knew that the old faker wanted to give up. He did not want his brothers to take risks for him. He knew the old faker better than anyone else. Although the old faker was usually sloppy, he still thought about his brothers at critical moments. Boss, is it really you? At this moment the old faker was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. He raised his palm and slapped his cheek hard. Immediately, he felt a burning sensation. This was not a dream, nor was it an illusion. This was real. Boss was really back. Boss! The old faker was so excited that he almost jumped up. He rushed directly to Fang Chen's side. The latter opened his arms and hugged him. I'm back. There was an apologetic tone in Fang Chen's voice. In order to save his two sons, the old faker had used his life to forcibly refine the rune imprints in Fang Yun and Fang Han's bodies. This had caused Fang Chen to be seriously injured. If he had not taken the wrong reincarnation road and returned to the chaotic realm, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, with the strength of Little Mouse and the others, it was impossible for them to snatch the heaven-seizing fruit from under the nose of the Azure Sea Realm Master. Ha ha ha, I thought I wouldn't see you again. The old faker cried tears of joy. He really wanted to see his boss. Why are you crying? Boss is back, and we brought back the heaven-seizing fruit. You won't die. The Ant Queen curled her lips and bickered with the old faker as usual. You are the strongest divine tree in the immemorial chaos. How can you cry like this? Little Horse grinned. The pangolin teased him from the side. Little Mouse patted the old faker's shoulder and said with a smile, There's no time to lose. Let's heal first. The old faker nodded and listened to Fang Chen's words. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes slightly. Fang Chen was his boss, and he believed in him unconditionally. Buzz. Fang Chen took out the heaven-seizing fruit. The green fruit exuded a tempting fragrance. The onlookers outside the healing area were also amazed. Is that the heaven-seizing fruit? As expected of the leader. He just came back and he already got the heaven-seizing fruit. I heard that the heaven-seizing fruit is almost extinct. It's very difficult to get, everyone was talking about it, and their hearts were full of shock. Star and Moon, dressed in purple robes, looked at the tall figure of her husband with a happy smile on her white cheeks. Fang Shi, Fang Yun, and Fang Han were also full of smiles. The 10 palace masters trusted Fang Chen even more. There was nothing that he couldn't do. Qing Ho and the barbarian looked at each other and then took back the 9 emperor granules. Fortunately, this guy came back. Otherwise, the emperor granules wouldn't have lasted much longer. Why? Feeling sorry for the emperor granules? The barbarian asked. Qing Ho shook his head. The old faker was Fang Chen's brother, so was he. For his brother, what was a mere emperor granules? Boss, we'll protect you. Little Mouse and the others stood at different positions to protect the old faker and prevent any accident. On the Saint Island, the 10 palace masters also activated the clan protection array. They were afraid that the ancestors of the Gu clan in the Godfall battlefield would secretly come back and cause trouble. Buzz. Fang Chen placed the heaven-seizing fruit in front of the old faker's chest. Wisps of green aura escaped and formed a line. Under Fang Chen's control, it went into the old faker's mouth. Chapter 39:16. In fact, it was very easy for Fang Chen to send the power of the heaven-seizing fruit into the old faker's body. But because it involved the old faker's life, even if Fang Chen had a card up his sleeve, he did not do it perfunctorily. Instead, he controlled the fruit seriously. Under his control, Energy constantly escaped from the green heaven-seizing fruit. The green energy condensed into a thin line and drilled into the old faker's body through his mouth. When the energy entered the old faker's body, the scars caused by the rune brand in the latter's body were also rapidly healing. Everyone could clearly see that the old faker's complexion was also improving. Sure enough, everyone was amazed. No wonder it was the legendary heaven-seizing fruit. It had such a powerful effect. Of course, there were also some people who thought that all the credit belonged to Fang Chen, the leader of the human clan. After all, without the leader, it would be difficult to get the heaven-seizing fruit from the Azure Sea boundary, let alone bring it back to cure the old faker. Among them, Fang Han and Fang Yun were the most excited. Since the old faker exchanged his life for theirs and forcibly refined the rune brand in their bodies, their hearts were full of guilt. They had been hoping for a miracle to appear and that the old faker could be cured. Now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Uncle Old Faker is fine. Fang Yun smiled. Fang Han beside him was also full of smiles. This situation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. When the 4th day came, the energy in the heaven-seizing fruit was completely exhausted. With a crack, the green heaven-seizing fruit directly shattered and turned into powder. At this time, the old faker's scars had all healed. Even after absorbing the power of the heaven-seizing fruit, his spirit was much better. Clatter! The old faker suddenly opened his eyes. His injuries were all healed and his vitality had also been restored. He looked like a new person. Ha ha! The old faker laughed. It felt very special to walk through the gates of hell. He cupped his fists and thanked his boss. Boss, you saved my life again. After fighting alongside boss for so many years, it couldn't remember how many times boss had saved it. It was quite touched. Fang Chen gently patted the old faker's shoulder and said with a smile, "In order to save Yun and Han you exchanged your life for theirs. I should be the one who should thank you." The old faker waved his hand and resumed his usual carefree attitude. He grinned and said, "Boss, I'm willing to do it." Fang Yun and Fang Han ran over. "Uncle, thank you for saving our lives." The old faker looked at the two of them and felt very gratified. "Old faker, you're sure to have good fortune after surviving this disaster," Little Mouse teased. Even the queen ant, who had always been cold, could not help but say, "Maybe we'll run into a mother tree after we get out of here." Hearing this, the old faker's face flushed instantly and he lowered his head. Xiaohai and Pangolin roared with laughter. During the time when the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain were traveling in the chaos, they had been making fun of the old faker with this matter. In front of the brothers, the old faker was thick-skinned, but in front of so many people on the Holy Island, the old faker was a little shy. "You guys are not serious," the old faker said. "Why would a decent person want to form the 5 tyrants of Mount Qiong with you?" the little mouse said. In the beginning, in order to catch up with boss, the 5 brothers cultivated desperately and occupied the mountain, thus forming the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain. Unexpectedly, the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain were now famous in the primitive chaos. "Well, you just recovered and need to rest," Fang Chen said. Little Mouse and the others also stopped fooling around. In front of serious business, they were very self-disciplined. Soon after, the sanatorium was empty. The old faker was taken to recuperate by Little Mouse and the others, while the pure-blooded beast cub said goodbye to Fang Chen and returned to the demon clan. It had absorbed the power of the ancient fierce beast 8-clawed fire glass and integrated it with the blood of the native clan. This process was very long, so it needed to cultivate in seclusion. "Boss, when I come out of seclusion next time, I will fight side by side with you." The pure-blooded beast cub was holding its breath this time. It must completely integrate the blood of the ancient fierce beast with the blood of the native clan and become the most powerful demon beast after the 10 ancient fierce beasts. The 10 palace masters each had their own duties. They separately reported some of the current situation in the primitive chaos to Fang Chen. In general, the human clan had absolute control over the Holy Island. Moreover, after the incident of the Gu clan, the 10 palace masters had sent the experts of the Holy Island to the various chaotic voids to search for the remaining members of the Gu clan. Once they were found, they would be killed on the spot. So far, the effect was very good. The remaining members of the Gu clan were all killed, and the primitive chaos returned to normal. Everything was under control. After that, Fang Chen let the 10 palace masters busy themselves with other things, while he accompanied his wife and children. "Let's go. I will take you to play and let father and mother talk alone," Fang Shi said to his 2 younger brothers. "We haven't seen father for a long time. We miss him very much," Fang Yun said. Fang Han also echoed. However, Fang Shi showed the demeanor of a big sister and forcibly dragged her 2 younger brothers out of the courtyard. "You 2 idiots!" Fang Shi couldn't help but say. Seeing that their sister was angry, Fang Yun and Fang Han didn't dare to say anything. After the 3 siblings left, Star and Moon leaned her head against Fang Chen's chest. She had a happy smile on her face. Her fingers gently slid across her husband's chest, feeling the warmth of his breath. "Brother Chen, have you been well these days?" Star and Moon asked softly. Fang Chen said, "I don't feel well without you by my side." Star and Moon looked up, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she looked at Fang Chen. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Brother Chen. I dragged you down." In fact, Star and Moon also wanted to go to the Origin Realm with Fang Chen, but she was stopped by the Grand Monarch. The mission Fang Chen carried out was extremely important to the Chaos Realm. Star and Moon's strength was too weak. If she went, she would only be a burden to Fang Chen. Therefore, Star and Moon forced herself to remain calm. Alone, she guarded the ancient Chaos Realm, waiting for the return of her beloved. Why are you crying?" Seeing the tears in the corners of Star and Moon's eyes, Fang Chen hurriedly wiped them away. He said, "It's such a beautiful day. Shouldn't we?" As he spoke, Fang Chen picked up Star and Moon and walked towards the pavilion. Star and Moon, who was in his arms, instantly understood her husband's intention. Her face turned crimson as if blood was about to drip out. Her long black hair covered her face as she hid in her husband's arms. The night was silent. The next day, when Star and Moon woke up, she found that Fang Chen was no longer by her side. Just as she was feeling puzzled, she suddenly heard a conversation in the courtyard. "Bloodline King, thank you." Fang Chen was sitting on a stone bench, and the Bloodline King was sitting opposite him. The latter had successfully killed the old ancestor of the Gu family. He had learned from the great sage that Fang Chen had returned, so he had come to see him. "There's no need to be so polite." The Bloodline King grinned. Fang Chen's perfect bloodline was also indirectly inherited from him. Strictly speaking, the 2 of them should be of the same bloodline. However, the Bloodline King also knew that Fang Chen would be the future king of the Chaos Realm. And he was just one of the Grand Monarch's followers. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 39-17. In the courtyard, Fang Chen and the Bloodline King were sitting on a stone bench, chatting while sipping tea. There's something fishy about this matter. After a long while, the smile on the Bloodline King's face gradually froze as he voiced his guess. "I suspect that there are other forces secretly supporting the Gu family. Otherwise, the Gu family alone wouldn't be able to stir up so much wave." Of course, the most important thing was that although the Gu family had some ancestors in the God's Fall battlefield, their overall strength couldn't be compared to those top forces. With Fang Chen's status in the chaotic realm, they had to consider whether they had the strength to take revenge. "I've killed the ancestor of the Gu family who waged war against the human race, but I found some intriguing clues in the process of hunting him down," the Bloodline King said. Fang Chen was very calm. He had thought of this long ago. "Which force is supporting the Gu family?" he asked. He wanted to see what force dared to support the Gu family and attack the ancient Chaos Realm. He had risked his life to enter the origin world, shouldering the heavy responsibility of saving the people of the chaotic realm, but they had stabbed him in the back. This matter couldn't be let go. I don't know for the time being. The Bloodline King shook his head. He had followed the Supreme Sovereign to cultivate and knew the forces of the chaotic realm like the back of his hand. After that incident, he immediately used his power to investigate the top forces, but in the end, he didn't find anything unusual. Perhaps it's a force from the Chaos battlefield. Of course, there's another possibility, and that is the devouring demon clan who sneaked into our chaotic realm from the Chaos battlefield. They're secretly stirring up trouble. The Bloodline King told Fang Chen his guess. The latter pondered for a moment, then said, "Thank you for your hard work." There was no point in guessing who was supporting the Gu family from behind. Since Fang Chen had returned, he would definitely investigate this matter to the bottom of the truth. Moreover, the Supreme Sovereign had told him to return to the origin world through the reincarnation road after dealing with the matters here. The Bloodline King nodded. "If there's anything, just let me know." With that, he left the ancient Chaos realm and went to the end of the reincarnation road to continue cultivating with the Supreme Sovereign. Brother Chen. Star and Moon had already put on her clothes and tidied herself up. When she saw Bloodline Monarch leave, she immediately walked out and sat beside her husband. Seeing that Fang Chen's face was gradually becoming serious, Star and Moon's fair little hands gently stroked her husband's face and said softly, "Brother Chen, what happened?" It's fine." Fang Chen squeezed out a smile and said. The primordial chaos returned to normal. Everything was peaceful. The various chaos zones and the human race had also sent experts in to search for traces of the Gu family. Saint Island. On this day, the Saint Island ushered in the decennial battle of geniuses. The Fire Dome Palace Lord's fiery red hair fluttered in the wind. He had personally sought out Fang Chen, hoping that the great leader could attend and witness the rise of the younger generation. "Alright, no problem." Fang Chen followed the Fire Dome Palace Master to the square and sat at the highest position. The 10 Palace Masters were seated below him. Boom! There was an uproar in the square. Everyone stared at the human race leader sitting at the highest position. "The great leader is here too. Oh my God, is the great leader so young? I must perform well in front of the great leader. Maybe the great leader will think highly of me and accept me as his disciple?" Fang Chen's appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere in the square. All the younger generation were rubbing their hands together, eager to perform well in front of Fang Chen. "Everyone, the great leader will personally oversee this year's battle of geniuses. I hope that you will perform well. If you perform well, the great leader may accept you as his disciple." The Fire Dome Palace Lord's words pushed the atmosphere to the peak. "The competition will now begin," Void Ancestor announced on the spot. One by one, the outstanding disciples jumped onto the martial arts stage and began to fight. Fang Chen watched the battles with interest. Behind him, the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain suddenly appeared. The old faker's injuries had already healed. "Boss, what do you think of this person?" Little Mouse's eyes lit up as he watched the battle on the martial arts stage. "Not bad." Fang Chen nodded. In the battle on the martial arts stage, one person was wearing a gray shirt while the other was wearing a blue shirt. The battle between the two was very intense. Most people thought that the man in gray shirt had the upper hand. However, Fang Chen thought that the man in blue shirt would be the final winner. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain also saw this point. Most importantly, the man in blue shirt cultivated the beast god Dao, which was quite similar to Little Mouse and the others. "What's wrong? You want to accept me as your disciple?" Fang Chen asked with a smile. "Let's observe first," the Ant Emperor said. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain were a group. If they wanted to accept a disciple, the 5 of them would do it together. In the entire primordial chaos, there were very few people who were qualified to become their disciples. Although the man in blue shirt mainly cultivated the beast god Tao, he still needed to be tested. Boom! Just when everyone thought that the gray-clothed man was about to end the battle, the blue-clothed man could no longer hold back. He looked up to the sky and let out an angry roar. Immediately after, he slammed both of his palms out. Like a giant beast, he slammed the gray-clothed man down from the martial arts stage. Crack! The man in gray shirt's arms were broken and he lost the ability to fight. I admit defeat. The man in gray shirt admitted defeat unwillingly. Luo Xiao wins. The ancestor of the void announced. The man in blue shirt, Luo Xiao, looked very calm as if everything was under his control. Next battle, time passed bit by bit. One battle after another went on in an orderly manner. Luo Xiao defeated 3 opponents in a row in a domineering manner. Finally, he was recognized by the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain. He hid his strength. Lil Hai said. That's right. With his true strength, he can at least be in the top 3. Pangolin nodded. Little Mouse and the Ant Emperor looked at each other. The old faker smiled and was ready to accept a disciple, but Fong Chen stopped him. Don't worry. It won't be too late to announce it after the battle. Fong Chen continued to watch the battle. His attention was attracted by a woman in a black veil. Her bloodline? Fong Chen could clearly feel that the bloodline of the black-veiled woman had triggered the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. White tiger bloodline. Fong Chen was stunned. He didn't expect someone in the primordial chaos to obtain the ancient divine beast bloodline. He squinted and looked at the woman in black veil carefully. What's her name? He asked. Fire Dome Palace Master replied. She's the best of the younger generation on the Saint Island, Qin Yu. Chapter 39:18. Qin Yu's performance was exceptional, but no one was optimistic that she could defeat Luo Xiao. Even the 10 palace masters expressed that Luo Xiao had unlimited potential. Although Qin Yu is strong, it's also because he has cultivated for a long time. Luo Xiao is different. His physical body is extremely strong. If he continues to cultivate, he will definitely become one of the strongest in this generation. The Fire Dome Palace Master said. He had a bad temper and was good at the power of fire. He thought highly of Luo Xiao. That's right. Luo Xiao seems to have great attainments in the Tao of the Void. Void Ancestor said. Everyone was shocked. They knew that Void Ancestor wanted to take Luo Xiao as his disciple. Fong Chen did not speak from beginning to end. His eyes were fixed on Qin Yu. Others did not know, but he knew. He saw through all of Qin Yu's secrets. She had the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, White Tiger, but it had not fully awakened. Once it was fully awakened, she would become a battle maniac. After all, it was the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, White Tiger. It was very powerful, second only to the perfect bloodline. Boom! Qin Yu used softness to defeat strength. She sent her opponent flying with a tricky palm strike and won. Qin Yu wins, Void Ancestor announced. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, many of the younger generation on the Saint Island tried their best to win the attention of the human race's upper echelons. As time passed, more and more warriors were eliminated. In the end, only 10 people were left. The 10 people on the martial arts stage were undoubtedly the strongest of the younger generation. They were all geniuses who had hopes of stepping into the Emperor realm or even the Saint realm. Alright, this genius battle is over, Void Ancestor said. During the competition, there were some human race experts who took a liking to a particular warrior and came forward to take him as a disciple. However, no one dared to fight for the last 10 people. This was because they were facing the human race's leader and the 10 palace masters. Only after they had chosen would the others have the right to choose. The 10 disciples, led by Luo Xiao, were overjoyed. If they were chosen by the leader, they would be able to soar in the future. The leader will definitely choose me. Luo Xiao clenched his fists tightly as he exclaimed in his heart. The other disciples also stared at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Lord Leader, do you have any disciples that you like? Fire Dome Palace Master asked. Before Fang Chen could say anything, the little mouse couldn't help but ask, Luo Xiao, are you willing to become a disciple of the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain wanted to take Luo Xiao as their disciple? What was going on? Could it be that the leader doesn't like Luo Xiao? At the thought of this, the faces of the other disciples dimmed, their hearts filled with disappointment. Luo Xiao was struggling inwardly. In truth, he wanted to become a disciple of the Chancellor, but from the Chancellor's expression, he seemed very calm. Furthermore, he knew that the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain were the Chancellor's sworn brothers. If they wanted to take him as a disciple, there was no way the Chancellor would try to snatch him away. In that case, Luo Xiao immediately knelt on both knees, cupped his fists and said, Luo Xiao pays respect to the 5 masters. Ha ha, good. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain were very happy. Luo Xiao's cultivation system was very similar to theirs, and they liked this disciple very much. Luo Xiao, we know that you want to become a disciple of our leader, but I want to tell you that everyone has to find a cultivation system that suits them, and not blindly pursue the strongest cultivation system. The Ant Emperor said, the 5 of us can teach you from 5 different directions, and we guarantee that you will become a peerless expert. The 5 of them surrounded Luo Xiao happily. In response, Fang Chen grinned, then pointed at the only female disciple, Qin Yu, and said, Qin Yu, are you willing to become a disciple of mine? Qin Yu was stunned and her mouth was wide open. She seemed to be shocked that the Chancellor would choose her as a disciple. What? The Chancellor chose Qin Yu? What kind of joke is this? Which aspect of Qin Yu's strength is stronger than us? She's just a little prettier. I'm not willing to accept this. The other disciples were very unsettled, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, this was the Chancellor's decision, and they didn't dare to say anything. Qin Yu, are you not willing? Ancestor Nihility asked. He was a little depressed. He wanted to take Luo Xiao as a disciple, but he didn't expect the 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain to beat him to it. He naturally couldn't say anything. Now that the Chancellor had chosen Qin Yu as a disciple, didn't that mean that everyone was wrong, and Qin Yu was the one with the strongest potential? Qin Yu came back to her senses and hurriedly bowed, Disciple greets Master. Fang Chen waved his hand and lifted Qin Yu's body, then called Tian Xian and Kong Jiu over, saying, From today onwards, you're the 3rd disciple under me, Fang Chen. This is your eldest senior brother, Tian Xian, and your 2nd senior brother, Kong Jiu. Qin Yu greets the 2 senior brothers. Qin Yu turned and bowed to Tian Xian and Kong Jiu. Ha ha, that's great, we finally have a junior sister, Kong Jiu said with a smile. Tian Xian didn't say anything, maintaining the demeanor of a senior brother. Junior sister Qin, if there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me directly. Kong Jiu pulled Qin Yu's arm and said. Qin Yu nodded, and she was very excited. Alright, you guys can continue. Fang Chen got up and left the square with his 3 disciples. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain had already left with Luo Xiao. After the leader left, the 10 palace masters hastily chose a few disciples, and this year's genius battle officially came to an end. Some people were happy and some people were regretful. More people couldn't understand, what qualifications did Qin Yu have to be called the leader's disciple. No matter how angry the younger generation of the Saint Island was, Fang Chen's courtyard was unusually quiet. He waved his hand, and the surrounding void was immediately sealed. Tian Xian and Kong Jiu stood beside him, while the black-veiled Qin Yu knelt on the ground, holding a cup of tea with both hands, and offered it to her master. Master, have some tea, Qin Yu said. Fang Chen took the teacup, took a sip, and said, Although you're my disciple, you can't be arrogant. You still have to work hard on your cultivation. Cultivation was the foundation. Only by becoming stronger could one go further. Disciple will remember master's teachings. Qin Yu said. 1. Fang Chen moved his mind, and an imperceptible force drilled into Qin Yu's body, sealing the white tiger bloodline hidden in her blood. Your bloodline contains a very strong power. If there's a day when my seal can't stop this power, come to me, and I will help you. Although she didn't understand why her master was doing this, Qin Yu still nodded repeatedly. All right, I will personally teach you in the next period of time. Go and rest first. Chapter 39:19. Fang Chen couldn't stay in the chaotic realm for a long time since he hadn't completed the mission yet. After all, once the demon-devouring demon patriarch came out of seclusion, the entire chaotic realm would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Therefore, no matter what, he had to pursue the legendary supremacy realm. However, the supremacy didn't rush him back. Instead, he asked him to deal with the matters here first. After all, if he had any concerns in his heart, it would affect the progress of the mission. Primordial chaos. Since Fang Chen's return, it had been very lively. The major primordial chaos void had also been celebrating. However, he had disappeared after taking in Qin Yu as his third disciple. North Sea. Monstrous waves rolled up countless waves, but not a drop of water approached Fang Chen. He had also brought Qin Yu here. Master, why did you bring me here? Qin Yu, who was wearing a black veil, asked curiously. Her hair was tied up in 2 braids, and she revealed her cute teeth. With her strength, it was impossible for her to resist the terrible seal here. However, standing beside her master, she didn't feel afraid. Fang Chen didn't respond to her. Instead, he walked to the front of the altar. Once, when Fang Chen was weak, he had come here. At that time, he didn't know who was worshipping on the altar. It wasn't until later that he found out. It turned out that the altar was worshipping Supremacy Fujian, who had created the primordial chaos. Supremacy Fujian. Fang Chen bowed slightly and cupped his fist. Buzz. The copper bowl floated out of his bosom and quickly landed on the altar. Suddenly, the altar shook, and the surrounding offerings all fell off. A rumbling sound was heard, and a shocking power from the depths of the soul instantly swept across the entire North Sea. Just when Qin Yu felt uncomfortable, Fang Chen flicked his sleeve, and a ray of light shrouded her. She calmed down instantly. How strong is Master? Qin Yu didn't know how strong her master was, but she thought that her master was the strongest person in the world, standing at the top of the universe. Since childhood, Qin Yu had heard countless legends about the leader of the human race. She didn't expect that one day, she would become the disciple of the leader of the human race. She was very excited, but she was also more determined to cultivate hard and not embarrass her master. Rumble. The altar shook and swallowed all the offerings that fell off. Then, a faint aura slowly condensed into an illusory giant face. Hee, you've finally come after so many years of waiting. Needless to say, it was Supremacy Fujian's will. Supremacy Senior, are you still alive? Fang Chen couldn't help but tremble when he saw Fujian. Fujian was a true supreme, a peerless war god who stood at the peak of the primal chaos. Even though it was Supremacy Supremacy T. Supreme Fujian didn't answer Fang Chen's question. Instead, he stared intently at Fang Chen. After a long while, he sighed. You did not succeed. Supremacy 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 Supremacy. Supremacy Supremacy Supremacy. Fang Chen had a lot of questions, and wanted to ask them, but the face began to tremble, as if on the verge of collapsing. Paragon Fujian didn't answer any of his questions. Before the face faded away, he said something. If I can reach the Supremacy 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 someday, we might meet again. Splash. Then, the giant face completely disappeared. The black altar also crumbled and turned into ruins, disappearing in the river of time. Fang Chen was extremely unsettled. He reached out and touched the water in front of him. He couldn't recover for a long time. That's... Qin Yu was stunned. She had cultivated for so many years, but she had never seen someone with such a powerful aura. Who is that? It's just an illusory figure. How can it make me feel like death is coming? She knew that if it wasn't for her master's protection, she would have been killed by the aura. Master. Qin Yu called out softly when she saw that her master seemed sad. Splash. The water flowed. Fang Chen turned around and looked at Qin Yu. Did you feel the aura just now? Qin Yu nodded. Fang Chen continued to ask, when you felt the aura, did your body change? Qin Yu recalled carefully. When the aura descended, although she was terrified, she also observed the changes in her body, especially in the depths of her bloodline. It seemed that there was a different kind of power that wanted to break through the shackles of her bloodline. What is that? Qin Yu asked herself. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, Fang Chen knew everything. He said, I brought you here to let you feel the aura of that supremacy. There's a huge amount of energy hidden in your bloodline, but you can't control it at this stage. So, I'm going to let you endure the baptism of the waves in the North Sea to temper your body. I'll listen to Master's arrangement, Qin Yu said. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then flicked his finger. With Qin Yu at the center, a 10-meter-wide space appeared. The gravity of this space will change as your strength increases. If there comes a day when you can completely withstand the gravity of this space and walk out of the North Sea with your own strength, then I will release the seal on your bloodline and teach you the ultimate Tao. Thank you, Master. I will definitely work hard in my cultivation, Qin Yu said. This was an opportunity and she had to seize it. After making arrangements for Qin Yu, Fang Chen left the North Sea impasse. In fact, he had thought about leaving Qin Yu here for a long time. In the end, he decided to use the remaining aura of the Supreme Being in the Northern Sea to temper Qin Yu's body, allowing her physical body to grow quickly to adapt to the White Tiger bloodline that would completely awaken in the future. Of course, this process would definitely take a long time. Fang Chen was in no hurry. He would soon leave the Chaos Realm and return to the Origin Realm. During this period, the primordial chaos was absolutely safe. No one could disturb her cultivation. Fang Chen gave Qin Yu a cultivation space that ordinary people would not even dare to dream of. She would have to rely on herself for everything that followed. The sacred island gradually calmed down. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain had just accepted a disciple and could not wait to train Luo Xiao. As for the pure-blooded beast cubs, after absorbing the remaining power of the ancient fierce beast, the 8-clawed fireglass, they had hurriedly returned to the monster race and merged with their own bloodline. The entire primordial chaos was calm. Fang Chen had set up several defensive formations, turning the primordial chaos into an impenetrable fortress. Even a saint would not be able to barge in. After doing all this, he threw away all distracting thoughts and focused on accompanying his wife and children. During this period, he enjoyed and was very happy. However, time was always very short. After about half a year of leisure, the Supreme Being finally sent a message to him, asking him to go to the end of the reincarnation road. He knew that it was another time to say goodbye. It was just that he didn't know when the next time they would meet again. Perhaps in the near future, perhaps they would never meet again. Chapter 39:20. Fang Chen valued his third disciple, Qin Yu. After all, she had the bloodline of the White Tiger. Once she cultivated to a certain level, she would be able to completely awaken the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, White Tiger. At that time, her combat strength would soar to a terrifying level. Of course, what Fang Chen really valued was not the increase in combat strength, but the increase in the upper limit. In cultivation, potential determined everything. Some people's potential was too low, and they might not be able to step into the Emperor realm in their lifetime. Some people had monstrous potential. As long as they cultivated for enough time, they could naturally break through the bottleneck and reach a realm that ordinary people could not reach. This was the most important thing in cultivation. Qin Yu, who had the bloodline of the ancient divine beast White Tiger, had a potential that was not weaker than anyone in the Chaos realm. It was only a matter of time before she stepped into the 9th rank Saint realm. Fang Chen even thought that Qin Yu had a chance to reach the Chaotic Supreme realm in the future. Of course, the premise was that she could step into the Chaotic Supreme realm first and save the Chaos realm. After making arrangements for Qin Yu, Fang Chen bid farewell to his wife and daughter and set off for the God's Fall battlefield. The great sage was already urging him, but when he set foot on the God's Fall battlefield, a trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Back then, he was soft-hearted and let the Gu clan go. He did not expect that they would dare to attack the ancient Chaos realm when he was not around. If he had not returned in time, the old faker's life would have been in danger. Any enemy who threatened his family and brothers could not be forgiven. Previously, the Bloodline King had talked to him and said that he had killed the Gu clan ancestor, but he did not know if there were other Gu clan survivors in the God's Fall battlefield. Buzz. Fang Chen moved his mind and a picture appeared in his mind. There were some pictures on it. There was a red dot on each picture. This was the hiding place of the Gu clan survivors, which was sent by the great sage. In the land of winter, an old man, holding a walking stick, sat in the snow and panted like a beggar, basking in the sun. Although snowflakes covered the ground and the temperature was extremely low, the old man was not affected. His messy hair covered his face. There was a small town here called Cold Winter Town. The people in the town were all cultivators. Occasionally, there would be some young people or poor old people who would bring him food. However, the old man basically ignored them. "Uncle, I brought you something to eat." On this day, a young man in his teens carried some food and placed it beside the old man. The latter remained unmoved. The young man shook his head and prepared to leave. He was already used to this strange old man. However, at this moment, the old man who had been standing motionless suddenly trembled slightly. Following that, the young man felt the world spinning around him. It was as if his head was about to explode. He held his head with both hands and let out a miserable cry. Voila! In the next moment, a sword light seemed to cut through the sky and shot toward them. Poochie! The old man's eyes widened as he stared at the void. He couldn't believe that he had been discovered even after hiding in such a remote place. No! He fell to the ground in pain and lost his vitality. The world returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The pain in the young man's head gradually disappeared. He slowly stood up, shook his head, and looked around in horror. What happened just now? The young man was puzzled. The moment he turned his head, he was completely stunned. The old man who had been standing motionless had fallen into a pool of blood and had lost his vitality. Upon closer inspection, his chest had been pierced by a sharp weapon. "Father!" The young man panicked and cried out loudly. Soon, the experts in the town arrived one after another. What happened? Many people were puzzled and gathered around. The young man's father also quickly walked over. He was an expert of the Yin-Yang origin realm. The moment he saw the wound, his face turned completely serious. This person was killed by a Saint Realm expert's sword chi from hundreds of millions of miles away, the young man's father said. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. How could this be? The young man's heart trembled. A Saint Realm expert could take the enemy's head from hundreds of millions of miles away? Wasn't this too powerful? Their town had never had such a peerless expert. Let's go. Don't get involved in the affairs of the big shot. The young man's father waved his hand and completely isolated the old man's corpse from their town. Then he led the people in the town away. Hundreds of millions of miles away, Fang Chen pointed his finger in another direction. Boom! The dazzling sword light contained the ultimate power. It pierced through the sky and took the enemy's head from hundreds of millions of miles away. One by one, the remaining members of the Gu family died at the hands of Feng Chen. Only when the last person died did Feng Chen set off for the end of the reincarnation road. However, he didn't know that his action of killing the enemy from a distance had caused a great commotion. Of course, this was a story for later. The Gu family would never have dreamed that the entire family, from top to bottom, would be wiped out because of a single person's wrong decision. In fact, they had the opportunity to befriend Feng Chen at that time, but they didn't cherish it. At the end of the reincarnation road, Feng Chen was already very familiar with the reincarnation road of the Chaos Realm. He arrived at the end of the reincarnation road with ease. At a glance, he saw the statue of the great sovereign sitting cross-legged. Beside him, the bloodline monarch was still cultivating. Behind him, the boundless bitter sea was very calm. Great sovereign. Feng Chen cupped his fists and bowed to the great sovereign. Finished? Asked the great sovereign. Feng Chen nodded. He had set up layers of formations in the ancient Chaos Realm, making it impregnable. He had also killed the remaining members of the Gu family. Many of the top forces in the Chaos Realm must have guessed that it would serve as a deterrent to a certain extent. In addition, with the great sovereign in charge, there were no worries. Because you came back from the origin world's reincarnation road, this time, you have to go back the same way, said the great sovereign. The great sovereign didn't know what would happen if he went back the same way, because it involved the Jialua clan. It was very mysterious, and the great sovereign wasn't completely sure. I know, said Feng Chen. Since you're ready, let's begin. With that, the great sovereign flicked his finger, and a ray of light pierced through the ghost town, bringing Feng Chen in. He could vaguely feel that the ghost town was filled with the aura of reincarnation. Feng Chen saw the entrance, but he could feel that it should have been sealed before, and was listed as a taboo. Because of his recklessness, the seal broke, and the reincarnation road was reopened. Whoosh! After taking a deep breath and adjusting his state, Feng Chen took a step forward, stepped into the crack of the reincarnation road, and disappeared. Chapter 39:21. Since ancient times, as long as it was related to reincarnation, it was taboo and no one dared to talk about it. But now, Feng Chen wanted to explore the secrets of reincarnation. He had reincarnated and entered the origin world in the most extreme way. He had temporarily obtained the recognition of the origin world's heavenly Tao and would not be rejected. During this time, he had thought of all ways to improve his strength, transform his perfect bloodline, and find a way to step into the supremacy realm. However, he had encountered a great danger in the cliff of death. He had even encountered the Jialua clan who guarded the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, he had never expected that his unintentional action would actually step onto the forbidden path. By chance, he had returned to the chaotic realm. During this time, he had been dealing with the matters of the chaotic realm. After settling his family, he returned again. Feng Chen plunged into the crack of the reincarnation road in the ghost city. The next moment, he felt the world spinning and he lost consciousness. His primordial spirit floated in the dark void for an unknown period of time. Suddenly it shook. Dong! The world seemed to tremble as an ancient and heavy power swept over. Feng Chen woke up leisurely. He found that he was still surrounded by the dark void. He sensed it seriously and was extremely shocked, because he was still on the reincarnation road. His surroundings were filled with the rich power of reincarnation. This was something that only existed on the reincarnation road. How can this be? Feng Chen exclaimed. His eyes widened as he quickly looked around. There was no end to the dark void. There was not even any life. What is this place? He vaguely thought of a legend. It was said that the reincarnation road was a very strange road. Different people would have different results on the same road. Some people could smoothly pass through the reincarnation road and be reborn. There were also some people who were clearly following the others, but as they walked into the unknown. Could it be? Fang Chen took a deep breath. His expression was extremely solemn. He did not dare to imagine getting lost on the reincarnation road. He was a little anxious. How could he leave the dark void and return to the right path? However, it was easier said than done to achieve this. The origin world. The core area of the Death Cliff. The Jialua clan's encampment. Elder Jiayuan had once told Jiajiu that the Jialua clan was facing a calamity. If they didn't deal with it properly, they would be in danger of being wiped out. Therefore, Elder Jiayuan ordered Jiajiu to guard the path of reincarnation and not let any living beings near it. However, not long ago, Jiajiu discovered that there was an abnormality in the reincarnation road. When he rushed over, only Princess Huang was there. Fang Chen had long since disappeared. After asking around, Jiajiu learned that Fang Chen had entered the forbidden path. Jiajiu was worried, and he reported this to Elder Jiayuan. The latter fell into silence, then shook his head and left. Today. In the courtyard, Princess Huang sat there motionlessly. Her mind was filled with the image of Fang Chen, and she couldn't get rid of it. I believe that you will definitely return, Princess Huang said softly. Thud, thud, thud. Jiajiu knocked on the door and entered. When he saw the confused Princess Huang, he felt a little guilty and said, I've asked Elder Jiayuan. That forbidden path was forcefully cut off by our ancestors. It's said that the other end is connected to a terrifying world. That's right. The reincarnation road had been forcefully severed by the ancestors of the Jialua clan in ancient times using heaven-defying method. Then, they set up a seal and made it a forbidden road. No one from the Jialua clan was allowed to approach it. However, they didn't expect that Fang Chen would actually step into it. Hearing Jiajiu's words, Princess Huang shook her head. Even if there's no chance of survival, I will wait for him to return. It was useless. First of all, the forbidden path itself was very dangerous. Because it was a broken path of reincarnation, once one got lost, they would be banished to the dark void until death. Even if one was lucky enough to pass through the forbidden path and head to another world, only death would await them. After all, the Jialua clan's ancestors had taught them important information. The other end of the interrupted forbidden path was very likely to be connected to a terrifying world. In the Jialua clan, the forbidden path was avoided by everyone. Jiajiu also wanted to save Fang Chen, but he was powerless. During this period of time, the Death Cliff is not peaceful. A large number of outsiders have barged in and fought with the Demon Clan. The Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon seems to be about to appear, Jiajiu said. Once the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon appeared, the core area would definitely encounter a huge storm. Even the Jialua clan might be forced to participate in the war. So, don't go out during this period of time, Jiajiu said. When Jiajiu first saw Princess Huang, he knew her identity and sensed the primordial bloodline hidden in her bloodline. Although the two peak races didn't interfere with each other and didn't interact with each other. However, at the very least, they were a race that was on par with the Jialua race. Princess Huang was still treated with respect in the Jialua race's encampment. Boom! Suddenly, the deafening sound of battle came from outside the encampment. Jiajiu's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly rushed out, but he soon returned. Has the ghost weapon appeared? Princess Huang stood up and asked. She and Fang Chen came to the Death Cliff with a clear mission. That was to snatch the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon and prevent it from falling into the hands of evil people. No. Jiajiu shook his head. Although the ghost artifact hasn't been born yet, it shook a little and the 9 fragments broke out of the ground. That's the sign of its birth. Now, the flames of war are raging outside. The outsiders and the Demon Clan are completely at war. They're fighting over the 9 fragments. Obtaining the fragments meant that they had the opportunity to snatch the ghost weapon. What's so special about the ghost weapon? Princess Huang frowned. Obviously, with the Ghost Emperor's status, it was not enough to attract so many ancient experts to take action. All of this should be caused by the ghost weapon. Her intuition told her that the ghost weapon should be related to a huge secret. The ghost weapon might be related to the secret of the Supreme Being realm. Jiajiu said. What? Princess Huang exclaimed. The ghost weapon was related to the secret of the Supreme Being realm? No wonder so many people were risking their lives to snatch the ghost artifact. If that was the case, then all the more he couldn't let them succeed. I want to go out. Princess Huang made a prompt decision and prepared to leave the Jialua clan's encampment. She wanted to snatch the fragments and seize the opportunity. Jiajiu stretched out his hand and stopped Princess Huang. The battle outside is very fierce. Even our Jialua clan does not want to get involved. You are too weak. You will only be courting death if you go out. Most of the experts on the battlefield were limit sages. There were also some ancient experts. Although their cultivation realm had fallen, their comprehension of the martial Tao far exceeded that of limit sages. They were the most terrifying existences. Princess Huang was too weak. Jiajiu was not willing to let her go. I must get the ghost weapon, Princess Huang said firmly. Chapter 39-22. The vast death cliff was filled with an eerie aura. From the outside, it looked like a peaceful mountain range. What they did not know was that the inside of the death cliff had turned into a hell. Countless ancient experts had awakened. They used their powerful techniques to create a bloodbath. They massacred the outsiders and searched for rare treasures to restore their strength. There was also a group of people who had entered the core area and were frantically fighting for the 9 fragments. It was said that the 9 fragments contained information about the ghost artifact. If they could obtain the fragments, they would have the upper hand in snatching the ghost artifact. For this opportunity, countless martial artists went on a killing spree. The battle was extremely fierce. One after another, martial artists fell into a pool of blood. Even the native monster race of the Death Cliff suffered heavy casualties. Not to mention the outsiders. Ah! A maniacal laughter echoed throughout the battlefield. Suddenly, someone obtained a fragment. He was overjoyed. The 9 fragments appeared at the same time. Coincidentally, this fragment appeared beside him. The man in black grabbed it and prepared to leave. Fragment, kill him. Suddenly, the battle on the battlefield stopped. Everyone's target had become him. In the next moment, a terrifying force swarmed toward him. Countless martial artists charged madly at the black-clothed martial artist. Pucci. The man's expression changed. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. A ray of light as thick as an arm pierced through his head. The fragment fell to the ground and was snatched by a monster race member who was closest to him. The fragment belongs to my Golden Sheep tribe. This was a member of the Golden Sheep tribe. Although it was not a top tribe, it was able to survive in the core area of the Death Cliff. This person was a veteran expert of the Golden Sheep tribe. The moment he snatched the fragment, he transformed into his original form. A golden sheep the size of a small mountain appeared in front of everyone. He wanted to use his speed to tear the sky apart and escape. At the same time, he also announced the name of the Golden Sheep tribe to scare the others away. However, he had underestimated the attraction of the fragment. Not to mention the Golden Sheep tribe, even the top tribes would not be afraid if they managed to snatch the fragment. Humph. So what if you're from the Golden Sheep tribe? The fragment is mine. Some experts who were extremely confident in their own strength made their moves at lightning speed. Under such circumstances, whoever had the slightest chance would be one step closer to the fragment. Boom! A bull charged forward and used its body to ram into the Golden Sheep tribesman. Seeing this, the Golden Sheep tribe member's expression changed greatly. At the same time, he controlled his body and skillfully dodged the bull's attack. Pucci. However, because there were too many attackers, it was impossible to guard against them. Just as it stabilized its body, It felt a vast force coming from behind, instantly sending it flying. Its throat moved, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, its hooves drooped down, and blood covered its entire body. It was seriously injured, and its legs were broken, making it unable to move. No. I'm from the Golden Sheep tribe. It was still struggling. It didn't want to die. But at that moment, everyone's eyes were red with bloodlust. No one paid any attention to it. The Golden Sheep tribe's clansmen fell into a pool of blood and gradually lost their vitality. And the fragment was obtained by another demon. A new round of bloody battles began once again. This battlefield was just a small part of it. Although the core area was not big, the flames of war spread to all areas. There was no exception except for the Jialoa tribe's base, which was more hidden. At that moment, in the Jialoa tribe's base, Princess Huang wanted to snatch the fragment, but she was stopped by Jiajiu. You can't go. Jiajiu waved his hand, and a smooth mirror appeared in midair. On the mirror, several battlefields in the core area were projected. Looking at the bloody battlefield and the piles of bones, Princess Huang's delicate body trembled slightly. She opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Just 9 fragments had caused a storm of blood. What if the ghost artifact appeared? Wouldn't the world be in chaos? Look, the fragment keeps changing owners. No one can take it away. Everyone's eyes are red with bloodlust. If you go out now, you'll be courting death, Jiajiu said. Princess Huang was silent. Jiajiu continued, instead of going out to die, why don't you come with me and see if there's any way to bring back Brother Fong? That's right. Jiajiu did have this idea. He guessed that Fong Qin should have entered the dark void. The reincarnation road was broken, and the other terrifying world it was connected to had disappeared. As long as Fong Qin wasn't sucked into that terrifying world, there would be a chance to bring him out. You have a way? Speaking of Fong Qin, Princess Huang was instantly energized. She hurriedly asked. Jiajiu shook his head. He didn't know enough about the 6 paths of reincarnation. This matter needed to be reported to the main tribe by Elder Jiayuan. Elder Jiayuan has already informed the upper echelons of this matter. I believe that there will be a result soon, Jiajiu said. A trace of unconcealable sadness flashed in Princess Huang's eyes. She had been worried about Fong Qin's disappearance. That was the reincarnation road that was forcefully broken by the Jialoa tribe's ancestors. No one could be sure what was inside. If it was really as Jiajiu said, that the broken reincarnation road was still connected to that terrifying world, then Fong Qin would most likely be sucked into it. The consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, she even wanted to use the primitive tribe's methods to contact her master and see if there was any way. However, she forcibly suppressed this thought. Not to mention whether or not her master would save him, even if he wanted to save him, the Jialoa tribe might not let her master enter the reincarnation road. The primitive tribes were the top tribes born from heaven and earth. The Jialoa tribe was also a top tribe. The reincarnation road was related to the Jialoa tribe's secret. They definitely wouldn't let people from the primitive tribes enter easily. You don't have to worry. Brother Fong is blessed by the heavens. Perhaps this is an opportunity that belongs to him, Jiajiu comforted. After all, this was the only way. Fong Qin was the successor of the great sage's bloodline. He had the aura of reincarnation. Perhaps there would be an unexpected surprise if he entered the forbidden path? Rather than waiting pessimistically, it was better to take the initiative. Okay, I'll listen to you, Princess Huang said calmly. Jiajiu's face lit up. He finally calmed her down. Then he said, You can rest here. If there's anything, I'll inform you. As for the fragments, although the Jialoa tribe won't act rashly, if there's a suitable opportunity, we'll snatch them. The Jialoa tribe wanted to maintain the stability of their base and the safety of the reincarnation road. They had to deal with the hidden danger of the ghost weapon. Mastering all 9 fragments was the shortest path to success. In fact, while Jiaju was chatting with Princess Huang, Elder Jiayuan was already on the move. At this moment, he had already appeared on a battlefield. Chapter 39-23. In the dark and icy void there was no end in sight. The entire world was shrouded in darkness. There was not a single trace of light. There was not even a trace of life. In such a harsh environment, Fang Chen drifted alone. He did not know where he had come to, nor did he know where to leave. The only thing he knew was that he could not fall asleep. Once he fell asleep, it was very likely that he would be buried here forever. Is this still the path of rebirth? At this moment, he could no longer feel any power of samsara. However, he had entered the forbidden path from the end of the path of rebirth in the chaos realm. Now, he wanted to find the path back to the origin world, but he was lost in the dark void. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and stopped. He looked into the distance. It was as if he was in the sea of stars. It was all gray and he could not see anything. Fang Chen was a little impatient. He could not continue like this. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death by time. He had to find an exit. He did not want to be a sitting duck. When he thought of this, his body suddenly trembled. He immediately adjusted his state of mind and raised his mental state to its peak. Then, he began to fly in a specific direction. In the blink of an eye, he appeared thousands of kilometers away. However, he still could not find the exit. Where is the exit? Fang Chen's eyes were like torches as he constantly pondered in his mind. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. He drifted in the dark void for 100 years. One day, he, who was already used to the darkness, was suddenly blinded by a flash of light. He subconsciously reached out to block the light. In the next moment, he jumped up and straightened his body. An ecstatic smile appeared on his face. He looked into the distance and stared straight ahead. Light. Could it be that the exit was ahead? When he thought of this, Fang Chen leapt up and quickly rushed towards the flickering light. He was extremely excited. Finally, when he arrived, he saw a dark vortex. How terrifying! He could not help but tremble. The dark vortex seemed to want to devour the entire world. It emitted a strange and terrifying power. He could not help but take a few steps back. Buzz. He steadied himself and stared at the black vortex with his pitch-black eyes. His intuition told him that the dark vortex was most likely the exit. However, the ancient divine beast bloodline and the perfect bloodline in his body began to move without warning. They quickly spread to every corner of his body, and then the surface of his skin vaguely formed a layer of defense, blocking the terrifying power of the black vortex. Fang Chen also realized this. He wanted to take a step forward, but he was shocked to discover that the ultimate power in his body was surging out uncontrollably. The Yuan spirit in his mind was undergoing a drastic change. What happened? Fang Chen exclaimed, trying his best to control his ultimate power. Crack! A deafening sound came from within the black vortex. Then, a vast power swept through the heavens and earth, pressing down on Fang Chen's body. He couldn't bear this terrifying power and knelt on one knee, struggling to support himself. His primordial spirit was also struggling. So strong. Fang Chen struggled to resist the terrifying power. The black vortex spun faster and faster, and a melodious voice came from within. Endless years, the cycle of the heavenly Tao, the rise and fall of all things, the ultimate power reappears. This ancient voice seemed to follow the river of time and entered Fang Chen's ears. His mind was shaking, and the terrifying pressure on his body gradually disappeared. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and stared at the black vortex with flickering eyes. He was sure that when he approached the black vortex, he touched the restrictions of the black vortex, causing a terrifying power to sweep through the heavens and earth, almost crushing him. One must know that his physical strength was invincible in the same realm, comparable to a 10th-level Saint Realm expert. However, in the face of this terrifying power, he was powerless. Fortunately, this power didn't have any malice towards him. Otherwise, his body would have exploded. Huff. Fang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Senior, I didn't mean to offend you. I just entered this place by mistake and am looking for the exit. He cupped his fists and said to the black vortex. Silence, a deathly silence. The ancient voice didn't speak again, but Fang Chen was very vigilant. At the same time, in his mind, he pondered the meaning of the words just now. Endless years, the cycle of the heavenly Tao, the rise and fall of all things, the ultimate power reappears? Obviously, the last sentence, the reappearance of the ultimate power, should be referring to him. But, what did it have to do with the previous few sentences? Could it be was this expert waiting for the owner of the ultimate power? Thinking of this, Fang Chen exclaimed and immediately said, Senior, war in foreign lands, bones buried in foreign lands, blood washing the heavens and earth, burying the world. Suddenly, the ancient voice came from the black vortex again, but this time, the voice was obviously cold and murderous. It seemed to be telling Fang Chen that there were billions of bones buried here, and that it was an ancient battlefield. I don't understand, please enlighten me. Fang Chen asked. Sigh. After a long time, a sigh came from the black vortex. You shouldn't have come here. Fang Chen was stunned. Sure enough, there was a powerful existence in the black vortex. According to the terrifying power that was emitted before, which was able to shatter his body, Fang Chen inferred that the expert in the black vortex was most likely an expert that surpassed the 10th Order Saint realm. It was even possible that he was an 11th Order or even 12th Order Saint realm expert. However, according to what he said later, Fang Chen vaguely felt that this person's origin was not simple, and might be related to the Supreme Realm expert. You have the ultimate power and shoulder a heavy responsibility. You can't die here. The ancient voice came again. Well, since you've come here, I'll lend you a hand. As soon as the voice fell, a powerful suction force came from the black vortex, binding Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt a vast power rush into his body, as if his body was about to explode. He was in great pain, but his body was out of his control. But soon, he realized that the expert in the black vortex was helping him, because the ultimate power in his body was surging wildly, and it was about to condense. Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed and immediately cooperated, and began to condense the ultimate power with all his heart. Buzz. Soon, an ultimate power condensed. This meant that Fang Chen was getting closer and closer to the 10th Order Saint realm. However, this was not the end. The ultimate power in his body was still rapidly condensing. Chapter 39-24. For Fang Chen, what he needed was to condense the ultimate force and step into the 10th level Saint realm. Only then would he have the opportunity to break through the shackles of the heavens and earth and become a supreme sovereign. Of course, before this, he had considered whether there was another way to step into the sovereign realm. Could it be that there was only the 13th level Saint realm? However, after a series of attempts, Fang Chen had gradually calmed down. He had been trapped here for 100 years. Now that he had finally found a chance, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. The ultimate force in his body was surging wildly. The terrifying ultimate force spread throughout Fang Chen's body. There seemed to be an ancient voice coming from the dark vortex. That expert was helping Fang Chen condense the ultimate force. One after another, the ultimate force condensed in Fang Chen's body. After half a month, the number of ultimate forces in his body had reached 9. The last one. Fang Chen's eyes were blazing as he stared at the dark vortex. There was a terrifying force in the vortex that seemed to be able to devour his body at any time. His primordial spirit was also on alert. If there was anything wrong, he would immediately retreat. Condense. When everything was ready, the 10th ultimate force was slowly condensing. Unparalleled potential? A surprised voice came from the dark vortex. That expert seemed to have seen Fang Chen's potential. He was a little shocked, and even the dark vortex shook violently. Unparalleled potential was the highest evaluation for a martial artist in ancient times. There was a saying that only those with unparalleled potential could step into the sovereign realm. The meaning of this saying was simple and direct. Only those with unparalleled potential were qualified to step into the sovereign realm. Could it be the will of the heavens? In the ancient civilization era, hundreds of flowers bloomed and hundreds of schools of thought contended. In that era of experts, geniuses were born one after another. They all stepped into the sovereign realm in different ways. However, they had one thing in common, and that was their unparalleled potential. However, as time passed, the era changed and the world changed. Spiritual chi became thin, and even the cultivation system was forgotten. To the people, the sovereign realm had become an existence that they could only hope for but not seek. Due to their reverence for Utmost Exalted, they did not dare to research anything related to Utmost Exalted. This also caused the number of cultivators that had stepped into the exalted realm to become fewer and fewer. In the current age of decline, there wasn't even a single exalted. At the very least, there was none on the surface. The 13th level Saint Realm had also been forgotten by the world. If it weren't for the ancient powerhouse's explanation to Fang Chen, he wouldn't have embarked on this path. Boom, boom. The speed of condensing the 10th ultimate force was extremely slow. Fang Chen guessed that it was because it involved the 10th order true Saint Realm, hence the difficulty. Hiss hiss hiss. However, just as he felt that he was about to run out of energy, a vast amount of energy surged out from the dark vortex and entered his body, allowing him to regain his strength. Condense. Fang Chen took advantage of the situation and began to break through to the 10th order true Saint Realm. He roared and the ultimate power in his body burst out instantly. 9 ultimate powers revolved around the last half-finished product, and the power of the 9 ultimate powers forcibly condensed the last ultimate power into complete form. Dong, dong, dong. The moment the 10th ultimate force was condensed, the world changed colors. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Thick lightning bolts swooped down from the sky and bombarded Fang Chen's body. Crack! 10 streaks of ultimate power circled around his body and easily blocked the lightning attack. Heavenly tribulation? Fang Chen muttered to himself as he raised his head and looked at the dark clouds. At this time, the ancient voice sounded from the dark vortex again. 10th order true Saint Realm. Being able to step into this realm in the age of decline is enough to prove your unparalleled potential. Work hard, little guy. In the years to come, you will have to shoulder more important responsibilities. As the voice fell, the dark vortex fell into silence. As for the lightning in the sky, it gradually disappeared. The world regained its calm. The surface of Fang Chen's skin flickered with the power of thunder. He lowered his head to take a look. The 10 ultimate powers were still vivid in his eyes. It made him extremely excited. Is this the 10th order true Saint Realm? Fang Chen muttered to himself as an excited smile appeared on his face. The 10th order true Saint Realm was an existence that surpassed the 9th order true Saint Realm. He felt that his body was brimming with energy, and he could even kill a 9th order true Saint Realm expert with a single punch. I see. After stepping into the 10th order true Saint Realm, Fang Chen gained a deeper understanding of the 13th order true Saint Realm. At the same time, he was more familiar with the cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Although the 10th order true Saint Realm and the 9th order true Saint Realm were only one step apart, in reality, the difference was like heaven and earth. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the 10th order true Saint Realm was much stronger than the limit Saint Realm experts and half-step primal chaos realm experts. It could be said that the 9th order true Saint Realm was one level, and the 10th order true Saint Realm was another level. It was a level that surpassed the 9th order true Saint Realm. Only after stepping into the 10th Order True Saint realm could he feel the difference between the two levels. Hu! Fang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He carefully checked his body and found that other than his physical strength becoming stronger and having 10 ultimate forces in his body, there were no other changes. Boom! He couldn't help but punch at the dark void. Gotcha! Wherever the fist passed, mountains and seas would be overturned. The earth quaked and mountains would shake. The entire dark void seemed to be trembling. In the end, when the fist approached the dark vortex, it was sucked in and disappeared. Fang Chen's mouth fell open. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the terrifying power. Is this the legendary 10th Order True Saint realm? Fang Chen almost jumped up in shock. He had thought that he would be trapped on the reincarnation path, unable to leave. Who would have thought that by a stroke of luck, he would receive the help of an expert from the ancient civilization, condensing 10 strands of ultimate force and stepping into the 10th Order True Saint realm. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as it wasn't the ancient civilization's peak experts, he was almost invincible under the supremacy realm in the Age of Chaos. Of course, after experiencing so many ups and downs, he naturally wouldn't underestimate the enemy. If he could walk the path of the 13th Order True Saint realm, others could too. Maybe one day, he would meet another person who walked the same path as him. Therefore, he couldn't be careless. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the Chaos world. He couldn't let his guard down. Chapter 39-25. 10th Level True Saint Realm. After learning about the ancient civilization's cultivation system, Fang Chen had finally stepped into the legendary 10th Level True Saint Realm. However, this was just the beginning for him. After all, the road ahead would be even harder. However, stepping into the 10th Level True Saint Realm also meant that he had completely embarked on the ancient civilization's cultivation system. There was no turning back. Once he failed, what awaited him would be a devastating blow. Huff! Fang Chen took a deep breath and felt the power of the 10th Level True Saint Realm. At this moment, facing the heavenly tribulation, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was eager to try. Come, let me see how strong a 10th Order True Saint Realm expert is. In fact, even Fang Chen didn't know how strong the 10th Level True Saint Realm was. After all, it was his first time embarking on the ancient civilization's cultivation system. He was still in the exploration stage and didn't have a deep understanding of the 13th Level True Saint Realm. During the Age of Chaos, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was thin. The cultivation environment for human cultivators was getting worse and worse. It was difficult for a true Saint Realm cultivator to cultivate. The ancient cultivation system had long been damaged. The 13th Level True Saint Realm had been forgotten by the world. He could be considered the first cultivator to embark on the ancient civilization's cultivation system during the Age of Chaos. Boom! The sky that had returned to normal suddenly changed. Terrifying lightning energy swooped down and bombarded Fang Chen's body. However, the latter didn't dodge and faced the attack head-on. Boom! Boom! The 10 streams of ultimate force in his body burst out and gathered on his fist as he threw out a punch. Crack! With just one punch, heaven and earth changed color. The lightning was instantly destroyed. The dark clouds in the sky were forcibly shattered. Dong! 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 Peace gradually returned to the world. The terrifying energy quickly dissipated. At this time, Fang Chen was bathed in a golden luster. He looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. 10th Level True Saint Realm. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was overjoyed. He had just used all his strength to unleash 10 ultimate powers and punched out. He had actually forcefully shattered the heavenly tribulation. One could imagine just how powerful that punch was. If I meet the Flying Phoenix Manor Lord and the others now, I'm confident that I can kill them with one punch. Fang Chen said confidently. The power of one punch was enough to wipe out all the experts in the true saint realm. According to his estimation, unless it was a half-step true saint realm expert, he could wipe out all those below the true saint realm. However, he couldn't afford to be careless. After all, if he could step into the 10th order true saint realm, so could others. Furthermore, there were still many experts from the ancient civilization that were gradually recovering. They could not afford to be careless. Boom! The black whirlpool shook violently as the ancient voice sounded once more. The 10th order true saint realm is only the beginning, however. This time, the voice was a little melodious, as if it was going far away. Thank you for your help, Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fists in gratitude. The true saint realm true saint realm true saint realm true. He could vaguely hear a sigh in the void. However, no matter how hard Fang Chen searched, he could not find the source of the voice. Voila! The dark vortex quieted down, but Fang Chen saw an ominous glint flash from the vortex, followed by a monstrous smell of blood. That is, Fang Chen cried out in alarm. He felt his hair stand on end. What was sealed within the dark vortex? Why was it so terrifying? His hair stood on end. In that 1 second, he even suspected that he would die in the dark vortex. He retreated again and again. After ensuring his safety, he regained his composure and looked at the dark vortex again. At this moment, the dark vortex had completely calmed down, and the ominous light and blood could no longer be seen. Fang Chen shook his head hard. Was it an illusion? Obviously not, because his primordial spirit, which was close to the Tao manifestation level, had also trembled and even formed a self-defense. This was clearly a situation that had occurred because he had encountered a great danger. This further proved that there must be an unknown secret sealed within the dark vortex. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and suddenly thought of the senior who had helped him reach the 10th level saint realm. Was he guarding the ominous light and blood here? Or could it be that behind the dark vortex there was an unknown space connected to it? Fang Chen had mixed feelings and did not speak for a long time. He called out to the senior, but there was no response. In the end, he prepared to turn back. Whoosh! Even he didn't notice that a silver light had silently entered between his eyebrows from the dark vortex. In the next instant, some information suddenly appeared in his mind. After carefully sorting out the information, Fang Chen was shocked to find that the information in his mind was about the Forbidden Road. This is... Fang Chen was stunned. The map of the Forbidden Road was imprinted in his mind. Moreover, the formation of the Forbidden Road was engraved in his mind in detail. After hurriedly looking through it, he suddenly realized that the Forbidden Road had been severed by the ancestors of the Jialua clan in order to cut off the connection with the dark vortex. Could that senior be the ancestor of the Jialua clan? Fang Chen guessed, but quickly dispelled this idea. According to the information, after the ancestor of the Jialua clan had severed the Forbidden Road with a heaven-defying method, he had also fallen. Then, who was the senior in the dark vortex? Perhaps he was a peerless expert who had survived from the ancient civilization. Fang Chen could not figure this out for the time being. He did not want to waste time. Since he had the map, the way back was clear at a glance. Whoosh! His figure flashed and his speed soared to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 10,000 miles away. As he moved, the golden light between his eyebrows flashed continuously. Every time it flashed, his speed would soar and the surrounding obstruction would greatly weaken. After an unknown amount of time, when Fang Chen could no longer be seen in the dark void, the ancient voice from the dark vortex sounded again. I hope you can succeed. This voice had high hopes for Fang Chen. After all, in the age of chaos, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to walk the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. However, Fang Chen had already stepped into the 10th level saint realm. He had taken the most important step and laid a solid foundation. This was a completely new step for him. Perhaps, in the near future, he would be able to witness the birth of a 13th-level Saint Realm expert. Of course, this was a story for later. Before that, he had to do everything in his power to stop the terrifying and bloody world behind the whirlpool of darkness. Otherwise, the origin world and the primal chaos realm would be reduced to dust once that world reconnected with the path of reincarnation. Chapter 39-26. Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared hundreds of millions of miles away from the dark whirlpool. He stopped and looked into the distance. He could vaguely see the dark whirlpool, but he could not feel any pressure from it. Whoosh! He adjusted his state and took a deep breath. He then checked the route in his mind and continued forward. With the help of the senior in the dark whirlpool, Fang Chen successfully found the way back. After an unknown amount of time, he finally walked out of the dark whirlpool. Whoosh! The void distorted and a clear sound was heard. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a familiar scene. He was instantly excited. This is the Jialua clan's Forbidden Road? He remembered very clearly that he had stepped onto the Jialua clan's reincarnation road and chose another path at the fork. He entered the Forbidden Road and returned to the chaotic realm. Whoosh! I don't know how much time has passed. Although he did not know how much time had passed, his intuition told him that it must have been a long time. It was very likely that the core of the Death Cliff had undergone earth-shattering changes. Russell. For some reason, after returning to the reincarnation road, Fang Chen felt that his body was especially light. He did not need to release the power of reincarnation to easily pass through the reincarnation road. Not only was there no resistance, but there was also a great driving force. It was as if the power of reincarnation on the reincarnation road was constantly entering his body and providing him with powerful energy. Could it be because of the dark whirlpool? At this moment, Fang Chen was even more convinced that the peerless expert in the dark whirlpool should be one of the ancestors of the Jialua clan. However, he did not know who it was. Soon, Fang Chen arrived at the fork in the road. When he saw the familiar scene, he grinned and stepped forward. I'm finally out. He took a deep breath of fresh air and then looked at the reincarnation road in front of him. Back then, he had lost his way at this fork. Now, with the help of the peerless expert in the dark whirlpool, he had finally returned. I wonder if the Ghost Emperor's ghost weapon has been revealed? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Then, he sensed a little and found the way out. In the hundreds of years that Fang Chen had disappeared, the Jialua clan had been guarding their encampment. Princess Phoenix had also been paying close attention to the whereabouts of the 9 fragment. Simply speaking, in these hundreds of years, many battles had erupted in the core area of the Death Cliff. The casualties were disastrous, blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. The attraction of the 9 fragments was too great. Even Elder Jia Yuan of the Jialua race's base had personally come to fight for them. Today's battle was exceptionally intense. Jia Jiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back in a quiet courtyard in the Jia Luo clan's territory. He looked into the distance and spoke softly. Behind him stood Princess Huang in a long dress. After experiencing the previous worry, she had gradually calmed down. After being together with Fang Chen for so long, she firmly believed that the former was the one chosen by the heavens and would definitely return safely. Recently, many powers in the Death Cliff have entered the core area with the intention of seizing the 9 fragments. Even those ancient experts have awakened. Princess Huang pursed her lips and said, "The battle was too intense. Even ancient experts like Great Emperor Mie Yu had joined the fray to fight for the fragments. Not long ago, Great Emperor Mie Yu had forcefully killed several experts and successfully seized a fragment. After that, he had disappeared. Elder Jia Yuan has already seized 2 fragments," Jia Ju said. As a member of the Jialua clan, he had the advantage in the core area. In addition, Elder Jia Yuan was powerful. When he attacked without warning, he would often achieve miraculous results. Moreover, after seizing the fragments, he had quietly hidden in the reincarnation road. No one could find him. Even so, the process of seizing the fragments was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just as Jiajia was about to speak, his heart suddenly jolted. Then, he was overjoyed. Follow me. Swoosh. He subconsciously pulled Princess Huang's arm. In a flash, he disappeared into the reincarnation road. He was the guardian of the reincarnation road and could enter and exit as he wished. What happened? Princess Huang asked in confusion. She had never seen Jiajiu so excited. Moreover, he had brought her into the reincarnation road. Could it be one should know that ordinary people were not allowed to enter the reincarnation road of the Jialua clan? Even she did not believe it. At this moment, Jiajiu had brought her in directly. It was enough to prove that something major had happened on the reincarnation road. Buzz. The two of them looked over. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of them. Is that he's back? When Princess Huang saw who it was, she was so excited that tears flowed out of her eyes. Her body trembled as she rushed towards Fang Qin. Jiajiu was also very excited. He did not expect to return safely after entering the forbidden path. He had to admit that it was definitely a miracle. Looking at Princess Huang who was pouncing towards him, Fang Qin was also stunned. Soon after, he felt a soft and delicate body rushing into his embrace. He stretched out his hand and gently patted Princess Huang's shoulder. With a smile, he said, "Sorry for making you worry. It's good that you're back." Princess Huang cried tears of joy. "Brother, you're finally back." Jiajiu ran over and said with a smile. Fang Qin nodded and rubbed Princess Huang's head. Princess Huang left his embrace. Her face was red as she lowered her head, not daring to look at him directly. Her heart was beating like a little deer. "Yeah, I almost couldn't return after entering the reincarnation road." Fang Qin did not say that he had returned to the Chaos World from the reincarnation road. There was no need for that, and he did not want to bring trouble to the Chaos World. "You actually barged into the Jialua clan's forbidden path. I almost thought that you would die," Jiajiu said snappily. After so many years, Fang Qin was the only one who could walk out of the forbidden path. "How long has it been?" Fang Qin asked. Being trapped in the dark void, he did not have any sense of time. Although he knew that a long time had passed, he did not know how long it had been. "It has been more than 150 years since you disappeared. The core of the Death Cliff has become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood," Jiajiu said. Hearing this, Fang Qin was stunned. Could it be that the ghost weapon had appeared? He did not expect to be trapped for more than 150 years. But thinking about it carefully, it was a blessing in disguise. With the help of the senior in the dark vortex, he had condensed 10 ultimate forces and stepped into the 10th level of the Saint Realm. He had truly embarked on the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. This was a great opportunity. The ghost weapon has not appeared yet, but there are 9 fragments related to the ghost weapon. In these 100 years, all the experts have been fighting for the fragment, Jiajiu said. Chapter 39-27. The appearance of the 9 fragments had caused rivers of blood to flow in the core area. The ancient experts who had been sleeping in the Cliff of Death had also awakened. The flames of war continued as the Jialua clan members joined the battle. After all, the more fragments they obtained, the more information they could obtain about the ghost weapon. A faint smile appeared on Princess Huang's fair face. She did not know when it started, but as long as she was with Fang Qin, her heart would become inexplicably calm. Even if there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as long as they fought side by side, she was fearless. Recalling the past 100 years, she would feel lost and lost the motivation to live. Now that she thought about it, it seemed to have a different flavor. However, she quickly gathered her thoughts and looked at Fang Chen, waiting for his decision. So, the war has already begun? Fang Chen asked. Jiaju nodded and told Fang Chen what had happened in the past 100 years. Fang Chen's expression turned solemn. Our Jialua clan's elder Jia Yuan has personally taken action, using the reincarnation road as a cover. So far, he has already obtained 2 fragments. Most of the remaining fragments have been taken by the ancient experts who have awakened. Jiaju said, there are still a few fragments that are being fought over. The Jialua clan's intelligence network was very strong. Nothing in the core area could escape their eyes. They could clearly know the owner of each fragment. This was why they were so terrifying. Fang Chen calculated in his heart. Finally, his eyes flashed as he decided on the target. In that case, let's go. Their target was the mysterious Python clan. This clan was one of the top clans in the Cliff of Death. The ancestor of this clan was a peak 9th level Saint Realm expert. His combat strength was off the charts. Hundreds of years ago, he had single-handedly killed 9 peak saints of the Devouring Demon clan. That was how he became famous. Since then, the mysterious Python clan had truly gained a foothold in the Cliff of Death. This time, the ancestor of the mysterious Python clan had personally taken action. The mysterious Python clan? Jiaju's eyes narrowed as he tried to dissuade them. The ancestor of the Black Python clan is extremely powerful. We may not be his match. Fang Chen shook his head. He had been trapped in the dark void for 100 years, and his strength was no longer the same as before. He could not wait to fight with the ancient experts. However, the bigger picture was more important. Snatching the fragments was the priority. I have confidence. Fang Chen's attitude was firm. Seeing this, Jiajiu had no choice but to provide him with information. Not long ago, the people in the clan sent back information that the clansmen of the Black Python clan are gathering in the northwest direction of the core area. We suspect that the Black Python ancestor is there. After obtaining the fragment, the Black Python patriarch also knew that if he were to show himself in public, he would definitely attract attention. Therefore, he had to hide first. Lead the way, Fang Chen said. Jiajiu wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he shook his head and quietly left the encampment with Fang Chen and Princess Huang. Using the reincarnation road, the 3 of them quickly arrived in the northwest direction of the core area. With a crash, they broke out of the ground and appeared in a dense forest. The last gathering place of the Black Python clan is in this mountain range, Jiajiu said. Let's go in. Fang Chen did not care and stepped into the mountain range directly. Be careful. I think we should discuss countermeasures, Jiajiu reminded. Princess Huang also pulled Fang Chen's sleeve, indicating that he should not be reckless. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Fang Chen grinned and said, moreover, it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, a sinister and terrifying aura suddenly came from the forest. Then, they heard the roar of a python. Jiajiu was shocked. Oh no, we've been discovered. They originally wanted to launch a sneak attack. This way, they would have a higher chance of success. However, they did not expect to be discovered as soon as they entered. This is a trap, Jiajiu shouted. However, Fang Chen ignored him and rushed forward. After a while, he saw a few thick pythons blocking his way. Human, how dare you covet the ancestor's things? The ancestor is right. Someone will come here to snatch the fragment. Fortunately, we're prepared. Set up the formation. A python roared. Instantly, the forest was surrounded by a silver light. In the next moment, the Black Python formation fell and trapped Fang Chen and the other 2. Buzz. The Black Python chi was emitted from the Black Python formation. This smell could make a martial artist lose his combat strength. Don't suck it, Jiajiu said. The reincarnation power around him dissipated and blocked the attack of the Black Python chi. After stabilizing himself, he turned to look at Fang Chen and was about to remind him to retreat. However, he saw a shocking scene. He saw Fang Chen casually punching one of the pythons. Crack! The python's body instantly exploded and was annihilated. Without the support of this python, the great mystical python formation collapsed on its own. With a crash, the formation disappeared in an instant. Jiajia was stunned. With just one punch, he broke the black python formation? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Princess Huang's face was filled with joy. She knew that he would never disappoint her. You want to stop me? Fang Chen looked at the remaining pythons and said, Roar. The pythons roared and moved together. How dare you behave so atrociously in our territory? You're courting death. Several pythons crisscrossed in the void, spitting out their tongues. Their bodies were covered with poison as they surrounded Fang Chen. Brother, be careful, Jiaju shouted. However, Fang Chen threw out a few punches in succession. The power of each punch was extremely powerful. Crack! When he retracted his fist, the pythons that rushed towards him had all turned into powder. How is this possible? Jiajio was completely stunned. What had he experienced in the past 100 years? How did he become so powerful? No one can stop me. Fang Chen shook his head and stepped out. At this time, in the depths of the forest, the black python old ancestor was surrounded by a terrifying aura. He was cultivating, but after sensing that his clansmen were killed, his gong-sized eyes suddenly opened and shot out 2 rays of cold light. Human race? How dare you kill my clansmen? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With Fang Chen as the leader, 3 people appeared in the depths of the forest. Human race, you've got guts. The black python old ancestor transformed into a human and said coldly. Around him, the clansmen of the black python clan glared at Fang Chen. If looks could kill, he would have been cut into pieces. Cut the crap. You know why I'm here. If you don't want your clan to be wiped out, hand over the fragment obediently, Fang Chen said. Chapter 39-28. The black python old ancestor was enraged. How dare someone ask for the fragment from him? You've got guts. The black python old ancestor laughed in anger. He was amused by the human in front of him. It's already good enough that a human like you barged into the core area of the Death Cliff. How dare you challenge my black python clan? Do you know where you are? I don't want to kill you. Hand over the fragment and I'll leave. Fang Chen said calmly. With his current strength, he could easily kill the black python old ancestor. He really didn't want to kill him. After all, they were no longer on the same level when he stepped into the 10th level Saint realm. In his eyes, the black python old ancestor was an ant that he could kill with a single punch. However, these words were extremely harsh in the black python old ancestor's ears. Humph! Sure enough, the black python old ancestor was completely enraged. His face was ferocious and cold as he said, Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. However, before he could make a move, the 4 war gods of the black python old ancestor took a step forward. The leader said, Old ancestor, there's no need for you to deal with this kind of trash. The black python old ancestor nodded. He was the leader of a clan and an ancient expert. If anyone could challenge him, wouldn't he lose face? Kill him. The black python old ancestor ordered. The 4 battle gods nodded their heads and transformed into their true forms. 4 thick pythons emitted a ferocious force and sprang toward Fang Chen. These 4 were the strongest combatants of the mystical python tribe apart from the progenitor. Now that the 4 war gods attacked at the same time, the black python clan members thought that the human was doomed. Even Jiajio was a little worried. He wanted to tell the black python old ancestor that he was from the Jialua clan, but it was too late. Fang Chen had already made his move. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Chen stomped his foot and in the next moment, he blasted out 4 consecutive punches into the void. The power of each punch had reached the peak. The 10 ultimate forces in his body completely erupted. The power of a 10th-level saint realm instantly spread out and shrouded the four punches. Courting death. The four war gods were disdainful and continued to attack. However, what greeted them was death. When the four fists containing ultimate power landed on their bodies, the void exploded. The four pythons were instantly torn into countless pieces and died on the spot. Not good. The moment Fang Chen made his move, the Black Python Patriarch realized that something was wrong and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. When he sensed the four-fist auras killing the four war gods under him, his heart was in turmoil. What power is that? The Black Python Old Ancestor was completely stunned. There was actually such a powerful force in the world. This power was comparable to Great Emperor Mieyu's. No, that's impossible. How could such a young human possess such great power? Could it be that he was also the reincarnation of an ancient expert? Thinking of this, the Black Python Patriarch quickly made a decision. It leaped up and fled before the Black Python clansman could react. Patriarch. The clansman turned pale with fright. Why did the old ancestor leave? Could it be that the human in front of them was so powerful that he could threaten the life of the old ancestor? You can't escape. Fang Chen leaped up and chased after the old ancestor. As for Jia Jiu and Princess Huang, they looked at each other and began to deal with the Black Python clansman. No, it's the old ancestor's order. It has nothing to do with us. We surrender. Please spare our lives. Countless cries and pleas could be heard. However, Princess Huang and Jia Jiu did not show mercy. Fang Chen's strength was too powerful. He had even surpassed the level of a pinnacle saint. It was highly possible that he had touched the threshold of a supreme. This matter must not be spread out. Otherwise, it would lead to a disaster. Therefore, the best way was to kill all the Black Python clansmen. Anyway, the Black Python clan was usually brutal. They had massacred countless weak clans and deserved to die. Soon, screams were heard from the Black Python clansmen. Blood flowed like a river on the ground and corpses piled up like a mountain. The forest had turned into a purgatory. On the other side, Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had stopped the Black Python Patriarch. The latter's face was unusually solemn. Who are you? It had already investigated the core area thoroughly, and there was no such powerhouse as Fang Chen at all. It really could not imagine where he had come from. Moreover, he was so young. It was impossible for him to be an ancient expert who had revived. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. The Jialua clan. Yes, others might not know, but he knew very well that the Jialua clan's encampment was in the core area. They seemed to be guarding the reincarnation road. Could the person in front of him be from the Jialua clan? It's all a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, the Black Python Patriarch hurriedly said. At the same time, he took out a fragment and threw it to Fang Chen. This is the fragment I got. I'll give it to you now. I hope this matter ends here. He remembered the scene of Fang Chen killing the four war gods in seconds. He did not have the courage to fight with Fang Chen. When he thought of the possibility that the latter was from the Jialua clan, he simply took out the fragment to save his life. It's too late to hand it over now. Indeed, Fang Chen was unwilling to take action at the beginning. However, it was different now. His strength had been exposed, so he had to kill the Black Python Patriarch. The Black Python Patriarch retreated. He was really afraid. Boom. Fang Chen activated 10 rays of ultimate force. The power of a 10th Order Saint realm completely erupted. The Black Python Patriarch did not even have the chance to speak before his soul was scattered. Buzz. A giant python was turned into ashes. Fang Chen's heart was unperturbed. The path to becoming a supreme being was to walk through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If he had to choose, then he would kill those heinous clans with his own hand. The Black Python clan was one of them. Therefore, he had no psychological burden to destroy the Black Python clan. Is this one of the 9 fragments? Fang Chen looked at the fragment in his hand seriously. There were complicated patterns on this fragment. Holding it in his palm, he could vaguely feel a dense aura flowing out. Fang Chen was stunned. This aura was very similar to the Ghost Emperor's aura. What's so special about this fragment? Fang Chen was probing the fragment to find out what was so special about it. However, after examining it for a long time, he could not find anything. In the end, he gave up. Perhaps, only by combining the 9 fragments could he obtain useful information? As for the latter, only when there were more fragments would something be manifested. Chapter 39-29. By the time Fang Chen returned to the forest, the battle had come to an end. Although Princess Huang and Jiajiu's strength wasn't as monstrous as Fang Chen's, it was still a piece of cake for them to deal with the ordinary members of the Black Python clan. Gotcha! Jiajiu's fist pierced through the head of the last member of the Black Python clan. This also indicated that the battle was over and the Black Python clan was exterminated. How was it? Princess Huang hurried over and asked as soon as she saw Fang Chen. The fragment was related to the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. She attached great importance to it and couldn't wait to know if Fang Chen had obtained the fragment from the Black Python ancestor. Fang Chen flipped his palm and a card appeared in his palm. Good guy. This time, Jiajiu was completely convinced by Fang Chen. The latter had disappeared for more than 150 years and had encountered a great opportunity that allowed his strength to rise to such an exaggerated level. The Black Python ancestor was actually forced to flee by you. You're really amazing. Jiajiu grinned. Most importantly, snatching a fragment from the Black Python ancestor's hand was what surprised him the most. It was impossible for an ordinary person to do so. After all, that was the ancestor of the Black Python clan. His strength was on par with Elder Jiayuan, and he might even be stronger than him. Where's the Black Python ancestor? Would he hand over the fragment so easily? Princess Huang's beautiful eyes flickered as she took the fragment and examined it carefully. He's dead, Fang Chen said casually. What? Princess Huang and Jiajiu were shocked as they looked at Fang Chen in shock. The latter nodded heavily. Only then did they confirm that they didn't hear wrongly. At this time, Jiajiu's heart was in turmoil. Snatching the fragment from the Black Python ancestor's hand was already good enough. He didn't expect this guy to kill the Black Python ancestor. Wasn't this too exaggerated? The Black Python ancestor is dead? Jiajiu couldn't believe it and repeated. Fang Chen nodded. He had stepped into the 10th Order True Saint realm. A mere Black Python ancestor was like an ant in his eyes. The only ones who could threaten him were those who had touched the threshold of the Supremacy True Saint realm, and the ancient revived experts such as Emperor Miayu and the fishermen. Of course, Fang Chen didn't think that he would have a conflict with them. Ha ha ha, brother, you're too strong. Does that mean we? She looked at the handsome man in front of her gently. He was indeed the man her mother had chosen for her. With such potential, he would definitely step into the Supremacy True Saint realm in the future. The Jialua clan's information network should be very strong. Do you have any information about the other fragments? Fang Chen asked. Wait a moment. Jiajiu closed his eyes. His body exuded a strong samsara force. His mind was in turmoil. Soon, he brought back the information about the station. The closest one to us is in the southwest. Not long ago, a fragment appeared. After a bloody battle, it was snatched by a revived expert, Jiajiu said. At the same time, he calculated the distance. With their speed, they should be able to reach within 2 hours. Let's go, Fang Chen said. 2 hours passed quickly. On a small hill in the southwest of the core area, a white-haired old man was playing with the fragment in his hand. He smiled and said, Humph, if you hadn't been so lucky back then, would you have gotten that weapon? In fact, those who had lived for a long time knew very well that the Ghost Emperor wasn't scary. They didn't even care. However, the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact made them extremely wary. The ghost artifact wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. It had a lot of implications. Now that the ghost artifact was about to appear, many experts had come to snatch it. From the white-haired old man's words, one could tell that he didn't care about the Ghost Emperor, but he was extremely eager to get the ghost artifact. I risked my life and woke up from my deep sleep in order to find the path to the supremacy true Saint Realm. I hope the ghost artifact won't disappoint me. Of course, he was also very clear that the fisherman, Xing Wang, great Emperor Miayu, and the others had all awakened. Therefore, he had to get the ghost artifact before they did. Let's study it first. The white-haired old man's consciousness entered the fragment, wanting to explore it. Buzz. The runes on the fragment slowly changed, as if they were operating in a regular pattern. After a long while, the white-haired old man smiled and put away the fragment. Continue to snatch the other fragments. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He looked up and saw 3 figures rushing over from the distant horizon. His eyes flickered with killing intent. The 3 of them must be here to snatch his fragment. You dare to snatch something that is in my hands? The white-haired old man said eerily. Especially when he saw how young Fang Chen and the other 2 were, he was even more fearless. He stood on the peak of the small hill and waited for the 3 of them to arrive. Whoosh! The 3 of them came to the small hill and saw the white-haired old man. At the same time, they also sensed the existence of the fragment. Hand over the fragment. Fang Chen said straightforwardly. I can spare your life. To be honest, he didn't have much malice towards these ancient experts. He just wanted to get the fragment. If you want the fragment, let's see if you have the ability. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired old man attacked. Boom! An extremely terrifying evil aura instantly filled the sky. The white-haired old man took the opportunity to perform his strongest attack. This is? After feeling the evil aura in the void, Fang Chen was a little stunned. Then, his anger soared. The evil aura released by this person was filled with the blood of the human race. This meant that he was once an extremely evil martial artist who cultivated with the lives of human martial artists. Such an evil person should be killed. It's actually a human. I just recovered and need to absorb human blood to recover. The white-haired old man said as he attacked. However, in the face of such an evil martial artist, Fang Chen didn't give him any chance. He directly erupted with the power of the 10th level Saint Realm and crushed him in all aspects. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, there were sounds of explosions. Wherever Fang Chen's fist passed, the void shattered. The white-haired old man was shocked. This is, although he wasn't an expert of the ancient civilization, he had vaguely heard of a complete cultivation system. 13th level Saint Realm? The white-haired old man cried out involuntarily. His face was pale as he turned and fled. Chapter 39:30. 13th level of the Saint Realm. This was the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Although the white-haired old man was not an expert of that era, he had vaguely heard his ancestors mention it. He had been very interested in the civilization of that era for a long time and had even been looking for clues of the complete cultivation system. However, what surprised him was that this inconspicuous human clan warrior in front of him actually had a complete cultivation system. How was this possible? How could he? The white-haired old man was sure that Fang Chen was definitely not an expert of the ancient civilization who had revived. Then, how could he have a complete cultivation system? At this time, a trace of fanaticism flashed in the depths of the white-haired old man's eyes. His throat moved and his body heated up. He could no longer suppress the greed in his heart. That was a complete cultivation system. If he could get it, he would definitely be able to step into the Supreme Realm in the future. The complete cultivation system. I must get it. The white-haired old man's mind was quickly thinking about how to deal with Fong Chen. After all, he had mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, and his realm was above the 9th level of the Saint realm. If he went all out, the white-haired old man had no chance of winning. Therefore, he could not use force. He could only use his wits. Stop! Seeing Fong Chen rushing over, the white-haired old man shouted loudly. At the same time, he flicked his finger and the fragments instantly shot in front of Fong Chen. The latter caught them. "I'm willing to hand over the fragments." The white-haired old man begged for mercy. What a joke! He was no match for Fong Chen at all. He could only beg for mercy. Of course, in addition to this, he had a more important purpose, which was to get close to Fong Chen and then find a way to get the complete cultivation system. Immediately, the white-haired old man withdrew his aura and a sincere look appeared on his withered cheeks. He said in a hoarse voice, "I was blind before. Now, I'm willing to surrender to you." No matter what, he was still a powerhouse who had recovered. Fong Chen would probably agree to it. After all, the fight for the 9 fragments had now entered a white-hot stage. He could be considered a great help. Surrender? Fong Chen stared at the white-haired old man. Although the latter tried to hide it, he still could not hide the evil aura emitted from his body. If Fong Chen guessed correctly, his cultivation was accumulated with the blood of the human clan warriors. How could Fong Chen be merciful to such a deranged and evil person? "What do I need you for?" Fong Chen sneered and hit him with a palm. Boom! Seeing this, the white-haired elder tried his best to block, but he was still sent flying by Fong Chen's palm strike. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. His internal organs were damaged, and he no longer had the ability to fight. "You want to kill me?" The white-haired old man had a ferocious expression on his face. At this moment, he already knew that the latter did not intend to give him any chance, and was prepared to kill him. Since that was the case, then don't blame him for being impolite. "Humph, even if I die, I will not let you." His hands were too heavy, and he was no match for Fong Chen at all. However, before he died, he spread the news that Fong Chen possessed a complete cultivation system from the ancient civilization. Crack! Fong Chen hit his chest with a palm. Boom! The white-haired old man's body exploded, and a wild smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha ha, those old fogies know that you have a complete cultivation system from the ancient civilization. They won't let you go. Prepare for death." Hearing this, Fong Chen's expression changed drastically. Boom! The white-haired old man's head shattered. He was dead. The void was filled with a terrifying aura. Fong Chen was in the middle of it. He did not move and seemed to be deep in thought. In the distance, Jiajiu was shocked. He also heard what the white-haired old man said before he died. Thinking of the terrifying combat power Fong Chen had shown, he seemed to realize something. A complete cultivation system from the ancient civilization? Jiajiu's body trembled slightly. The Jialua clan was one of the oldest clans in the world. They knew almost all the secrets of the world, including the cultivation system of the ancient civilization. However, this was a secret of the highest level. Even in the Jialua clan, only the supreme leader knew about it. No one else knew about it. However, what shocked him was that the person he called brother actually had a complete cultivation system. This was simply too shocking. Princess Huang also had a stunned look. But very soon, she started to worry for Fong Chen. The white-haired old man had spread the news before he died. Did this mean that many people already knew about this secret? It could be imagined that Fong Chen would become a whirlpool of public opinion. At that time, many people would come knocking on his door. "Let's go," Princess Huang shouted. Jiajiu also reacted. He quickly came to Fong Chen's side. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He waved his sleeve, and a small crack appeared in the ground. He took Fong Chen and Princess Huang and instantly entered it. Buzz! After they disappeared, the crack in the ground also disappeared. Then, there was the sound of something breaking through the void. One by one, the awakened powerhouses came to this place. They saw the white-haired old man's body and the traces left behind by the battle. A complete cultivation system from the ancient civilization? One of the awakened powerhouses laughed eerily. Where is he? We must get the complete cultivation system at all costs. Everyone, in front of the complete cultivation system, everything is meaningless. I hope that everyone can put aside their prejudices and look for the human with the complete cultivation system together. What do you think? Yes, let's find the complete cultivation system first. Many awakened powerhouses reached a consensus and began to search for Feng Chen. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared on the reincarnation road. It's a bit dangerous. Through the reincarnation road, Jiaju found that many awakened powerhouses had appeared at the place where the battle had just occurred. They were all looking for Feng Chen. Brother, don't show up for the time being. Just stay in the Jialua clan's encampment. Don't worry, as long as you're in the encampment, no one will dare to come. Subconsciously, Jiajiu had already regarded Feng Chen as a member of the same clan. After all, the lineage of the Grandmaster from the chaotic realm was the same as theirs. It was just that they were of different lineages. Elder Jiayuan had always wanted to see the descendant of the Grandmaster's lineage. Feng Chen pondered. Princess Huang persuaded him. Those awakened powerhouses attach great importance to the so-called complete cultivation system. They will do anything for it. If you go out, you will be surrounded. No matter how strong Feng Chen was, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Princess Huang didn't want him to take the risk. I have already contacted Elder Jia Yuan. He is on his way back. Let's wait for him to come back and discuss it. In the meantime, let's hide on the reincarnation road, Jiaju said. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 39-31. Before his death, the white-haired old man had spread the news that Feng Chen possessed the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, causing many old monsters to flock to him. Their eyes burned with passion as they roared in their hearts. That was the most primitive and complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. They dreamed of obtaining it. After all, in the age of chaos, only those with the most complete cultivation system could step into the supremacy realm. The storm in the core area instantly exploded. Countless experts, in addition to fighting for the fragments, searched for Feng Chen. However, they never dreamed that the person they were searching for was hiding on the path of reincarnation. The Jialua clan's base. The security was tight, and all the clansmen had been summoned back. In a quiet courtyard, Feng Chen sat on a stone bench as Elder Jia Yuan studied him seriously. Elder Jia Yuan, this is the successor of the primal chaos realm's great sovereign I told you about, Jiaju introduced. Jia Yuan's eyes were like torches, as if he could see through Feng Chen's body. After a long time, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "How is the great sovereign now?" "The great sovereign is guarding the end of the path of reincarnation and protecting the primal chaos realm," Feng Chen said. In fact, he didn't know what the great sovereign's condition was or whether he was still alive. Every time he saw the statue at the end of the path of reincarnation, great waves would surge in his heart. Since the birth of the Jialua clan, there have been countless experts. Our clan controls the 6 paths of reincarnation and is one of the top clans in the world. However, a long time ago, our clan was attacked by an unknown force, causing the great sovereign's bloodline to decline completely. Since then, the Jialua clan had basically retreated from the primal chaos realm. No one would have thought that the great sovereign was still alive and guarding the end of the path of reincarnation. Now, the 6 paths of reincarnation controlled by our clan are temporarily separated from the path of reincarnation in the primal chaos realm. Our experts are trying to find a way to repair it. Once it's completely repaired, we will personally bring the great sovereign back. Elder Jia Yuan gently patted Fang Chen's shoulder and sighed emotionally. After so many years, he had actually met a successor of the great sovereign's bloodline. However, the more he thought about it, the more serious his expression became. Even the successor of a supreme monarch had come to the origin world. Didn't this mean that the crisis in the primal chaos realm was much more serious than they had imagined? After a brief discussion, Elder Jia Yuan warned the three of them that it was too chaotic outside, and that they shouldn't go out for now. At this moment, Jiajiu suddenly remembered and hurriedly said, "Elder Jia Yuan, I called you back in such a hurry because I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Elder Jia Yuan asked. Jiajiu said, "The rumor in the outside world is that the person who mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization is Brother Fang." Upon hearing these words, Elder Jia Yuan's expression flickered drastically as he looked at Fang Chen with a grim look in his eyes. "You? The person those old monsters are looking for is you?" Even the experienced and knowledgeable Elder Jia Yuan couldn't imagine that this unassuming young man in front of him actually possessed the cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Fang Chen nodded and admitted it. After all, Jiajiu already knew. There was nothing to hide from Elder Jia Yuan. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Elder Jia Yuan steadied his mind and said seriously, "The Jia Luo clan also has the complete cultivation system, but with the current cultivation environment, it's very difficult for anyone to cultivate it. You must be careful since you have mastered this cultivation system." Fang Chen's heart warmed. Elder Jia Yuan didn't covet his complete cultivation system. Instead, he was warning him to be careful. "Thank you, Elder Jia Yuan." Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. At the side, Jiajiu was more concerned about the fragment. "Elder Jia Yuan, how many fragments do you have?" Elder Jia Yuan patted his sleeves, and 3 fragments appeared in his palm. "I took these 3 fragments from the weaker ones. As for the other fragments, they were all taken by those old monsters. It's impossible to take them away. For example, Emperor Mie Yu and the others. There are 9 fragments in total. You have 3, and Brother Fang took 2. That makes 5. In other words, there are 4 fragments left outside," Jiajiu calculated. Elder Jia Yuan was stunned. He looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. This guy was too strong. He managed to take 2 fragments from so many experts. Could it be? Suddenly, Elder Jia Yuan realized something. Since he had mastered the complete cultivation system, did that mean he had already started cultivating? Elder Jia Yuan tried to sense Fang Chen, but he couldn't see through him. He took a few steps back, dumbfounded. "What realm are you now?" Elder Jia Yuan asked urgently. "According to the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, I should be in the 10th level of the Sage realm," Fang Chen said. When these words came out, Elder Jia Yuan was dumbfounded. The 10th level of the Sage realm was an entire realm higher than him. "How strong is the 10th level of the Sage realm?" Elder Jia Yuan asked. However, he couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. "Come, let's go to the training field." After saying those words, without waiting for Fang Chen's reply, he pulled him over to the sparring grounds. "Make your move," Elder Jia Yuan said. "Elder Jia Yuan, be careful." Fang Chen nodded. He activated the ultimate force in his body and clashed with Elder Jia Yuan. Boom! Terrifying fists collided, causing sparks to fly. Elder Jia Yuan took a few steps back and laughed. "So strong. This shouldn't be your strongest power, right?" Since he was going to test it out, he had to feel the strongest power. Elder Jia Yuan used the Jialua clan's ultimate technique. Vast reincarnation power surrounded his body. His combat strength rose to the peak. At this moment, Fang Chen fully unleashed the 10 streams of ultimate force in his body. Boom! The power of his fist suddenly increased tenfold as it collided with Elder Jia Yuan's fist, sending him flying in an instant. "Not good." Elder Jia Yuan's expression changed when he felt Fang Chen's power increase. He didn't even have time to dodge before he was sent flying. Dong. Fortunately, Fang Chen withdrew his power at the last moment. Otherwise, Elder Jia Yuan would have been seriously injured. Isn't he too strong? Elder Jia Yuan admitted that he was one of the top existences among limit saints. However, compared to Fang Chen, there was still a gap, as expected of a 10th level Sage Realm expert. If it was a battle of life and death, he definitely wouldn't be Fang Chen's match. His ultimate force is so dense, as expected of a complete cultivation system. Elder Jia Yuan could feel the ultimate force in Fang Chen's body. Even if he used his reincarnation power, he couldn't resist it. He looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. With his current strength, if he went all out, he had a high chance of winning against those old monsters. All of a sudden, a bold idea appeared in Elder Jia Yuan's mind. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 39-32. Elder Jia Yuan's eyes darted around as a crazy and bold idea appeared in his mind. In fact, he had thought of this idea before, but he had rejected it in the end. With his strength and the path of reincarnation, he could barely snatch 2 fragments from those old monsters. As for the remaining fragments, he couldn't do anything about them. However, things were different now. Fang Chen had already stepped into the 10th Order True Saint realm. What if the 2 of them worked together? I have an idea. Elder Jia Yuan looked at Fang Chen with a smile and said, with your current strength, you won't lose to anyone in a one-on-one battle. I can control the path of reincarnation in the core area. If the 2 of us work together, we'll be invincible. There are still 4 fragments outside, why don't we snatch them all? Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. Jia Jiu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Elder Jia Yuan to come up with such a crazy plan. Those people are looking for him. Once he shows up, he will be surrounded. Princess Huang was slightly worried. However, Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Originally, he was still a little apprehensive, but with Elder Jia Yuan controlling the path of reincarnation and helping him, there was nothing to worry about. After all, the 9 fragments were related to the secret of the ghost artifact. He had to get them. I already have a comprehensive plan. Take a look. Elder Jia Yuan took out a scroll from his bosom and handed it to Fang Chen for him to read. Jia Jiu also came over and finished reading it in a short while. The plan is feasible. Fang Chen nodded. If he went out to snatch the fragments and was surrounded, Elder Jia Yuan would activate the path of reincarnation. He would instantly hide inside the path of reincarnation, and no one would be able to chase after him. It could be said that this was a foolproof plan. Elder Jia Yuan, what do I need to do? Jia Jiu's heart was pounding as he volunteered. You don't need to do anything. Just stay here and wait. With Fang Chen and Elder Jia Yuan's strength, at their level, Jia Jiu couldn't interfere. However, Elder Jia Yuan didn't let Jia Jiu and Princess Huang stay idle. The 2 of them collected information and provided it to Elder Jia Yuan and Fang Chen. Just like that, the plan began. Fang Chen had received intelligence that a fragment had appeared in the Flaming Mountain Range. Therefore, he and Elder Jia Yuan rushed to the Flaming Mountain Range without stopping. Boom! Looking from afar, the Flaming Mountain was filled with a majestic sea of fire. The temperature was extremely high, and ordinary people would not dare to enter. Great Emperor Miayu? According to the intelligence, there were 2 ancient experts fighting fiercely in the Flaming Mountain Range. One of them was confirmed to be Great Emperor Miayu, while the other was unknown. Let's go. Fang Chen thought for a moment and then stepped into the Flaming Mountain. At this moment, at the core of the Flaming Mountain, there was a volcano. 2 figures were fighting fiercely on top of the volcano. One of them was Great Emperor Miayu. Boom! Great Emperor Miayu's clothes were burned by the flames, and he was in a sorry state. On the other hand, the red-haired elder opposite him smiled eerily and slammed his hands into the void. Instantly, the entire volcano floated up and was held by his hands. Great Emperor Miayu, aren't you very powerful? The red-haired elder sneered. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I didn't expect the heavens to be kind and give me a chance to take revenge. Red Fiend, I only regret not killing you back then. Great Emperor Miayu exuded a demonic aura. Even though he was injured, he was still proud and unyielding. You won't have that chance. Red Fiend was born with a fire physique and had comprehended the ultimate meaning of fire. He had already set up an inescapable net in the flaming mountain range and used the volcano to suppress Great Emperor Miayu. Now, the suppression from the Sea of Fire was suffocating Great Emperor Miayu. However, he did not give up. He stood up with difficulty and his eyes turned demonic. He wanted to fight Red Fiend to the death. Die. Red Fiend held the volcano with both hands and smashed it toward Great Emperor Miayu. At this moment, Fang Chun arrived at the same time. The moment he saw Great Emperor Miayu, his heart skipped a beat. What a familiar feeling! Fang Chun frowned. Why does Great Emperor Miayu have such a familiar feeling? He racked his brain and soon, he thought of something. Senior Ling Xian. That's right. Great Emperor Miayu had Senior Ling Xian's aura. Stop. With that thought, Fang Chun leaped and appeared in front of Great Emperor Miayu. He slapped out and the ultimate power in his body surged. A terrifying palm print landed on the volcano. Kacha. The origin of fire clashed with the power of the flames and started to burn. At this moment, the ultimate power showed its power and covered the entire volcano. Hiss! A loud sound came from within the volcano. The volcano shook violently and then exploded. It turned into a rain of fire and merged with the Sea of Fire. Dang dang dang! Caught off guard, Red Fiend took a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, he stared at Fang Chun with his scarlet eyes. He was shocked that such a young martial artist could destroy his volcano with his bare hand. It was unbelievable. However, he seemed to have guessed something. You're the human who has a complete cultivation system? Red Fiend asked coldly. Hearing this, Great Emperor Miayu was stunned. During this period of time, the old monsters had been looking for someone with a complete cultivation system. Who would have thought that he would appear here and even save his life? That's right. It's me. Fang Chun said calmly. Since you're here, leave your life behind. Red Fiend sneered. Fang Chun didn't care. Although Red Fiend was strong, he wasn't afraid. Great Emperor Miayu, on the other hand, seemed to be injured and needed treatment. Little friend, leave now. Great Emperor Miayu said. Fang Chun shook his head and turned to look at Great Emperor Miayu. With a flick of his finger, a pill appeared in front of Great Emperor Miayu. He glanced at it and swallowed it. You don't have to get involved in this. Great Emperor Miayu said. What's your relationship with Senior Ling Xian? Fang Chun asked. Great Emperor Miayu was stunned and asked, You know Ling Xian? Indeed, Fang Chun's intuition was right. Great Emperor Miayu and Ling Xian had an extraordinary relationship. Fang Chun nodded and told Great Emperor Miayu that Senior Ling Xian had saved him and gave him a great opportunity. Ling Xian fell into the Soul River. Thinking of Ling Xian, Great Emperor Miayu's expression turned a little crazy. That was the Soul River. Once one fell into it, there was almost no chance of escaping. Don't worry. Although Senior Ling Xian fell into the Soul River, she's still alive due to some special reasons. Once I'm done with my matters, I'll save her. Chapter 39-33. When he heard the words Ling Xian, Fang Chun's heart fluctuated greatly. However, he quickly calmed down. After all, there were still things to deal with. He turned his head to look at the Red Fiend. The latter's body was emitting a terrifying red light, and a dense death aura permeated the land. His eyes were scarlet and filled with killing intent. Die! The Red Fiend yelled eerily. His body suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chun. Then, he leaped and punched out. A majestic fist light blasted towards Fong Chen. At the same time, he suddenly turned around and appeared behind Fong Chen. He circulated all the strength in his body and rushed towards Fong Chen's back. Invincible sword art. With a flick of his wrist, Fong Chen's long sword burst forth instantly as he unleashed his invincible sword technique. The horrifying sword technique formed streaks of sword light in the void. Each of the streaks of sword light contained an extreme amount of ultimate power. Fong Chen, who had stepped into the 10th Order Saint realm, once again displayed the invincible sword art. Its power had reached an unbelievable level. This was the true invincible sword art. He used the ultimate sword Dao as the foundation to display the invincible sword art. Each sword light could easily crush a 9th Order Saint realm cultivator. Although the Red Fiend was an awakened expert, and his peak combat strength could easily crush a 9th Order Saint realm cultivator a long time ago. However, after sleeping for so long, he had just awakened, and his cultivation had dropped. Now, he was barely at the 9th Order Saint realm. Against an ultimate saint, he could only rely on his powerful combat experience to gain the upper hand. Boom! The thick sword light closed in on his body. Seeing this scene, his heart trembled. His palms suddenly transformed into a pair of big claws. Scarlet light burst out, and the big claws grabbed at the void. Rip! One of the thick sword light was directly crushed by the claws. But soon, the densely packed sword lights once again shot toward him. Rumbling sounds resounded through the sky. At the beginning, he was still able to block them. But in the end, there were simply too many sword lights, causing him to be unable to block them. With a bang, he was sent flying. This is? Red Fiend quickly got up. His expression was extremely solemn. He had never imagined that this human warrior would have such tyrannical combat strength. Could it be that he has already surpassed the 9th level Saint realm? However, the Red Devil Beast didn't sense any Supreme Being aura from him. Humph! After pondering for a moment, Red Fiend calmed down and slammed his palm. Immediately, a red fruit exploded and he absorbed the red mist into his body. The next moment, his body began to swell, and all the hair on his body turned red. It was like a red monster. This was also the origin of the name Red Fiend. Be careful. Great Emperor Mieu warned loudly. He had fought with the Red Fiend more than once, so he was very clear about the latter's trump cards. When the Red Fiend transformed into the Red Fiend, his combat power was at its strongest. Don't let the red mist touch you. Great Emperor Mieu warned. The red mist contained a strong corrosive power. Once touched, one's primordial spirit would be severely damaged. This was also one of the Red Fiend's ultimate technique. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Red Fiend looked up to the sky and let out an angry roar. At the same time, he controlled the dense red mist around him and rushed towards Fong Chen. Seeing this, Fong Chen grinned and then activated the 10 ultimate powers in his body. Boom, boom, boom. 10 ultimate powers were released at the same time, and the power of the invincible sword art soared again. Poochie! 10 beams of ultimate sword light condensed in the sky. Each beam was tens of thousands of feet tall. The 10 beams of ultimate sword light swooped down with unparalleled power. Crack! When the first sword light hit the Red Fiend's body, it instantly stopped, as if it had fallen into a swamp. The red mist was also rapidly corroding the sword light. Boom! In just one exchange, the red mist had corroded the first sword light. However, Great Emperor Mieu, you also noticed that the red mist had weakened a lot. Boom! The second, third, fourth, 7 consecutive sword lights bombarded the Red Fiend's body, and the amount of red mist rapidly decreased. Moreover, the red hair on the Red Fiend's body emitted a burnt smell, as if he had been severely injured. 7 Huh! Fong Chen held the long sword in his hand and squinted his eyes. No wonder he was able to injure Great Emperor Mieu. If he hadn't stepped into the 10th level Saint realm, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Red Fiend. The latter's red hair seemed to have mutated and was very strange. It actually blocked his 7 sword lights. However, Fang Chen also knew that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He definitely wouldn't be able to block the 8th sword light. Let's end this. With that, the 8th sword light swooped down. The red fiend clenched its teeth and faced it head-on. It used its red hair and the thin red mist around it to try and destroy the sword light before it could reach it. However, he had failed. Crack! After the impact of the first 7 sword lights, the red mist was already very thin, and the red hair on his body had also been injured to varying degrees. At this time, his combat strength had decreased sharply. Boom! The 8th sword light pierced the red mist and instantly destroyed the last trace of red mist. Next, the sword light destroyed the red hair on the red fiend's body and then pierced his arms. The red fiend struggled in pain. With a tearing sound, his arms were directly cut off by the sword light. He screamed in his heart and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The remaining 2 streaks of sword light also fell and pierced his head. The red fiend couldn't dodge. With a scream, he fell into a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, Great Emperor Miayu was extremely shocked. A complete cultivation system? He looked at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. The red fiend was killed by him so easily? Then, just how strong was he? Whoosh! Great Emperor Miayu took a deep breath and forcefully stabilized his body. His dark eyes looked at Fang Chen. Thank you. Even someone as prideful as Emperor Miayu was impressed by Fang Chen at this moment. Fang Chen's combat strength was above the 9th Order True Saint realm, and he had mastered the complete cultivation system. It was highly likely that he would step into the chaotic supremacy realm in the future. I didn't kill him to save you, Fang Chen said indifferently. His goal was the fragment. Great Emperor Miayu heard this and his wrist shook, throwing the fragment to Fang Chen. From the moment he lost to the Red Fiend, he was no longer qualified to compete for the fragment. He was eliminated. Moreover, Fang Chen was so strong. If he continued to compete for the fragment, the two would definitely meet and there would be unnecessary trouble. He simply gave up and handed over the fragment. If there is a need in the future, I, Great Emperor Miayu, will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. With that, Great Emperor Miayu's body flashed and disappeared. Fang Chen kept the fragment. Before he left, he sucked the red blood essence ball from the red fiend's abdomen with his palm. Chapter 39-34. After killing the red fiend, they obtained the 6th fragment. At this point, Fang Chen and Elder Jia Yuan had a total of 6 fragments in their hands. At this time, Elder Jia Yuan also brought bad news. The owners of the last 3 fragments seemed to have smelled danger, and the 3 of them formed an alliance. Those 3 old monsters have joined forces. We have to be careful. Elder Jia Yuan reminded. Although they had the reincarnation road as their escape route, the slightest mistake could lead to death. This was no joke. Even an expert like Great Emperor Miayu had been defeated by the Red Fiend. Those ancient awakened experts had many tricks up their sleeve. It was unimaginable. Therefore, they had to be careful. There are still some experts. Although they didn't obtain any fragments, they are still hiding in the core area, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Elder Jia Yuan said. I understand. Fang Chen nodded. He already had a plan in his heart. Death Cliff, Soul River. If one were to talk about the most dangerous place in the Death Cliff, most people would agree that it was the core area. However, if one were to talk about the most terrifying place in the Death Cliff, it would undoubtedly be the Soul River. Terrifying streams flowed in the Soul River, and these streams could easily corrode a cultivator's Yuan spirit. Even a 9th Order Saint Realm expert's Yuan spirit would be severely injured if they entered the Soul River. Back then, Fang Chen had no choice but to fall into the Soul River. However, because of Leng Xian's protection, he successfully reached the bottom of the Soul River and entered the cave. Of course, Princess Huang also helped a lot. This was an exception. Most people still couldn't get close to the Soul River. Today the Soul River was still very calm. Traces of ripples flowed on the surface of the Soul River. A cool breeze blew, and a gloomy aura blew towards the mountain range behind the Soul River. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the mountain range there were more than 10 figures. They stared vigilantly at the Soul River and carefully moved forward. Be careful. The Soul River is up ahead. One of them reminded. What are you afraid of? As long as we don't enter the Soul River, nothing will happen. Moreover, we came prepared this time. Another person said disapprovingly. That's right. We have created the most powerful puppet in the world. According to our tests, this puppet can withstand the corrosive power of the Soul River, the short warrior said. Success or failure will depend on this. If the puppet can really move freely in the Soul River, then we will be able to dominate the Death Cliff from now on. With the Soul River as the foundation, they would continue to expand. This was the ambition of this group of people. Of course, in order to create this puppet, they had paid a heavy price. Sha sha sha. The group of 10 quickly arrived at the shore of the Spirit River. After feeling the terror of the Spirit River, everyone's expression was incomparably solemn. Where are the puppets? Asked the leader. The puppeteer behind him released his puppet. It was a completely red puppet that appeared in front of everyone. Put it in. The puppet master nodded. He controlled the puppet and let it slowly come into contact with the water of the Soul River. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the puppet's feet came into contact with the water of the Soul River, everyone was extremely nervous. However, when they saw that the puppet was completely able to withstand the corrosion of the Soul River, they heaved a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, success! The leader laughed loudly and ordered the puppeteer to put the puppet completely into the Soul River. Let the puppet explore the bottom of the Soul River. Someone said, explore the Soul River clearly and control it further. Soon, the puppet was completely submerged in the Soul River. The puppeteer was fully focused on controlling it. The puppet was descending. For the time being, the water of the Soul River did not have any effect on it. However, as time passed and the puppet dived deep enough, the resistance became stronger. Gotcha! With a loud sound, one of the puppet's legs was crushed by the strong pressure of the Soul River. The puppeteer's expression changed drastically. What happened? Asked the leader. The puppet's leg is broken. The puppeteer hurriedly said. The leader said, quickly bring the puppet back. The puppeteer nodded and prepared to control the puppet to float up. However, at this moment, he saw a shocking scene through the puppet. In the center of the Soul River, there was a hazy figure. She was surrounded by the water of the Soul River. A dusky light blocked the view. The puppeteer could vaguely feel that there was someone there, and it was a woman. His body was trembling. What kind of existence was that? Why was she in the Soul River? Poochie! The puppet's body in the Soul River seemed to be about to shatter. At this moment, in the dusky light circle, Lung Xian suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes shot out a terrifying light. Gotcha! The puppet instantly fell apart. The puppeteer on the shore also suffered a strong backlash. He vomited blood and fell to the ground. What happened? The leader asked anxiously. The others also asked curiously. What was under the Soul River? The puppet is broken. The puppeteer said weakly. Did our plan fail? The leader frowned. The puppet that they had painstakingly developed was still unable to withstand the power of the Soul River. The puppeteer shook his head. His pupils shrunk as he recalled the scene that he had just seen. He was extremely shocked. There is someone under the Soul River. As soon as he said that, the others' heartbeats quickened. What? There is someone under the Soul River? The puppeteer nodded. He looked in the direction of the Soul River with some fear. Through the puppet I saw a dusky light circle. In the light circle, there seemed to be a woman cultivating. She destroyed the puppet with just a look and severely injured me. What? Everyone exclaimed. There was actually someone in the world who could cultivate in the Soul River? Heavens, who was she? Could it be that we have offended someone that we should not have? The leader was a little guilty. After all, this was the Soul River. Let's go back first, another person said. The group of people prepared to leave. But at this moment, the calm Soul River suddenly churned. The water of the Soul River rushed to the shore and swept the injured puppeteer into the Soul River. A miserable scream came from the Soul River. The other 9 people were scared out of their wit. They ran away from the Soul River. After running for a long time, they stopped and looked at each other while panting. Why did the puppeteer get swept into the Soul River? Someone questioned. Could it be because the puppeteer controlled the puppet and disturbed the Almighty's cultivation? The leader's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, in the dusky light circle of the Soul River, in Ling Xian's empty eyes there seemed to be a ripple. Her naked body was like a living corpse. Her body was petrified. Gotcha. After the puppeteer was swept into the Soul River, he died instantly. After that, Ling Xian's red lips moved slightly as if she was saying something. Chapter 39-35. Although he had obtained 6 fragments, Fang Chen's heart was heavy. Learning about Ling Xian's situation from Great Emperor Miayu, his heart was in turmoil. After all, if it wasn't for Ling Xian, he might have died. Moreover, it was Ling Xian who had sent him into the independent space to temper himself. However, Ling Xian was in the Soul River, and Fang Chen was helpless. I wonder if my primordial spirit can withstand the corrosion of the Soul River now that I'm in the 10th level True Saint Realm? Fang Chen thought to himself. The 10th level True Saint Realm and the 9th level True Saint Realm were 2 completely different concepts. The difference between the 2 was like heaven and earth. The Soul River is very special. Don't take risk. As if guessing Fang Chen's thoughts, Elder Jia Yuan reminded him in a low voice. As an elder of the Jialua clan, Elder Jia Yuan knew better than anyone else how terrifying the Soul River was. He wanted to tell Fang Chen that a long time ago, the Jialua clan's experts had once planned to open up the path of reincarnation to the bottom of the Soul River. However, this plan ended in failure. At that time, the Jialua clan's vitality was greatly damaged, and the clan's experts suffered heavy losses. Before one of the experts died, he fell into madness and roared crazily, as if saying that there was a terrifying existence at the bottom of the Soul River. Since then, the Jialua clan had forbidden anyone from approaching the Soul River. The Soul River was an ominous place. Fang Chen nodded. He recalled the statue of the primitive tribe he saw in the cave at the bottom of the Soul River. Perhaps the primitive tribe was like the Jialua clan and had once explored the Soul River, but it ended in failure. Fang Chen was suddenly curious about the expert who built the cave at the bottom of the Soul River. It was difficult for ordinary people to enter the bottom of the Soul River, but that expert could build a cave at the bottom of the Soul River. It was simply unbelievable. However, the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He couldn't figure it out at all. In the end, he shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Senior Ling Xian should be fine in the Soul River for the time being. Moreover, with his current strength, it was a little unrealistic to rescue Ling Xian from the Soul River. Therefore, he placed his focus on the fragment. There are still 3 fragments left. Is it possible to get them? Fang Chen asked. The owners of the last 3 shards seemed to have sensed that someone was secretly trying to steal their shards and kill them, so they decided to form an alliance. With the 3 old monsters working together, their battle prowess was extremely strong, so Elder Jia Yuan didn't recommend forcefully stealing them. It'll be very difficult. However, I do have an idea, Elder Jia Yuan said. Fang Chen looked at Elder Jia Yuan in puzzlement. The latter stroked his beard and said, I can use the path of reincarnation to find them and negotiate with them as an elder of the Jia Luo race. In fact, there was no need to snatch all the fragments. As long as the 9 fragments could be combined and shared, it would be enough. As for who would obtain the ghost artifact in the end, that would depend on their own ability. All right, I'll wait here for your news, Fang Chen said. After Elder Jia Yuan left, Jia Jiu helped Fang Chen settle down in the Jia Luo clan's territory. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this time, Fang Chen had been cultivating in seclusion. In the Jia Luo clan's territory, some of the younger generation who knew Jia Jiu seemed to have heard some things about Fang Chen. They were arrogant and thought that a young human couldn't possibly compare to the Jia Luo clan. Therefore, one day, 3 young disciples of the Jia Luo clan came to Fang Chen's courtyard. At this moment, Fang Chen was discussing cultivation matters with Jia Jiu when the door was suddenly opened and 3 people walked in. Jia Feng, what are you doing here? Jia Jiu seemed to have thought of something and asked directly. I heard that this Mr. Fang is extremely strong and invincible in the 9th level Saint Realm. I'd like to see if it's just a rumor. The young man named Jia Feng grinned. The 2 people beside him also agreed. Big brother Jia Feng has been in the 9th level Saint Realm for a long time. His combat strength is outstanding, much stronger than you, Jia Jiu. In this encampment, among the younger generation, no one can defeat him. Since Mr. Fang is here, let's let big brother Jia Feng exchange pointers with him. Yes, I don't believe that a human's bloodline can be more noble than our Jia Luo clans. This was contempt from the depths of their hearts. Nonsense. Jia Jiu really wanted to curse. What realm are you 3 in? What realm are you in? Even Elder Jia Yuan was ashamed of his inferiority. He didn't know where they got the courage to spar with Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Were these 3 serious? 3 9th level Saint Realm young people wanted to spar with him? However, he didn't say anything. He believed that Jia Jiu could handle it. Go back quickly. Don't disturb brother Fang's rest, Jia Jiu said coldly. Jia Feng shook his head and curled his lips. Jia Jiu, don't belittle yourself. We are the strongest bloodline of the Jia Luo clan. He's just a branch. What's so great about him? So, the clansmen of the Jia Luo clan knew about Fang Chen's identity and thought that he was from the Chaos World's great sovereign's bloodline. That was why they wanted to belittle him. Humph, you idiot. Even Elder Jia Yuan might not be a match for brother Fang. What do you have to spar with him? Jia Jiu said angrily. However, the more he said this, the more Jia Feng and the others didn't believe him. Jia Jiu, are you stupid? Elder Jia Yuan is the strongest person in our territory. You say this guy is stronger than Elder Jia Yuan? What a joke. Yes, if he's stronger than Elder Jia Yuan, I'll smash my head into the back mountain without a word. Jia Feng nodded and said with a smile, What? Are you afraid that if I defeat your so-called brother Fang, you'll lose face? Fang Chen's identity as a descendant of the great sovereign's bloodline was no longer a secret. Everyone in the territory knew. However, only Elder Jia Yuan and Jia Jiu knew that he had entered the 10th level Saint Realm. Jia Feng and the others didn't know. They simply wanted to suppress the descendant of the great sovereign's bloodline and let him know that they were the true bloodline of the Jia Luo clan. Their thoughts were still at the stage of being competitive, but Fang Chen had shouldered the responsibility of saving the Chaos World. Strictly speaking, they weren't on the same level. You can leave, Fang Chen said. What? Are you scared? Jia Feng sneered when he heard that. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the territory with Jia Jiu's protection. Remember your identity. You're just a descendant of a branch of the Jia Luo clan. What right do you have to show off in front of us? Jia Jiu was enraged by the 3's mockery. However, Fang Chen reached out and stopped him. Chapter 39-36. Seeing Fang Chen stop him, Jia Jiu thought he was angry and said apologetically, Sorry brother Fang, they don't know any better. Please don't lower yourself to their level. Jia Jiu, you are the main branch of the Jia Luo clan. How can you apologize to a branch descendant? That's right. You are a disgrace to the Jia Luo clan. Besides, it's hard to say if he's really a member of the branch bloodline, Jiafeng mocked. Shut up. Jia Jiu was furious. He pointed at Jia Feng's nose and scolded, Mr. Fong is a branch descendant of the Jia Luo clan. You are not allowed to talk about him. The smile on Jia Feng's face disappeared. He looked at Jia Jiu and said, Jia Jiu, you should know better than me that only those who have been recognized by the blood pool can be counted as members of our clan. He is just an outsider. Boom! Jia Jiu slapped Jia Feng across the air, and the latter raised his arm to block. Jia Jiu's expression gradually darkened. Jia Jiu, you dare to attack me? Jia Feng said coldly. The other two were also eager. Seeing this, Jia Jiu was furious. At this time, Fang Chen stood up and shrugged helplessly. Why do some people always think they are so shameless in front of others? Who do you think you are? One of the people behind Jia Feng rushed at Fang Chen. Bang! However, before he could get close to Fang Chen, he felt a huge force blow him away. Dong! His body hit the ground hard. Pain spread all over his body. He grimaced in pain. You are looking to die. Seeing this, the other person was furious. Bang! Another huge force blew him away. It was the same as the previous person. Fang Chen smiled at Jia Feng and said, Didn't you want to spar with me? I will fulfill your wish. Then, he raised his arm and clenched it into a fist. I will only use one punch. If you can block it, I will spar with you seriously. You are going too far. Jia Feng was furious. He activated his Jia Luo clan bloodline and used his strongest secret technique. Boom! It was a simple punch, without any fancy movements, and without any fluctuations of power. The moment this punch touched Jiafeng's body, it directly sealed his power and even froze his bloodline. Jiafeng was immediately turned into an ice sculpture. Brother Jiafeng. The two people who came with Jia Feng gasped when they saw this scene. One punch turned Brother Jiafeng into an ice sculpture. Wasn't that too terrifying? Could he really be stronger than Elder Jia Yuan? The two looked at each other, their hearts trembling. Inside the ice sculpture, Jia Feng was completely stunned. His breathing became hurried. Ever since he was born, he had followed the elders of his clan and seen countless experts. He had even witnessed a super expert who had defeated a pinnacle saint. However, no matter who he faced, he didn't have the same feeling as he did with Fang Chen. It was filled with fear. How can he be so strong? Jiafeng couldn't believe it. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered, and Jia Feng returned to normal. He stood on the ground and didn't say anything for a long time. Aren't you going to thank Brother Fang for sparing your life? Jia Jiu scolded. Jia Feng finally reacted. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression, and finally clasped his fists to thank him, and left. Brother Fang, I'm sorry. Jia Jiu apologized. No worries. Fang Chen shook his head. From his humble beginnings to his current rise, he had experienced too much. In this world, the strong were respected. The fist was the law. This rule was applicable everywhere. If he couldn't defeat Jia Feng today, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Jialua clan's encampment. But now, he had shown his absolute strength and intimidated Jia Feng and the others. They were afraid of him from the bottom of their hearts, and didn't dare to disturb him. Sometimes, cultivation couldn't be too low profile. Being high profile would save him a lot of trouble. In front of a glacier in the core area. Crack! The ice shattered, and Elder Jia Yuan walked out from the bottom of the glacier. He leaped onto the ice mountain. In front of the ice mountain, there were 3 thatched huts, and 3 elders lived in them. The 3 of you, I am Jia Yuan of the Jialua clan's encampment. Elder Jia Yuan directly stated his identity. When they heard the words Jialua race, the expressions of the 3 elders changed. The elder in the middle thatched hut asked, May I know why Brother Jia Yuan has come here? The Jialua clan received information that the last 3 fragments are in the hands of the 3 of you. I'm here for that. You want to take the fragments from us? The elder on the left asked. Even if you're from the Jialua clan, don't even think about taking the fragments from us, the elder on the right said. However, only the elder in the middle thatched hut noticed the last 2 words in Elder Jia Yuan's words. The last 3 fragments. Did this mean that the remaining 6 fragments were already in the hands of the Jialua clan? This was a question worth pondering. Mr. Jia Yuan, you just said the last 3 fragments? What do you mean? The elder in the middle thatched hut asked. Elder Jia Yuan smiled. To be honest, the remaining 6 fragments have already been obtained by my clan. What? The expressions of the 3 elders changed drastically. The Red Fiend and the others weren't any weaker than them. How could they have lost the fragments? It seemed that the Jialua clan had come prepared and were very strong. So you want to take them by force? The elder on the left asked. I want to see how the Jialua clan will take the fragments from us, the elder on the right snorted coldly. The 3 of them were all awakened experts who had once touched the threshold of supremacy. Although their cultivation had dropped, if they worked together, they would be able to break through the 9 levels of Saint Realm. They might not be able to defeat the Jialua clan, but if they wanted to escape, no one could stop them. Everyone, don't panic. I know how strong you are. To be honest, the Jialua clan doesn't want to make a big fuss, Elder Jia Yuan said. But if the 9 fragments are gathered, we'll be able to find clues about the ghost artifact. I think we can work together. The 3 of them were extremely strong. If they worked together, they might not be able to suppress Fang Chun, but if they were determined to escape, no one could stop them. This was their greatest trump card. Fang Chun and Elder Jia Yuan, on the other hand, were eager to gather the 9 fragments and find clues about the ghost artifact. Therefore, they could work together even further. Work together? The elder in the middle thatched hut looked at Elder Jia Yuan in surprise. He didn't know what the Jialua clan was planning. Of course, they were also on guard. After checking carefully and confirming that there were no Jialua clan members lying in ambush, they sighed in relief. Yes, we'll work together. We'll gather the 9 fragments and share the clues. As for the ghost artifact, it'll be up to each of us. Chapter 39-37. The 3 elders on the ice mountain were wary of Elder Jia Yuan and weren't willing to cooperate. After all, the Jialua clan had already obtained 6 fragments. This meant that they'd stolen quite a few from others. The only reason they hadn't attacked them yet was because they'd formed an alliance beforehand. Right now, they were rejoicing. After all, the Red Fiend, Emperor Miayu, and the other old monsters weren't any weaker than them. If the Jialua clan attacked them one by one, they'd be in danger. The elder in the middle of the thatched hut was thinking. The elders on his left and right obviously followed his lead and waited for his decision. If the fragments don't gather, who knows when the ghost artifact will appear? Do you want to keep waiting? Elder Jia Yuan asked. The ghost artifact would only appear if the 9 fragments gathered. He didn't want to wait, so he came to find the 3 of them. After all, there were many ways to cooperate. Now, it was up to them to see if they were willing to cooperate. The 3 of you are fighting for the ghost artifact as well, right? Elder Jia Yuan's words hit the nail on the head. The Jialua clan is powerful. If we cooperate, why should we trust you? In reality, this was what the 3 of them were worried about. They were worried that the Jialua clan would attack them once the 9 fragments gathered. After all, no one knew how many experts were in the Jialua clan's base in the core area. The Jialua clan was one of the most ancient clans. They were even stronger than primitive clans. They controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation and were the most mysterious. Countless years had passed, and perhaps a prime had already appeared in their clan. In truth, the 3 of them didn't dare to take the risk. I, Jia Yuan, can swear on the reputation of the Jialua clan that we won't attack you during our cooperation? Elder Jia Yuan patted his chest and promised. As for when the ghost artifact appears, our cooperation will end and we'll rely on our own abilities. How about it? The goal of this cooperation was to gather the 9 fragments in advance. As for the ghost artifact that appeared after gathering, it would depend on their own abilities. After all, this involved the secrets of primes. No one wanted to give it up. Brother Jia Yuan, let the 3 of us think about it. The 3 of them started to communicate via voice transmission. An hour later, the elder in the middle of the thatched hut nodded in agreement. We agree to work together, but we have a request. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage made a request. He hoped that he would be the one to fuse with the 9 fragments. Sure, no problem. Elder Jia Yuan showed the magnanimity of the Jialuo race. He didn't believe that the 3 of them would dare to target the Jialuo clan. In that case, please wait for my news. I'll head back to the clan to retrieve the fragment, Elder Jia Yuan said. Then, he entered the path of reincarnation and disappeared. Looking at his disappearing figure, the expression of the old man in the straw hut in the middle gradually became serious. The 2 old men on his left and right also asked, I wonder if they will trick us. I don't think so. He won't ruin the Jialuo clan's reputation. However, if the 9 fragments are gathered and the ghost artifact appears, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't we have to go through many bloody battles before we finally got our hands on the fragments? So what if they were from the Jialuo race? They were wandering cultivators who had awakened and had no attachment. As long as they obtained the ghost artifact, they would immediately leave the death cliff and hide somewhere to cultivate. Even the Jialuo race didn't have the ability to reach the heavens. It wasn't very likely that they would be able to find them. Should we? The old man on the right made a hand gesture. The old man on the left shook his head and rejected the idea. It was best not to have any dirty thoughts when cooperating with the Jialuo race. Otherwise, if they angered the Jialuo race, the consequences would be unimaginable. When martial cultivators died, most of them would go through the cycle of reincarnation. The Jialuo race controlled the path of reincarnation. If they were angered, they might do something to the path of reincarnation. There's no need to think too much. Let's just wait for the Jialuo race to arrive, the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage said. Jialuo race's base. Ever since Jia Feng and the other 2 were frightened by Feng Chen's terrifying power, everyone in the base was unusually respectful of Feng Chen. Especially when they learned from Jia Feng that Feng Chen's combat power was very likely to be on par with Elder Jia Yuan, they were even more shocked. Now, no one came to disturb Feng Chen anymore. The latter was very free. These few days, he had been waiting for news from Elder Jia Yuan. Jia Ju would also come to spar with him from time to time. As for Princess Huang, she did not waste any time. The primordial bloodline in her body seemed to be awakening. She sat cross-legged on the ground, her body covered in a layer of golden light. She looked holy and flawless. Primordial bloodline? Feng Chen curled his lips and said. He had to admit that the primordial bloodline was really strong. He had gone through a lot of hardships to obtain the perfect bloodline. After transforming it countless times, it was barely comparable to the primordial bloodline. This was enough to prove the strength of the primordial bloodline. Of course, the reincarnation bloodline of the Jialuo race was also strong enough. However, these 2 bloodlines were completely different. 1. While he was thinking, the golden light on Princess Huang's body disappeared and was replaced by a thin bloodline aura. She seemed to have realized that her primordial bloodline was about to be awakened, so she was working hard. Dang dang dang! Someone was knocking on the door. Feng Chen responded, and Elder Jia Yuan walked in from outside. He looked hurried as he walked to Feng Chen and told him the result of the negotiation. The 3 old men are willing to cooperate, but they have a condition. The 9 fragments must be controlled by them, and they can only be on the ice mountain. I agreed, Elder Jia Yuan said. Feng Chen nodded. This result was within his expectations. The Giallo race was so famous that the three old men would not dare to come to the Giallo race's base even if they were given 100 guts. No problem. Give them the fragments and let them combine, Fong Chen said. When do we set off? Because he saw Princess Huang cultivating, Elder Jiyuan asked. These days, he could feel that the relationship between the two of them was complicated, but he did not ask. Now, Fong Chen said. Once the 9 fragments were combined, it would definitely lead to a bloodbath. When that time came, the battle would no longer be something that Princess Huang and Jiajiu could interfere with. Therefore, it was best for them to stay safely in the Giallo race's base and wait for news. All right, I'll tell Jiajiu to take care of Princess Huang. Elder Jiayuan sent a message to Jiajiu and the latter quickly arrived at the courtyard. Elder Jiayuan, I want to go as well, Jiajiu said. Nonsense, what do you think you are doing? Elder Jiayuan reprimanded. Those 3 old fellows are extremely powerful, and they can kill 9th Order true saints with ease. Even I would be wary of them, let alone you. Stay in the base and take good care of Princess Huang. Wait for our news. With that, Elder Jiayuan and Fong Chen left the encampment. Chapter 39-38. There were icebergs everywhere in the polar glaciers. The endless mountain peaks entered Xiao Chen's eyes. It was a vast white sky. However, on the tallest ice mountain there were 3 elders. They stood with their hands behind their backs and looked into the distance. Today was the day of the agreement. Would the Jialua clan come as promised? Or whether they would play any trick? Anyway, when they learned that the Jialua clan had already obtained 6 of the 9 fragments, the 3 elders could no longer sit still. They even suspected that the martial practitioner who had obtained the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization might be related to the Giallo race, or even a member of the Giallo race. Thinking of this, the expression of the old man in the middle became serious. He looked at the 2 old men and said, "What do you think will happen today?" The elder on the left stroked his beard and said, "The Jialua clan is one of the most powerful clans in the world, comparable to the primitive clans. Jiyuan is highly respected in the Jialua clan, and he is also an elder. His words should carry weight." "That's right, I agree with Old Man Xiu. The Jialua clan wouldn't use such a trap to cheat us of our fragments," said the elder on the right. Sha sha sha. 2 ear-piercing sounds could be heard from the distant horizon. The 3 old men abruptly raised their heads and saw 2 figures swiftly approaching. One of them was Elder Jiayuan, who had negotiated with them earlier, while the other was someone they did not recognize. The 3 of them looked at each other, a trace of doubt flashing in their eyes. Who was this young man? Why was he allowed to follow Elder Jiayuan to such an important event? Was he one of the young geniuses of the Jialua clan? Soon, Fong Chen and Elder Jiayuan arrived at the top of the ice mountain. Elder Jiayuan clasped his fists and greeted them. "How have you been?" Fong Chen also bowed slightly to show his respect. "Jiayuan, who is he?" the old man in the middle asked directly. Their cooperation involved ghost artifacts, so they could not let anyone else interfere. Therefore, they had to investigate the background of this young man. Even if he was a younger generation member of the Jialua clan, he could not be present. "I was just about to introduce them to you 3. Elder Jiayuan smilingly pointed at Fong Chen and said, "His name is Fong Chen, a descendant of a branch of our Jialuo clan." Humph! The 3 elders snorted coldly. As expected, they were from the younger generation of the Jialua clan. "Jiayuan, what's the meaning of bringing a junior to such an occasion?" "That's right. You know very well the importance of this cooperation. What can this junior do to help?" In fact, the 3 old men didn't hate Fong Chen, but they had a strange feeling in their hearts. Why did they have to bring a youngster here? Could it be that there was more to it than meets the eye? Originally, cooperating with the Giallo race was like walking on a tightrope. It was very dangerous. If they were not careful, they would fall into the endless abyss and die. Therefore, they were especially sensitive. The three of you, please don't misunderstand. Elder Jia Yuan said with a smile, don't be fooled by his young age. His strength isn't inferior to any of the three of you. The three old men were astonished when they heard this. Then they shook their heads. They didn't know what Elder Jia Yuan was planning. However, the three of them suppressed their curiosity and waited for Jia Yuan's explanation. I said before that the Jialua clan obtained a total of 6 fragments. However, the three of you don't know that 4 of them were obtained by young friend Fang Chen. What? The old man on the left opened his eyes wide and repeated, you said that he obtained 4 fragments by himself? How is that possible? Great Emperor Mia Yu and the Red Fiend. Which one of them is weaker than him? I don't believe that a mere junior can defeat the Red Fiend. Obviously, the 3 old men didn't believe in Fang Chen's true strength. They thought that Elder Jia Yuan was lying. Elder Jia Yuan knew that since they wanted to cooperate, he had to dispel the doubts in their hearts. Therefore, he signaled for Fang Chen to release his aura. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out of Fang Chen's body. In the next instant, the entire glacier was covered in a layer of extremely cold frost. It was terrifying to the extreme. The 3 old men were dumbfounded. They felt that their Yuan spirits were trembling as if they were about to be frozen. How is this possible? The 3 exclaimed. Wasn't this junior too strong? Just releasing his aura was enough to make their Yuan spirits tremble. What would happen if he really attacked? Thinking of this, the 3 of them took a deep breath and forced themselves to remain calm. Their black eyes stared at Fang Chen. You. Could it be? The old man in the middle of the straw hut narrowed his eyes as if he had thought of something. Boom! The old man on the left flashed and arrived beside Fang Chen. He struck out with his palm, and an endless amount of power shot towards Fang Chen with his palm as the center. Gotcha! The 2 palms collided and the old man's body was sent flying. Dang! 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 After taking a few steps back, he barely managed to stabilize his body. The old man's heart was in turmoil. He didn't believe in Fang Chen's strength before, but after experiencing it himself, he was filled with fear. So strong, the old man said in a low voice. Instantly, the 3 of them were on high alert. They were certain that they couldn't defeat Fang Chen if they fought alone. Only when the 3 of them worked together would they be invincible. At this moment, they looked at Fang Chen with complicated expressions. You're the one who took the fragment from the Red Fiend? The old man in the middle of the straw hut asked. I'm afraid you're also the one who has the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, right? The old man on the left said. Seeing this, Elder Jia Yuan smiled gently. Then, he waved his hand and the terrifying aura disappeared from the glacier. Fang Chen also returned to normal. You 3 guessed right. Fang Chen does have the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. However, this matter is very important and I hope you 3 can keep it a secret, Elder Jia Yuan said. But don't worry, the Jialua clan values honesty. Since we're cooperating with you 3, we won't secretly attack you during this period. Please don't worry. Elder Jia Yuan added. Hearing this, the expressions of the 3 eased a little. To be honest, they didn't want to fight with Fang Chen. The latter was very likely to have stepped into the realm above the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they only had the confidence to defeat him. Rather than that, cooperating was a win-win choice. I hope the Jialua clan will keep their word, the old man in the middle of the straw hut said. Then, the 3 of them took out the fragments they had. 9 fragments. Only by gathering them together can we show the specific location of the ghost artifact, the old man on the left said. I hope we'll be in charge of gathering the fragments. No problem. Before Elder Jia Yuan could say anything, Fang Chen took out all the fragments. Chapter 39-39. Of course, the prerequisite for cooperation was mutual trust. Otherwise, how could they succeed if they each had their own agendas? No one knew what would happen when the 9 fragments merge. They could only guess that clues to the ghost artifact might appear. That was why Elder Jia Yuan and Fang Chen sought cooperation. The three old men were hard to deal with. Fang Chen was not afraid of any of them in a one-on-one fight. However, the key was that the three old men did not give him a chance to fight one-on-one. They were always together, protecting the three fragments. Fang Chen did not want to fight to the death. Otherwise, once the ghost artifact appeared, he would be seriously injured. It would not be worth it. Therefore, as soon as the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage made his request, Fang Chen immediately took out the fragments he had on him. Together with the fragments he had obtained from Elder Jia Yuan, there were 6 fragments in total. He handed them all to the old man. The 3 old men were stunned. They did not expect Fang Chen to be so straightforward. Since this brother is so straightforward, I won't hold back. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage admired Fang Chen. After all, the latter handed over such precious items to him without hesitation. Let's begin. The old man on the left urged. The old man on the right nodded. Fang Chen looked at the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage. He opened his hands and the 9 fragments floated in front of his chest. Buzz. The moment the 9 fragments sensed each other, a strange energy exploded. This energy floated in the air and formed a small vortex, sucking the 9 fragments into it. In the blink of an eye, the 9 fragments formed a circle and spun rapidly in the vortex. Look! Sure enough, after the 9 fragments merged, they actually manifested different runes. Every fragment had some runes on it. Upon closer inspection, these runes connected together to form a map. This is a map. Elder Jia Yuan recognized the map at a glance. The Jialua clan's base had been built in the core area for countless years. He had been in charge of it all this time, so he knew everything about it. These red dots are the danger zones. Elder Jia Yuan pointed at the information released by the 9 fragments in the vortex and said. Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he stared at the 9 fragments. There were a total of 9 red dots. Fang Chen guessed that 8 of the red dots were fake, and only 1 red dot was real. Elder Jia Yuan quickly eliminated the 8 red dots, leaving only 1 red dot standing in the center of the map. Where is this? Elder Jia Yuan frowned and pondered. City of Despair? His expression changed greatly, as if he had recalled something. How is that possible? A ghost artifact is in the City of Despair? 1. At this moment, the 9 fragments gradually fused together and condensed into a palm-sized token. On the front of the token, there was the word Ghost. This should be the Ghost Emperor's ghost. On the back of the token, there was a tattered city. Despair City. Needless to say, the broken city on the back of the token was definitely the City of Despair. However, what puzzled them was, what exactly was Despair City? Why did Elder Jia Yuan turn pale with fright? Brother Jia Yuan, you seem to know a lot about Despair City? The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage asked. Whoosh! The token fell into his palm, and the special power in the air disappeared. The iceberg returned to normal, and he felt a warm current enter his palm from the token. Let me see. The old man on the left took the token and played with it in his hand. Fang Chen wasn't worried at all. He didn't want to kill them all, but if he was forced to, he would kill them even if he couldn't get the token. The City of Despair. That is a cursed land of death. Elder Jia Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts. The City of Despair used to be a war fortress in the core area of the Death Cliff, but because of the Great War, the City of Despair was destroyed. Some races treated the dilapidated cities as their last refuge. However, at this time, a group of mysterious creatures broke into the City of Despair and massacred all the tribes that took refuge there. After that, the entire City of Despair turned into a hell. Some people tried to get close to the City of Despair, but they turned into stone statues halfway. There were also experts who said that those mysterious creatures might be related to the underworld and were extremely terrifying. Once they were cursed, Heaven and earth would not tolerate it. Over time, no one dared to get close to the City of Despair. As time passed, the City of Despair became a forbidden place, and the later generations gradually forgot its legend. Even Elder Jia Yuan had long forgotten about the City of Despair. Because it was already in ruins, and after being exposed to the wind and rain, it was difficult to find its original location. Unexpectedly, the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact was actually in the City of Despair. Ghost Emperor. Underworld, suddenly, Fong Qin whispered. Why was a Ghost Emperor able to cause such a huge storm of blood? It was mainly because of the ghost artifact. Then, where did the ghost artifact come from, and why did it make people so crazy? Everyone thought that the ghost artifact contained the secret of the sovereign. However, who would have thought about where the ghost artifact came from? Now, the information given by the 9 fragments showed that the ghost artifact was in the City of Despair. Was this a coincidence? Countless years ago, the City of Despair was massacred by a mysterious creature and was scared into cursing. After countless years, the ghost artifact was about to appear in the City of Despair. Was there any connection between the two? In other words, the ghost artifact actually came from the underworld, and the Ghost Emperor was also a creature of the underworld? To be more precise, the Ghost Emperor was one of those mysterious creatures that massacred the city? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's heart fluctuated greatly. If that was the case, did the mysterious creatures of the underworld really exist, and what were they planning? What role did the Ghost Emperor play in it? He thought of the City Lord of the Ghost City, who was completely different from the other city lords. He remembered that Princess Huang once told him that the area of the Ghost City was very special, and the general demon-devouring clan did not dare to trespass. Combining all these information, Fong Chen came to a shocking conclusion. That was, the ghost artifact might be related to the underworld. The City of Despair is cursed and can't be approached? The old man on the left asked. If that's the case, how can we get in? The old man on the right frowned. The old man in the thatched hut in the middle looked at Jia Yuan. Among them, Jia Yuan was the one who knew the most about the core area and had the most say. First of all, through the 9 fragments we can basically confirm that the ghost artifact is in the City of Despair, Jia Yuan said. Second, the City of Despair is very dangerous and cursed. Anyone who gets close will be annihilated by the curse. These 2 points are not good news for us, but I think we can give it a try. Jia Yuan said, after all, it has been so long and the era has changed. The curse should have a time limit, right? Chapter 39-40. Time flowed by and eras changed. No one knew if the Despair City that was once cursed by the mysterious creature was still cursed. In other words, the curse had a time limit. After so many years, the curse had already disappeared. In short, there were too many things that they needed to consider. Hence, they needed to plan for the long term. Take a look. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage handed the token to Fong Chen for him to take a look. Just now, he had been secretly observing Fong Chen. He had to admit that although the latter was young, his willpower was very strong. He had merged the 9 fragments to form this token, but he wasn't worried at all when he held it in his hand. From this, it could be seen that he was a very courageous person. Of course, there was another thing that made the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage wary. Perhaps he was really confident and wasn't afraid that the 3 old men would take the token for themselves. Fong Chen took the token and played with it in his hand. He carefully sensed it. The ultimate force in his body quickly passed through his palm and entered the token. 1. He sensed a special aura. This special aura followed the ultimate power and entered his palm before entering his mind. Boom! This unique force exploded in an instant, turning into a gray fog. Just as Fong Chen's expression changed, the gray fog suddenly formed lines of dense words. This is? Fong Chen was shocked and hurriedly looked at it. After reading it, his expression softened. These words were sent from the token, and it mainly talked about the matters of Despair City. The message mentioned that the curse in the Despair City still existed. It was an extremely terrifying curse. Even if a peak 9th Order True Saint Realm expert entered, they would be corroded to death in an instant. The message even vaguely mentioned a 10th Order True Saint Realm expert. Even I can't resist the curse? Fang Chen's heart trembled. As a 10th Order True Saint Realm expert, his strength was definitely above a 9th Order True Saint Realm expert. However, he still couldn't resist the curse in the Despair City. Then, how strong was this curse? Countless chaos epochs had passed, and who knew how many eras had changed? It was already the end of the Chaos Era, but the curse was still there. Just who was it that cast this curse? What were those mysterious creatures? Were they really related to the mysterious Netherworld? He turned to look at Elder Jia Yuan. Among the 5 people present, Elder Jia Yuan was the most likely to know about the Netherworld. After all, he was a member of the Jialo race. The Jialo race was known to be in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation. After a cultivator died, as long as their primordial spirit didn't shatter, they would be able to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Netherworld was the place where people went after they died. There should be some connection between these 2 places. Underworld. Elder Jia Yuan's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "A long, long time ago, when I was still young, the underworld was often mentioned in the clan. However, when I turned 18, the underworld became a taboo, and no one in the clan was allowed to mention it. I remember clearly that my younger cousin, who was 1 year younger than me, asked about the Netherworld out of curiosity. The next day, he was expelled from the Jialo race." Elder Jia Yuan recalled. "After that, I heard that after he left the Jialo race, he met with a calamity." In other words, Elder Jia Yuan didn't know anything about the Netherworld. The curse in the Despair City was most likely planted by creatures from the Netherworld. It was too difficult to break the curse. "What should we do?" the old man on the left asked. "What else can we do? Didn't we hibernate for countless years to find the path to the Venerable realm? Ghost artifacts are related to the secrets of the Venerable realm. Even if we die, we must snatch them." The old man on the right expressed his attitude. They had hibernated for countless years to find an opportunity. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, they couldn't give up. So what if it was the Despair City? So what if it was the Netherworld? That's right. Even if the Despair City is extremely dangerous, the 3 of us are willing to go. After saying this, the old man in the middle straw hut looked at Fang Chen and Elder Jia Yuan. "We'll go as well," Fang Chen replied. Elder Jia Yuan was more familiar with the Despair City. "I'll lead the way." The Despair City was located in the extreme north, and the glacier was in the northwest. It wasn't too far away. With the group's speed, they quickly arrived in front of the Despair City. "The Despair City is right in front of us." Yellow sand filled the sky as far as the eye could see. Everywhere was a desert. In the center of the desert, the old site of a city could be vaguely seen. It was the legendary Despair City. Fang Chen stood in front and looked at the desert. He saw countless skeletons in front of the dilapidated city, and the ground around the dilapidated city was covered in dried crimson blood. This blood. He frowned slightly. If corpses could dry up, why didn't the blood fade? Why was it only dried up? This scene attracted Fang Chen's attention. He suspected that it had something to do with the curse. "Why don't we find a demonic beast to test it out?" the old man in the middle straw hut asked. The old man on the left was more impatient. His figure flashed and entered the mountain behind him. Soon, he came back with a huge demonic beast. It could be seen that the demonic beast was covered in wounds. It must have been suppressed by the old man. "You, go to the ruined city and take a look," the old man ordered. The huge demonic beast didn't dare to make a sound. It could only brace itself and move forward. When it got close to the ruined city, cracks appeared on its huge body. The blood in its body seemed to have frozen. Roar. It let out a furious roar, but at this point there was no turning back. It continued to stride forward, but after taking only one step, it was directly struck by a red light that shot out from the dilapidated city. Crack! Its enormous body instantly exploded into pieces, leaving no corpse behind. Buzz! The void was filled with a scarlet aura. The demonic beast's blood flowed in the desert. However, it was absorbed by the yellow sand in a second. The scarlet color remained on the surface of the desert forever. No matter how the wind blew, it wouldn't move. What a terrifying curse! That demonic beast had reached the 9th level of the Saint Realm. However, it was destroyed in just one move. Wasn't this too terrifying? Suddenly, the old man wanted to retreat. As long as he was alive, he would find an opportunity. However, if he died, it would be over. Did you notice the same thing with the blood? Fang Chen reminded them. Everyone looked over and indeed, they found some clues. The blood has obviously dried up, but it can't be buried by the sand? Elder Jia Yuan also noticed this problem. He looked around and saw traces of dried blood everywhere. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the blood to exist for such a long time in this desert. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Chapter 39-41. There seemed to be something wrong with the blood. This huge demonic beast was suppressed by the curse. Not even its bones were left, but its blood was left on the ground forever. That scarlet color seemed to never fade. What was going on? For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. Why don't I find a few more demonic beasts and try it a few more times? Old Xiu said and turned around, entering the forest behind him. Roar! The roar of the demonic beasts echoed throughout the forest. Old Xiu brought back 3 demonic beasts in a short while. The 3 demonic beasts he brought back were from 3 different races. He first let the first demonic beast, the Jiao Dragon, approach Despair City. The Jiao Dragon didn't even have the strength to resist and died instantly. The blood was dried by the wind, but the scarlet color was left on the ground. Continue. The second demonic beast approached Despair City. It was a demonic beast. The blood of its race was very special. It seemed to be able to merge with heaven and earth. Buzz. When the demonic beast approached Despair City, everyone's expression changed. The demonic beast wasn't killed by the curse like the Jiao Dragon. Instead, its body swayed a little before it stabilized itself and continued to move forward. It was obvious that it was in great pain. Its body might fall apart at any moment. However, the black blood that flowed out of its body gradually merged into the void. Fang Chen's pupils shrank. He seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Elder Jia Yuan and said, "Could it be that the curse of Despair City is targeted at blood?" "Look!" Old Xiu exclaimed. The demonic beast couldn't withstand the power of the curse. Its body fell to the ground, and its blood disappeared into the void. However, the strange thing was that its body didn't turn into a skeleton. Instead, it fell to the ground perfectly intact. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. The demonic beast's blood is very special. It can withstand the power of the curse? Elder Jia Yuan looked solemn. Continue. Old Xiu let the third demonic beast approach Despair City. However, before the demonic beast reached the place where the demonic beast died, it turned into a skeleton. It died in the same way as the first Jiao Dragon. Sure enough, the demonic demon's blood is a bit special, Fang Chen said. The old man in the middle of the thatched hut also muttered, "The demonic demons are a very special demon race. Their blood is innately connected to the heavens and earth. Perhaps the problem lies in this." Old man Xiu wanted to catch some devil demons to test, but devil demons were not easy to find. He was lucky enough to encounter this demonic monster. What should we do? Before they could ascertain the exact situation, none of the 5 dared to rashly approach Despair City. "We can't go on like this," Fang Chen muttered. "How about I give it a try?" The demonic beast's bloodline was special, so it could last longer than the Flood Dragon. What about him? He had a perfect bloodline that was on par with the primordial bloodline and the Jalua bloodline. Even though his bloodline had yet to reach perfection, it was still considered a unique bloodline. Moreover, with his strength at the 10th Order True Saint realm, if he still couldn't get close to Despair City, then the other 4 wouldn't have a chance either. Be careful, Elder Jia Yuan reminded. He knew that Fang Chen's method was feasible. After all, he was the strongest among the 5 of them. If they encountered any problems, he would be able to escape unscathed. 1. Fang Chen took a step forward, carefully stepping on the yellow sand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A gust of wind blew past, stirring up yellow sand that danced in the air. The entire void was gray, and nothing could be seen clearly. However, Fang Chen could vaguely see Despair City. After an unknown amount of time, Elder Jia Yuan's expression changed. He called out loudly for Fang Chen, but the latter continued to circle around Despair City as if he didn't hear him. Not good, he's lost. The old man in the middle of the thatched hut exclaimed. Old Man Xiao and the old man on the right had solemn expressions. If a 10th Order True Saint Realm expert was lost, then what about them? What should we do? Elder Jia Yuan was anxious. The Despair City was a terrifying place. Once one lost themselves, they would be trapped here forever until their blood was sucked dry. More importantly, the consequences would be unimaginable if they were to touch the Despair City ahead. Damn it, why is a ghost artifact in such a dangerous place? Elder Jia Yuan couldn't help cursing. He even wanted to use the reincarnation road to see if he could save Fang Chen. However, he failed. The reincarnation road couldn't get close to the Despair City. Once it got close enough, it would lose connection with the reincarnation road. Elder Jia Yuan was so scared that he quickly recalled the reincarnation road. What a terrifying Despair City! After the baptism of countless years, the curse is still so strong? The old man in the middle of the thatched hut couldn't help sighing. Old Man Xiao also shook his head and smiled bitterly. They had chosen to revive in this life in order to fight for a chance to enter the legendary Venerable realm. But now they had encountered the biggest problem. Fang Chen walked back and forth in front of the Despair City like a walking corpse. Elder Jia Yuan was very anxious. At the same time, he contacted Jia Jiao, who was in the Jialua clan's encampment, and asked him to find all the scrolls related to the Despair City as soon as possible. Elder Jia Yuan, did something happen? Jia Jiao asked with a keen sense of smell. Don't talk nonsense. Go and find it. Elder Jia Yuan scolded. Jia Jiao didn't dare to delay. He quickly went to the scripture depository and searched for scrolls related to the Despair City. At the same time, he contacted the experts in the clan to ask if they had any information about the Despair City. What's wrong? Princess Huang felt uneasy. She was worried that something had happened to Fang Chen. Nothing. I'm looking for something. Jia Jiao said. Did something happen to Fang Chen? Princess Huang asked. She tried to contact Fang Chen, but she couldn't. She was very worried. No. Don't think too much. As Jia Jiao spoke, he found a scroll related to the Despair City. He was overjoyed. This is the Despair City? Princess Huang's eyes narrowed. Why are you suddenly looking for scrolls related to the Despair City? Could it be that the ghost weapon is in the Despair City? Or? Thinking of this, Princess Huang's body trembled slightly. Her eyelashes trembled, and she couldn't help but tear up. No. I believe that he will be fine. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Fang Chen really fell into the Despair City. After receiving the inheritance left by her mother, the memories of the primitive clan were completely unlocked. Many secrets appeared in her mind. The City of Despair was the most important piece of information among all the pieces of information. Chapter 3942. The fact that Fang Chen was lost outside Despair City shocked the 4 elders, including Elder Jia Yuan. One had to know. He had mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization and was above the 9th-level True Saint realm. He had taken the final step and entered the 10th-level True Saint realm. No matter how one looked at it, such an expert could easily crush a 9th-order True Saint realm expert. Only the three of them were able to slightly intimidate Fong Chen by working together. But now, even he was trapped outside of the City of Despair. Just how strong was the curse left behind by the mysterious living being? Why did the curse not disappear even though the City of Despair was almost completely destroyed after so many years? Elder Jia Yuan watched as Fong Chen walked in circles outside Despair City like a zombie. The only thing that comforted him was the thick layer of scales on his skin that helped him resist the curse. "What should we do?" the elder in the middle of the thatched hut asked solemnly. Old Xiao suggested, "Why don't we look around and see if we can find the demonic demon?" The elder on the right shook his head. The demonic demon was rare. How could it be so easy to find one? Moreover, even if they found it, what could they do? The situation just now proved that the demonic demon could only resist the curse for a short period of time. It could not block it completely. This meant that even if they found the demonic demon, the four of them would not be able to enter. They could only watch as the demonic demon approached Despair City. Simply put, with Fong Chen's situation, no one could save him. Unless he could save himself. But was that possible? Elder Jia Yuan's mind trembled as words appeared in his mind. He quickly read through them. These were the records of Despair City that Jia Jiu had passed to him. "How is it?" the three elders asked. After a long time, Elder Jia Yuan shook his head and sighed. The information about Despair City from the clan did not have any substantial effect. It only said that the curse was very strong and required an extremely rare bloodline to break it. However, this bloodline had long gone extinct. An extremely rare bloodline? Elder Jia Yuan was surprised. As far as he knew, the most powerful bloodlines in the Age of Chaos were the reincarnation bloodlines and the primordial bloodlines. These two bloodlines should be considered the strongest bloodlines. Could it be that there was a stronger bloodline in this world? For a moment, he fell into silence. Meanwhile, in the extremely distant cave of dragon slaying, the ghost Tharch, who was trapped in the dragon slaying cave, let out an angry roar. Its face was ferocious as it tried to break free from its bindings, but in the end it still lay on the ground. "Damn it, my weapon is about to appear, but I'm trapped here." The Ghost Emperor was furious. However, not far underground, the world-shaking great demon gave a strong response. Angry roars came from underground, as if warning the Ghost Emperor not to act rashly. "If everyone was here, then don't blame it for being impolite." Roar. The Ghost Emperor roared, "One day I will destroy all of you." White Ape was also aware of the situation in the cave of the slaying dragon. He stood in the territory of the White Ape clan with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was solemn as he looked at the cave of the slaying dragon in the distance. Alas! He sighed leisurely, turned his head, and walked into the depths of the mountain range. After a while, he came in front of a cliff. Everything is up to fate. There was no one in the void, but there was a voice that seemed to have existed since ancient times. This voice came from the primitive tribe. Obviously, the primitive tribe also knew about Fong Chen's situation. Everything is up to fate? White Ape raised his head and looked at the cliff, his heart trembling. The primitive tribe said that everything was up to fate. Did this mean that Fong Chen had encountered an irreversible great danger? Yes. Although he was very puzzled, White Ape still bowed deeply, said a few words, and retreated into the depths of the mountain range. "I hope you can survive," White Ape said meaningfully. The entire Origin world was greatly shaken. There was news that the devouring demon clan's patriarch was about to return after being in seclusion for countless years. It was even suspected that he had stepped into the legendary realm of Chaos Controller. Of course, There was also news that the devouring demon clan's patriarch might have met with an accident when he was trying to break through to the highest realm and was in the healing stage. Therefore, he issued an order for the devouring demon clan to defend their cities and not cause any trouble during this period. In many prefectures, the lords of the various prefectures summoned countless experts under their command to guard their cities. However, the Ghost Palace was an exception. This was because a long time ago, after the Ghost Palace Lord disappeared, the Ghost Palace had been in a state without a leader. During this time, many forces in the Ghost Palace turned against each other. Without the suppression of the Ghost Palace Lord, many forces began to fight frantically, wanting to unify the Ghost Palace. For a time, the Ghost Palace's territory was filled with war and smoke. No one knew that the Ghost Palace Lord had stepped into a different world, and most likely entered the legendary underworld. At the Cliff of Death, near the Soul River, some people saw that there seemed to be a golden light flickering in the Soul River. They wanted to go closer to take a closer look, but found nothing. In the other forbidden lands there were also some mysterious experts roaming about. For a time, the Cliff of Death was also full of ups and downs. Many people went into hiding. They thought that the Golden Age had arrived, and soon, the entire origin world would become Azura Hell. At the end of the reincarnation road in the Chaos Realm, the great sage pinched his fingers, as if he had calculated that Fong Chen had encountered a calamity. Sigh. The great sage sighed. This was his destined calamity, and no one could help him. He could only rely on himself. If he couldn't overcome it, then the entire Chaos Realm's living beings would be destroyed. And if he could overcome it, then it would be a new life for the Chaos Realm's living beings. Don't worry, with me guarding the Chaos Realm, your family and brothers won't be in any danger. The great sage muttered to himself. At the same time, he looked up at the void. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the long river of time. Old guys, after planning for so long, it's time, right? He saw. As his voice fell, in the endless river of time, countless phantoms moved wildly, as if shuttling back and forth between the past and the present. However, there was no change in the Chaos Realm, including the end of the reincarnation road. But the great sage knew. Those old guys had already begun to move. After planning for so long, they couldn't just watch the mission fail. That was a heavy responsibility related to the entire Chaos Realm's living beings. Sigh, so tired. After guarding the end of the reincarnation road for so long, the great sage felt tired for the first time. He wanted to rest, but the conditions didn't allow him to. He had to continue guarding the last territory. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 39-43. The core area of the Cliff of Death. Outside the City of Despair, a storm raged and formed a terrifying whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, one could vaguely see a figure walking woodenly like a zombie. He was Fong Chen, who had lost himself. In the distance, the three old men and Elder Jia Yuan were very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Elder Jia Yuan even used the path of reincarnation to try to use the power of reincarnation to infiltrate the City of Despair and rescue Fong Chen, but it all ended in failure. Was the curse of the City of Despair so strong? Normally, even the most heaven-defying curse would have a time limit. After the baptism of time, its power would gradually fade until it disappeared. But now, the curse of the City of Despair made them realize a terrifying thing. Just how powerful was the mysterious creature that had planted the curse in him? Time passed bit by bit. No one knew how long it had been. The lost Fong Chen's perfect bloodline suddenly moved and began to spread throughout his body. At the same time, the turbid aura in his eyes gradually disappeared. His fingers moved, and he instantly regained consciousness. He was quite shocked. He had been cautious enough, but he still lost himself. This curse was too terrifying. However, in just an instant, he lost himself again. In his mind, a terrifying power was struggling. His face was ferocious as if he was fighting against the power of the curse. Every once in a while, he would wake up for a few seconds. As time passed, the number of times he woke up became longer and longer. 1. This time, he woke up for a full 10 seconds. For an expert like him, 10 seconds was enough to destroy the world. He could do a lot of things. In fact, every time he woke up for a short while, he would seriously study the curse and find a way to break it. So it's like this? Finally, after countless times of being lost, he finally found the flaw of the curse. No wonder. Previously, all of them had fallen into a blind spot and were deceived by the situation in the city of despair. What made him lose himself was not the so-called curse, but 1. Once again, Fang Chen fell into a trance. However, this time it was a little special. Before he lost himself, he completely sealed the blood in his body and gathered it all in his mind. His primordial spirit, which was close to the Tao manifestation realm, spread out and covered his blood. The divine Tao aura dissipated, and even external forces could not get close to his primordial spirit. This also caused the curse to be unable to make him lose himself completely. He looked like a zombie, but he still had his own thoughts. After such a long time, he understood one thing. Although the curse still existed, it was very weak. At least for a 10th order saint like him, he should not be affected by it. Secondly, the reason why he was lost was because of the remnant aura of the utmost exalted in the despair city. Furthermore, this utmost exalted must have been the utmost exalted of illusions when he was alive. Of primordial lords, primordial spirit. As long as these illusionary auras came into contact with blood, they would cause living beings to lose their senses. The deaths of the few demonic beasts when they got close to Despair City were the most direct proof. Only demonic beasts with special bloodlines could last for a period of time. This time, Fang Chen gathered all the blood in his body into his primordial spirit and shrouded his primordial spirit with the power of a 10th order saint realm. The primordial spirit could not break through the power of a 10th order saint realm, so it could not make Fang Chen lose himself. Phew! Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. The primordial lord's aura was too strong, and the primordial spirit's primordial spirit was unimaginable. Even if he could think, his body was still out of control. But this was not important. At least, Fang Chen found a way to deal with it. Did a primordial lord come here in the past? Fang Chen thought quickly in his mind. But the rumor that spread was that a mysterious creature from the underworld broke into the city of despair, started a massacre, and cast a curse. Combined with the primordial spirit's primordial spirit, Fang Chen guessed that the primordial lord of illusions was a primordial lord from the underworld. He had a headache. The underworld and the world of 6 paths of reincarnation were illusory, as if they didn't exist in this world. But as his strength increased, he could feel how terrifying these two forces were. Especially when he thought of the netherworld, he felt his hair stand on end. Is it the sovereign of the underworld? If it wasn't the sovereign of the underworld, would the mysterious creature of the underworld dare to barge into the sovereign Tao, right? Even if a supreme martial artist had fallen, his divine might could not be disgraced. 1. Fang Chen was completely awakened. However, this time, he seized the best opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when the supreme illusion technique was blown away by the wind, he leaped into the broken city of despair at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Look! The 4 people in the distance also noticed Fang Chen's abnormality. He entered Despair City? How is that possible? Isn't he already lost? How did he do it? Could it be that everything that happened before was just an act? The 3 old men's faces gradually turned gloomy. They looked at Jia Yuan, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. The 3 of you saw the situation just now. Does it look like an act? Jia Yuan shrugged and revealed a smile on his face. Seeing Fang Chen rush into Despair City, he heaved a sigh of relief. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage frowned. The situation just now didn't look like an act. But how could he explain why he rushed into Despair City? Did you notice that the wind just blew away from him? At that moment, he rushed into Despair City. Old Xiao stroked his beard and said. Everyone was shocked. Recalling the scene just now, it was indeed so. So, the moment the fog was blown away, he regained his consciousness and rushed into Despair City? The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage said. Elder Jiayuan nodded. That should be the case. He couldn't think of any other explanation. Then what should we do next? The three old men were anxious. They were working together, but now only Fang Chen rushed into Despair City. Didn't that mean that the ghost artifact would be taken by him alone? Everyone, please calm down. Elder Jiayuan said, let's wait. Maybe Fang Chen can find a way to break it and let us in. At this moment, in the broken city of despair, Fang Chen stood quietly. His clothes were tattered, but there was a smile on his face. Indeed, the Supreme Being has been here before. He could clearly feel the traces left behind by the Supreme Being. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3944. He had once sensed Supreme Fujian's aura in the North Sea. That kind of incomparable, majestic aura, even after experiencing the baptism of millions of years, would not dissipate. Instead, it would shock people to the depths of their hearts. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat as soon as he entered the broken Despair City. His primordial spirit shuddered as a familiar yet strange aura surrounded him. It was familiar because the aura was the same as Supreme Fujian's aura. On the other hand, it was unfamiliar because the aura contained a gentle force. It was the complete opposite of Supreme Fujian's power. Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. He even believed that the legend might be true. Those mysterious creatures that massacred and cursed Despair City might very well be the legendary creatures of the underworld. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and observed his surroundings carefully. He soon realized that even though Despair City was broken, there seemed to be some invisible rules running around it. He did not dare to act recklessly. He did not even move. He was focused on searching for the demonic weapon in Despair City. According to the badge made of the 9 fragments, the demonic weapon should be in Despair City, but Fang Chen felt helpless. The badge was in the hands of the old man in the thatched hut. There was nothing he could do. I wonder if I can break the curse and let the 4 of them in? As a matter of fact, Fang Chen believed it would be difficult for him to find the demonic weapon on his own. He even needed the badge made of the 9 fragments to move around Despair City. Perhaps the token would contain other detailed information. Outside Despair City, old Xiao returned. He was gasping for breath, his face was pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat. There were even some minor injuries on his body. It was enough to show that he had suffered serious injuries in the process of capturing the demonic beast. Luckily, he had caught more than 10 beasts. There are no demonic beasts. The old man shook his head in disappointment. Demonic beasts were hard to come by. It was a coincidence that he had caught the demonic beast. It was impossible to find the demonic beast now. However, these 10 beasts all have special bloodlines. Let's give it a try, said the old man. The old man in the thatched hut nodded. They could only try one by one. The old man on the right stared at Despair City. Although Fang Chen had disappeared, the storm was still there. Moreover, they could clearly feel that the curse seemed to have completely sealed off the entire Despair City, leaving no gap. I don't think that opportunity will appear again, said Elder Jiayuan. Although Xiao Chen had a grave expression, he felt happy for Fang Chen in his heart. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen grasped the opportunity. While the strong wind blew the curse aura to both sides, he instantly entered Despair City. Just as the 3 old men had said, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that would almost never appear again. They could not count on the storm. Let's give it a try, said Jiayuan. Next, old man Xiao began to control the 10 demonic beasts. One by one, they approached Despair City. Without exception, every beast that got close to Despair City would be sucked into the storm and die instantly. The Despair City was still the Despair City of the past. However, there was an additional figure in it. What should we do? An hour later, the 10 beasts were dead. This scene caused the 3 old men to fall into despair. They were helpless. They did not dare to take the risk of facing the curse of Despair City. How could they solve this problem? Brother Jia Yuan, do you have any ideas? The old man in the thatched hut asked unwillingly. Jia Yuan was an elder of the Jialua clan. He had the special bloodline of the Jialua clan and controlled the reincarnation road. He might have a solution. I've already contacted the clan. They are also trying to think of a solution. In fact, the real clan was in the 6 paths of reincarnation world. He could not contact them unless he entered the reincarnation road. However, the situation was urgent and he could not leave easily. He had already asked Jiajiu to contact the clan and inform them of the difficulties. Let's wait a little longer. Jia Yuan thought to himself. Judging by the time, it should be about time for the clan to reply. Jialua clan's base. Jiajiu flipped through the entire scripture pavilion and found a few books that introduced Despair City. He then passed the information on to Elder Jia Yuan. However, this was not enough. He was anxious, but he had no choice. He could only wait for the clan's response. Princess Huang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She followed behind Jiajiu and paced back and forth. How is it? Is there any news about Feng Chen? Is he safe? Elder Jia Yuan just sent a message saying that Brother Feng took advantage of the storm and rushed into Despair City. They are unable to contact him now. Jiajiu said. What? Princess Huang exclaimed. Rushed into Despair City? What did this mean? The curse of Despair City was so strong. Wouldn't he die if he rushed in? Is there nothing the Jialua clan can do? Princess Huang only wanted to save Feng Chen. If Jiajiu did not stop her, she would have rushed into Despair City to save him. With Elder Jia Yuan's strength, he is unable to reach Despair City. We are waiting for the clan's response. Jiajiu patted Princess Huang's shoulder and comforted her. I am also worried about Brother Feng's safety. However, I believe that Brother Feng is blessed by the heavens. He will be fine. But, she didn't finish her sentence, but 2 teardrops fell from Princess Huang's fair cheeks. She turned around and used her sleeves to cover her face as she quickly wiped away her tears. There is no use being anxious now. Jiajiu said. Brother Feng is already above the 9th Order True Saint realm. He is a genuine 10th Order True Saint realm expert. I believe that there is a chance of survival in Despair City. Princess Huang did not speak. Jiajiu shrugged and did not say anything else. Buzz. Suddenly, the communication jade pendant shone with a silver light, illuminating the entire scripture depository. Jiajiu grabbed the communication jade pendant and his face was filled with excitement. There is a response from the clan. Jiajiu said excitedly. Princess Huang also looked at the communication jade pendant in Jiajiu's hand. In the next instant, a majestic voice came from the communication jade pendant. Jiajiu, the voice was emotionless and cold. Although the curse of Despair City is strong, it is not invulnerable. As long as, speaking up to this point, the voice from the communication pendant seemed to have paused. As long as what? Jiajiu asked. Chapter 3945. Using blood as a sacrifice. The higher-ups of the Jialua clan replied with 4 words. However, these 4 simple words were the most difficult to achieve. How is it? Is there a way? Princess Huang asked anxiously. Jiajiu's expression was solemn. Then, dense words appeared in his mind. These were all detailed information on how to use blood as a sacrifice. It's a little troublesome, Jiajiu muttered. To break the curse of Despair City, we need the world's top bloodline. The world's top bloodline? Now, there were 2 publicly recognized rare bloodlines. They were the primordial bloodline and the Jialua bloodline. These two bloodlines were currently the top and strongest bloodlines. Because they couldn't be replicated, their bloodlines were even more precious. Of course, they didn't know that there was another bloodline that could compete with the two top bloodlines. That was the perfect bloodline in Feng Chen's body. The perfect bloodline was the strongest bloodline created by the almighties of the chaotic realm by gathering hundreds of millions of special bloodlines. Although it was not perfected yet, it could be ranked as one of the strongest bloodlines. If it could reach perfection, it wouldn't be a dream to enter the chaotic world. How do we do it? Princess Huang asked. She had the top bloodline in her body. Although it hadn't been fully activated, she could still do it if she put her life on the line. Moreover, the Jialua clan's bloodline could do it too. The experts in the clan said that the mysterious living being that massacred Despair City and planted such a powerful curse is related to the underworld. They are the coldest living being in the world. Their curse has an invincible defense. If we want to break it, we have to pay them back, Jiaju said. Our Jialua clan's bloodline can do it, but it's not enough to rely on one bloodline. A top bloodline couldn't break the curse unless the almighties in the clan came. But it was impossible. They were in the 6 paths of reincarnation world, and it was hard for them to leave. Otherwise, a great disaster would befall. The problem now was how to find other top bloodlines. Mine can do it too, Princess Huang said without hesitation. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. After all, she was also considered a member of the primitive race. After receiving the inheritance left behind by her mother, the primitive bloodline hidden in her body had become restless. Jiajiu was surprised. Princess Phoenix explained, I'm someone from a primitive race. My body contains the primordial bloodline. As long as I activate it, I can use it. Jiajiu was shocked. All along, his attention had been on Feng Chen. Although he had felt that the aura on Princess Huang's body was a little special, he didn't expect that she was actually a member of a primitive tribe. Are you from one of the primitive tribes? Jiajiu was overjoyed. That was a tribe that could rival the Jialua tribe. Things would be much easier now. Let me see, Jiajiu said. Princess Huang closed her eyes and controlled her bloodline. She wanted to activate her primordial bloodline. Perhaps it was because of her mother, or perhaps it was because she was eager to save someone, but the primordial bloodline hidden in the depths of her body erupted like a flood. Voila! The primordial bloodline erupted and soon spread throughout Princess Huang's body. At this moment, her body had undergone a tremendous change. Her body was bathed in a layer of sacred light. Under this layer of light, her strength was rapidly increasing. Her aura soared to the extreme. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. So strong! Jiajiu couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had heard of the name of the primitive tribes, seeing it with his own eyes was still shocking. Is this the power of the primitive bloodline? Jiajiu muttered to himself. The power of the primitive bloodline was beyond his expectations. This was a bloodline power that was completely different from the Jialua bloodline. It was a bloodline that was close to mastery of heaven and earth. It seemed to have a strong affinity with heaven and earth. It was able to communicate with heaven and earth's origin energy and erupt with the strongest power. As expected of a primitive tribe. This was just a person who had just activated her primitive bloodline. What if she was a high-level expert of the primitive tribe? It was simply unimaginable. Perhaps just a thought would be enough to destroy heaven and earth, right? Of course, the Jialua tribe wasn't weak either. According to what he knew, the top expert of the tribe had lived for countless chaos eras and had been trying to break through to the chaotic supreme realm. Once he came out of seclusion, no one in the world could defeat him. Whoosh! While Jiajiu was astonished, the golden light on Princess Huang's body had already disappeared. It was replaced by a beautiful figure that was filled with boundless aura. After activating her primordial bloodline, Princess Huang's entire person became even more alluring. 1. Princess Huang opened her eyes. With a flip of her wrist, drops of blood appeared in her palm. This was the primitive bloodline. Can we do it now? Princess Huang couldn't wait to ask. With two top bloodlines working together, they should be able to break the curse, right? We can give it a try, Jiaozhu said. Then, he brought Princess Huang through the reincarnation road and arrived at the wasteland in front of Despair City. At this moment, on the wasteland, 4 figures stood side by side. Their eyes were deep as they stared at Despair City. Despair City was shrouded in a storm. The power of the curse had completely covered it. The 4 of them tried everything but couldn't get close to Despair City. Sigh. Elder Jia Yuan sighed. He didn't know if Fang Chen was dead or alive. Old Xiu asked, Brother Jia Yuan, even the Jialua clan can't do anything? If the Jialua clan couldn't do anything, then the 3 of them wouldn't be able to break the curse of Despair City. Whoosh! At this moment, the soil loosened and the power of reincarnation appeared. Elder Jia Yuan's face changed slightly. He looked at the loosened soil in surprise. With a wave of his hand, the reincarnation road opened. Jia Zhou and Princess Huang walked out. Nonsense! What are you doing here? Elder Jia Yuan scolded. With their strength, they would only be a burden. They wouldn't be able to help at all. Elder Jia Yuan, you should have heard the response of the experts in the clan, right? Jia Zhou cupped his fist. Elder Jia Yuan nodded. He had tried using blood as a sacrifice but failed. 1 bloodline can't succeed. What about 2 bloodlines? Jia Zhou asked. She's from the primitive tribe and has the primitive bloodline. If she works with the bloodline of the Jialua clan, will the chances of breaking the curse be higher? Hearing this, the 4 of them were stunned. Primitive tribe. This person was from the primitive tribe. Chapter 3946. Using blood as a sacrifice. It required the world's top and most powerful bloodline. Apart from the Jialua bloodline, only the legendary primeval bloodline could fulfill these 2 requirements. However, Elder Jia Yuan didn't even dare to think that Princess Huang, who had been following behind Fang Chen, was actually a member of the primeval bloodline. What did this mean? It was the feeling of coming back from the jaws of death. He had tried using blood as a sacrifice before, but he failed in the end. It wasn't that the Jialua bloodline wasn't strong enough, but the curse of the netherworld was too unimaginable. However, Princess Huang had the primeval bloodline, which meant that the 2 top bloodlines could work together to resist the curse. Primeval bloodline? The 3 elders were stunned. They had lived for countless years and naturally knew what the primeval bloodline represented. Once upon a time, there was a saying in the world that no matter how time passed, no matter how the chaos was destroyed, the primeval bloodline would never be destroyed. From this saying, one could see how powerful the primeval bloodline was. They were a bloodline that was blessed by the heavens, born naturally by the heavens and earth, and their purpose was to prevent the destruction of the chaos. Now, the seemingly weak woman standing in front of them was actually a member of the primeval bloodline. Moreover, the primeval bloodline in her body was very pure. Elder Jia Yuan's face was full of smiles. If he guessed correctly, Princess Huang was not only a member of the primeval bloodline, but she was also a core disciple. Elder Jia Yuan, I will listen to your command, Princess Huang said. As long as she could save Fang Chen, she would do anything. Hearing this, Elder Jia Yuan didn't decline and directly said, although the bloodline responded that using blood as a sacrifice is the best and only way, I have to remind you that this method will most likely bring you a fatal disaster. After all, using blood as a sacrifice, once it succeeded, there was a high possibility that the curse of the netherworld would backfire on her, and she would lose her life. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Elder Jia Yuan informed her in advance so that Princess Huang could be fully prepared. Once it officially began, she couldn't be distracted. Otherwise, all her efforts would be wasted. Princess Huang naturally knew this. Her beautiful eyes flickered. At this moment, there was no trace of fear. There was only tenderness in her eyes. Tenderness for Feng Qin. I hope you can survive, even if I have to exchange my life for yours, Princess Huang said in her heart. Immediately after, her delicate body shook as the primordial bloodline in her body began to circulate crazily around her body. Golden light shot out in all directions, giving off an incomparably shocking feeling. Is this the primordial bloodline? Old Xiao was dumbfounded. The old man in the middle of the thatched house also exclaimed repeatedly. As expected of a primitive tribe, the strength of their bloodline was the strongest bloodline he had ever seen. This kind of bloodline can completely crush any bloodline in the world, the old man on the right said. The hearts of the three of them were in turmoil. He couldn't wait to see what kind of terrifying power the Jialua bloodline and the primitive bloodline would unleash when they combined. Elder Jia Yuan glanced at the three of them and said, "Step back a little." Immediately, the three old men kept retreating until they reached a safe zone. 1. Elder Jia Yuan activated his Jia Luo bloodline and stretched out his hand. Traces of crimson blood flowed through his palm and gradually touched Princess Huang's body. In the beginning, the primordial bloodline resisted, but under Princess Phoenix's control, the two bloodlines came into contact. Boom! The moment the two bloodlines came into contact, it directly caused the entire void to explode. A vast power swept through the sky. Everyone was shocked. However, Elder Jia Yuan was unmoved. He stared intently at Princess Huang's transformation and guided the primordial bloodline to his body. So strong. One person with two top-notch bloodlines, unparalleled in the world. At this moment, Elder Jia Yuan was like a god of war descending from the heavens. He walked step by step toward the City of Despair. Last time, he could only reach Mo Yao's place with the help of the Jialua bloodline. But this time, it was different. The aura on his body soared to the extreme, giving people the feeling of a primal chaos supreme. Elder Jia Yuan spread out his hands. The crimson Jialua bloodline in his left hand and the golden primordial bloodline in his right hand. The two bloodlines condensed into two balls of light, exuding a terrifying power. Using Elder Jia Yuan's body as a conductor, the two bloodlines merged. 1. When he reached the place where Mo Yao died, Elder Jia Yuan felt a trace of pressure. But he was full of confidence. With the power of the two bloodlines, he could completely resist the power of the curse. Rumble! A deafening sound echoed through the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. It was obvious that the power of the curse was trying to destroy Elder Jia Yuan. However, at this moment, Elder Jia Yuan was the incarnation of the god of war. With two top-notch bloodlines protecting him, he was fearless and focused on using the blood sacrifice method. When he approached the broken City of Despair, a ferocious head appeared in the void. It was formed by the power of the curse. Roar! The ferocious head let out an angry roar as if to scare Elder Jia Yuan. But the latter ignored it. He gradually put his hands together, and the two different bloodline powers completely merged. Rumble! 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 When he clenched his fists and punched the broken City of Despair, the earth shook. The ferocious head in the void was crushed by the power of the two bloodlines and turned into nothingness. Roar! An angry roar reverberated in the void. Crack! The dilapidated City of Despair trembled violently under the impact of the powerful energy wave. In the distance, Jia Jiu was overjoyed. Is it going to succeed? The three elders beside him also clenched their fists and waited anxiously. Elder Jia Yuan had used two powerful bloodlines as a sacrifice and was able to shake the broken walls of the City of Despair. This meant that this method was feasible. What power! The elder in the middle of the thatched house sighed. Even though he had been asleep for countless years and comprehended the Tao of sovereigns, he still felt inferior when facing Elder Jia Yuan. The other two also shook their heads. Luckily, this wasn't Elder Jia Yuan's true power. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the battle for the ghost artifact. Can it succeed? The broken walls of the City of Despair shook more and more violently, but Elder Jia Yuan's power seemed to have reached a limit. Even 2 bloodlines can't do it? Jia Jiu was anxious. Roar. In the sky above the City of Despair, the power of the curse let out an angry roar. It was struggling and resisting with all its strength.